بعدما أشار له المسؤولون العسكريون.
The United States is in a state of confusion and surprise.
We fear this. We fear that they have something out that the majority of the people don't know about.
Olan tüm halkların hakları gibi haklar. Ne aşağı ne yukarı. Ne fazla ne az.
Pent-up feelings that may result from decades of repression and people who've had members of their family killed by that regime.
A lot of killers. Get a lot of killers. Why, you think our country's so innocent?
But I won't attack it because someone sicks me up. I don't let anybody use me to fight their battles.
Hello and welcome to Varn blog, and in our monthly collaboration now with Strange Matter, something we can announce, by the way, since it's official.
Is that okay? Yeah, I'm cool with that. Do you want to do it, or anyway? Sorry, I interrupted.
No, it's fine. So depending on what's going on over there at Strange Matters will get one slot a month here on the public feed to discuss things with me. And it might be any of their editorial staff. It might be a writer. It won't always be JMC here or Steve Mann, the two people you're used to representing the editorial collective. It could be any number of people. But it happens that John Michael and I are both poets. And I had a book come out. And we've been talking about doing this before we agreed to this collaboration. But we happened to agree on the collaboration the first week of, is it the first week that has a first full week of the month is the month that we collaborate on anyway.
I actually can't even remember exactly what it is, but it's one of those deals like the first full moon after the second, like when the cock crows and blah 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 blah. It's like one of those things. But yeah, no, it's like the first week of the Tuesday.
It's the first week of the first full week of a month on a Monday or Thursday. That's
the one.
If you guys have something you want to talk about, an article or whatever, somebody from the writing staff of the editor or the writing freelancers or the editorial staff will be coming on air. And this was actually planned before that, but JMC's on the editorial staff and is one of the people I worked out this deal with, so figured to announce it now. So yeah, there we go. So we're talking about poets. We decided to talk about two of our own works and two of other people's works, and I have something like 400 poetry books in my room, so I was actually scouring today trying to figure out which ones I was going to talk about.
Nice.
I don't own much that I don't like. So I'm going to pick two books. Mm-hmm.
All my poetry books are in storage because from when I moved to Florida like 2 years ago, and they're still in storage. So I'm unless I bought them since, but I haven't bought many since. So I'm all digital in mine. In fact, actually, to that end, I was wondering if I could do a screen share of them when I read the ones that I've picked, just so that, like, I don't know, people can follow along if they want to or something.
I can screen share them. You just have to send me the link.
Oh, word? Okay. I will do that.
Wait, let me see if I can grant you the ability to screen share. Hold on.
Probably should have talked about this before we went on air, but I forgot. Sorry.
Yeah, you have to send me the link.
Don't worry about it. I'll do that.
All right. So now that I have to edit that for the audio portion, we will be more professional. So John Michael, let's get going. You're gonna start because I feel like making you start.
Okay, that sounds good. Should we talk about like poetry in general before we read specific poems, or is that too corny? Like, I guess I'm biased here because I'm actually really curious about what got you into poetry and that whole thing. And I can give that spiel first if you want me to. I don't know. I don't know.
You
how
give
want
that spiel first because I tend to say obnoxious shit when I talk about poetry.
Oh, that's great because I'm about to just spew a bunch of obnoxious shit. So that's perfect. We can riff off each other. Yeah. So I should probably preface everything that I say in this entire episode with a giant, big old asterisk, which is I'm not sure that I'm a poet. I mean, in the technical sense, I am because I've been published, you know, with a handful of my poems in a magazine called Prelude, which is a wonderful magazine. If you are into poetry, or even if you're not into poetry, but you get into it after this episode, which would be wonderful, check out Prelude. I really love them. They're a wonderful little magazine of poetry, and essays about poetry, which is rare. But you know, the thing about me and poetry is that, so I'm a writer, as you might know if you've heard other episodes that I'm on with Varn, but
Also
I'm
known as a whore.
I know, right? Exactly. and I mean, maybe precisely because of the kind of like whorish element of and the attention whorish element that attends to essays and journalism, I consider myself much more seriously a careerist about that stuff than about my poetry. Like, when I spend my, like, I don't know, my mental energy day to day trying to figure out how I'm going to be a writer person, it's cold pitches to little magazines with, like, book reviews and think pieces, or at least it used to be before I found my kind of semi-permanent perch at the Point, because they really like my my first essay that I wrote for them. So they're open invitation to submit to them, which is great because I don't really want to write for anybody else because they've got really nice editors and really talented editors, and they let me do whatever the fuck I want. And now I've got my own magazine that I started with my friends. So I'm perfectly fine never pitching anybody again as far as I'm concerned. But the gist of it is that, like, I spend a lot of my time trying to figure out, like, okay, when am I going to write my first book or get my first book out? Because I guess I've technically already kind of written it. And, like, and this or that essay or whatever. Poetry is just something that I kind of do, and I do it because I love poetry, and I always have loved poetry. It's one of the most important, like, kinds of writing for me, because it's the kind of writing that's closest to music, and music is what I consider to be, like, the kind of, like, most absolute and perfect kind of art. None of these are particularly, like, edgy or unique opinions, but they are, what I deeply believe and feel. But in terms of whether my poetry is any good, I mean, I take poetry seriously enough that for me, like, for a poem to be great is, like, a really big deal. It's, it should be something that's read, like, hundreds of years from now, read in, like, other languages and things like that. I don't know if my poems are up there with, like, the people that I worship as poets, whether we're talking about, like, I don't know, like Whitman or Huidobro or something. Like, I don't know. I mean, it would be nice, but it's not something that I, like, am trying to do, is, like, to be a great poet or whatever. It's just something that I do because I feel like I need to. It comes out of me, and then I put it down, and if people want to publish it, that's great. If people don't, I don't care. And I really sincerely don't care. But I also care very deeply about poetry in general, and I love sharing poetry with friends. So when Varn and I were having the conversation that led to this, I was, like, so excited because it's a testament to Varn as a host that he's, like, this massively interdisciplinary, brilliant, like, theorist who knows about all these different kinds of things, from economics to history to archaeology, anthropology, and religion, and all this other kind of stuff. But I actually feel like it kind of, like, does him a little bit of a disservice, that he has this wonderful show and he knows so much about poetry and art, but, like, like, we don't talk about it that much on the Varn vlog. I really like to, I was like, why don't we talk about poetry? It's, like, it's really great. And so that was kind of like, my little nudges. And then,
Can I give you the answer to why we don't talk about poetry much? Because it's actually totally mercenary.
Yeah.
I had a show called Former People, which is about art, and we did movie stuff too. And I launched the Patreon for it. And it was attached to a magazine that had existed for, like, 5 years, that I had even an editorial staff for, now just run by myself, or did run by myself. I put it on permanent hiatus. And within 24 hours, Varn Blog, which was a project that was an accident, versus Former People, which was a project that I had cultivated over the course of 5 years. Varn blog had 50 patrons within 24 hours, and I lost patrons on Former People. So I actually had no support for it. So the reason why we don't talk about art that much is because I had to build up an audience to con them into talking about art. Which is, and I'm not interested. What most art podcasts end up becoming is movie podcasts. And while I love film, I don't think the world needs my opinion on every Criterion and Arrow release ever made.
Well, maybe the world doesn't, but I could certainly use a pinch of that. I would love to hear your thoughts on like I don't know what's a good movie. I don't know, like Pasolini stuff, like Sallow or something like that. I would hear the Varn take on that.
Sallow is a good movie if you don't want to have sex for about 5 years.
That's a good tweet. I think you should tweet that.
Yeah. I actually, what's funny about Pasolini, as a side note before we get into poetry, because Pasolini was also a poet, so
he was
related. It's Pasolini's early movies. While they were often treated as softcore porn, like his version of the Decameron and the Canterbury Tales and whatever.
That was my first. It's such a good movie.
Those movies are great, and they're like so full of life, and they're so the opposite of Sallow. And then the first Pasolini movie I ever saw was not Sallow. It was actually the Gospel According to Matthew.
I love that one.
Great fucking movie.
Yeah.
Like top 3 Jesus movies.
Although I actually think he made a better Jesus movie, which was the La Ricota, which is the little one with Orson Welles in it. You ever seen that one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, because I go for funny. I always go for funny in everything in life, but especially like art movies. The ones that are funny are the best for me. And so like I love the gospel movie, but I feel like the true spirit of like, what is good and communist or whatever in Christianity was captured by La Ricota, which is like Orson Welles goes to Italy to film but a very snobbish fictional Orson Welles goes to Italy to like film this like movie about the crucifixion, and it's all like by ordinary people, like as actors, just like in normal Pasolini films. But then like one of them is actually like starving basically. He's desperate for cheese, and when they end up crucifying him, he actually dies on the cross, and then people are like, oh my god, what have we done? And it's like, but it's like very funny. It's I guess I made it sound grim, but it's actually hilarious. Anyway, sorry.
I mean, Life of Brian is also similar, and I think that's actually up there in my top 5 Jesus movies, believe it or not.
Yeah,
even though I don't love Python.
Yeah.
That's kind of why I am a professional poet, which is a weird thing to say because I've made approximately $5,000 in 20 years off of poetry. I have to keep tax records, so I know, and it is good. Like it kind of hurts when you're like, oh, I published 2 books and done tours, and shit, I don't make any money for this. And increasingly now, for example, even getting people to read your work costs money, which is ridiculous. So that's where that comes from. So people who want to find the Former People, that show actually is incorporated into the Varn blog archive. You do have to be a Patreon for some of it. Some of it is available for free. But we are going to be incorporating more art into the show because it actually is in the show's mission. The thing is, there's so much in Varn blog's mission that I often like go, how do I balance it? Because I say I'm going to cover geopolitics. I'm saying I'm going to cover formal philosophy, which I haven't done in a while, actually. I say I'm going to cover art. I'm supposed to cover history sometimes, and there's actually a whole big thing on the classics that I want to cover. About like about the way the classics have been politicized both by the liberal left and the right in ways that are totally dishonest. And So there's lots of other things I want to cover. And I'm going to try to cover more of them. Poetry is one that I decided to cover because I published a second book. My first book's been out for 3 years, from a small press out of New Orleans. My second book is the first book of a small press out of New York. I still have relationships with both presses. People seem to think that when I talk about my books that it's somehow related to Zero Books or Sublation Media now. And I'm like, no, I never was going to publish with them except maybe an academic book that I'm writing with a friend of mine who it's probably more her book than mine, if I'm completely honest. I'm just a more established name. She's the smarter one. But I've been focusing more on poetry because that's what I do. I have an MFA in poetry. I also used to write short stories. The common complaint about my short stories is that they were too lyrically dense and impossible to understand. And I realized that if I just became a poet, people wouldn't complain about that.
Because that's what poetry is when you think about it. Yeah. No,
right. So it's just like, and the other thing is, for me to write prose, because I'm aphasic, takes a very long time. Poetry is a different process. It doesn't take me as long. I write something like 300 poems a year. I'm not exaggerating about that, by the way. But I only revise about a fourth of that. And I only try to publish about a fourth of that. So like, I am one of these people who produces a ton in order to refine back down. I don't like to pretend that poetry has a whole lot of like broader social movements. Not because I don't think politics and art don't go together. I'm not that much of a Philistine, although I do think didactic political art tends to blow ass and not be good at either propaganda or artistic purposes. It's like kind of bad at both.
I mean, this is such an interesting question that I feel like we're inevitably going to discuss, you being you and me being me. But the whole question of how you balance political commitment with aesthetic commitment, because I do think that a commitment to making art is its own kind of commitment, which is not exclusive from, but is also distinct analytically from the political commitment. It's very difficult to balance them, even within a work of art that, for example, if you do want to do politically committed poetry, I mean, Cesar Vallejo is a politically committed poet. John Milton is a politically committed poet, right? Like, I mean, like, you know, we're talking about like a Puritan.
Ezra Pound is a politically committed poet.
Well, yes, unfortunately, much to his detriment. But you know, like the and Neruda and all these other things. But like, you know, when you read their work, it's not reducible to it. It's not that it's not there; it is, but it's not reducible to it. And I mean, you know, you had. And
if it is reducible to it, we don't like it. Like in general, I mean. The exception is Brecht.
Right, yes. He makes it a shtick, so it works. Sort of. Come on.
Actually, you know,
replacing the having, what is it, the vote of no confidence in the people and electing a new one. I mean, come on, that's the shit.
I believe that is funny, but Brecht's poetry is actually probably pretty good. Not probably pretty good. It is pretty good, but I'm not going to be reading that tonight. I have a book of recently translated Brecht poems because he's more, unfortunately, because of the didactic content of his plays versus the more nebulous content of his poetry. His poetry is understudied by leftists. Yeah. Neruda is another one who leftists all love. I like Neruda a lot, but I'm also sort of tired of him. Because everybody fucking likes Neruda, and you know, I can go to a Barnes and Nobles anywhere on Earth and find a crappy Neruda translation, and so, and he's way better in Spanish. But and one of the
that's the thing. I read him in Spanish, so it's like, you know, I don't get the crappy like free verse translations that are like, you know.
But yeah, I mean, one of the things about Spanish is the hyperbole somehow feels different in English.
Yes,
like,
it does.
I can't explain. Like, I'm not so fluent in Spanish I can tell you why it feels different, but it feels different. When I read it in Spanish, I'm like, oh, that sounds good. And it doesn't sound stupid because I know people might talk this way. When I read it in English, I'm like, this is ridiculous.
I actually have, I think, maybe an insight into that, but it's it's like a crank idea of mine, but it's not too crankish. So I think part of it. So I think that oh, trust me, I know that you're pro crank. You're like the crank interview show in the best possible way. but no, I think that the part of what I think you detect when people try to do, especially translations that are very loyal to the original and try to use like cognates and stuff, is that yeah, exactly. Is that like, when you have a language that's a Romance language, it's always really problematic. Anything descended from Latin is really problematic in English to translate, because English is this kind of mongrel language where you have Anglo-Saxon, then the Norman French invade. Actually, you had a Latin influence from the old Roman stuff, but usually what it is that the Anglo-Saxon stuff, then there's the Norman invasion, and Norman French gets added onto it. So you have a bunch of
not even forgetting the Danish invasion, because there's all kinds of Danish weirdness too.
Right. So you have like Anglo-Saxon words are like short, monosyllabic, and we interpret them as like low class or common or vulgar, vaguely obscene.
But also we don't pronounce them the way they were originally pronounced either.
Right.
Like we have fucked them up. But go ahead.
Yeah. And then like anything that sounds like vaguely French, right? Like a parvenu, or like I don't know, like a bureau, right? Like all these like fancy words, you say bureau instead, or department instead of like, I don't know, like moot. I mean, there's no good Anglo-Saxon for that one, so that's a bad one. But anyway, my point is that anything French then sounds like aristocratic. And then in like the early modern period, they started creating these kinds of like bad transliterations of Latin and Greek words for science purposes. So now we have all these like ication words, like the versification process, or the this process, or the as opposed
to the fact that we use Greek for every poetry term for no fucking reason too.
Right. So it's like exactly, like our meters, which we call our meters like iambic pentameter or dactylic hexameter, even though like we're using Greek words, when in Greek meter was totally different, because we're accentual syllabic meter in English, whereas it's I believe purely accentual in Greek.
It's purely accentual in Greek, and then there's all these places that have semi-syllabic meters. Although that's also confusing. Like Asian poetry gets fucked up because we pretend that it's syllabic, but when it's actually character based.
Yeah.
And it's fun. We bastardize things in English.
So my point is, there's a bunch of Latinate words that come off as like really foo-foo and fancy and snobby in English that are just ordinary words in Spanish, because Spanish is a Latinate language. It's basically bastardized Latin, right? Like all the Romance languages.
It's shit Latin with some Arabic thrown in.
Exactly, right. So it's like what sounds totally normal in Spanish will sound like really like flowery and highfalutin and fancy in English. So if you translate it like literally or loyally, you're just going to create something like really awful sounding, even if in Spanish the connotation is like totally different. Anyway, sorry, that's my crank theory.
There's also different discourse patterns. I mean, like, okay, this is where Derek, the ELL teacher, comes in. There's different discourse patterns between Romance languages and in English, and this is my crank theory. In English, it's hard to be concise, so we value concision. In Spanish, it's really fucking easy to be concise, so they value weird circular prose construction that's like
that's true.
And so it was funny because I could always tell the native Spanish speakers who were educated in the English school, because they wrote Spanish like in this weird Anglified direct way that like I construct a sentence in Spanish because I don't think that way. But discourse patterns show up that are different in poetry too. The thing is that we're also pretty disconnected from the German traditions because we never favored them. So English literature has always had like a Romance language inferiority complex, right? Like Like, think about all the forms that we interpreted in from like the Italians and the Spanish and the French, like the villanelle, the sestina, which are all really easy to do in their native languages and goddamn impossible in English.
Yeah. Yeah, the villanelle in particular is a really difficult form that is very rewarding when it's pulled off well. Like, I mean, one of my favorite poems ever is Elizabeth Bishop's poem, whose name I even forget, but it's the one that goes, "The art of losing isn't hard to master." I forget, it has some other title, but it doesn't matter. Google that one. If that turns out to be it reads supernaturally, but it's actually an extremely complex form called a villanelle, where like it has to be like rhymed in this very complex scheme, and it has to like it's a pain in the ass to make.
If you really do it, it's got to be an iambic pentameter, which no one ever actually does anymore. But like,
right.
The craziest one is the sestina. Most of my poetry is not known for being formal, but I actually do write formal poetry. It's just not in the books that you guys would have access to. But except for a couple of weird sonnets that I've written. I've tried to write a sestina for years. It didn't suck. And I think it's impossible in English. Like
I could believe it. Yeah.
Because the pattern, like, it always feels weird. Pantoum is another one. You know,
I don't know that. What's that?
Yeah, Pantoum is actually I believe like a Malaysian form that was picked up from back when Britain was rummaging the world. It was still poetry forms from other people, which which is good. I mean, haiku is another one. Tonka's not nearly as popular in English. I've written those syllabic forms. But one thing I will say about poetry, I mean, what is interesting is a lot of like Anglo-Saxon poetry and a lot of like native English in quotation marks traditions, as well as like Brittonic and Celtic poetry forms, actually weren't maintained. So that's an interesting shift in our language. And that's imposed by the French, because they're the French, right. And this will often be my response to everything. For people who don't know, I will never learn to pronounce French correctly as a mild protest against the history of France.
You resist the Norman yoke.
It's just I refuse. And so. That's real interesting, since like half the theorists that everybody loves and the academic left are all fucking mid-century French people. So I know, like, for example, I did learn how to say bataille and eventually said it correctly so people would not misconstrue when I said bataille, just to fuck with people.
Bataille. I mean, that's not as bad as my faux pas or fox pass. Back when I was a kid, I was reading the Communist Manifesto like any good 14-year-old, and I had never encountered French words really. So for years and years, like we're talking like until like probably like late high school, I was saying bourgeoisie and bourgeois as bourgeois, and then bourgeoisie was even worse, Borgio-izzy. This is really, and then the worst part was that it was in an AP European history class where the teacher made fun of me for my mispronunciation, and everybody joined in because, all boys Catholic high school, you got to build character or whatever. And the worst part is that not a single one of those little cretins knew how to pronounce it. It was just with the with the approval of the teacher, they had to make fun of me for it. But anyway, we should probably read some poems now.
We probably should read some poems. I mean, I guess our theory of poetics will come up as we go. And you guys get to see me. This is my day job, by the way. I teach creative writing in like 12th grade literature, and I write curriculum on stuff like really boring stuff like the history of the English language, which is not actually really boring, but like I used to try to explain like spelling conventions to non-native English speakers by talking about the layers of weird language shit I'm like, this is why this is so strange, and I'm sorry. If it's Spanish, you're only convoluted by 2 languages, and mostly you have a totally Latin conjugation system, and you just like throw some Arabic words in there.
Yeah. Ojalá.
Yeah. If you want to get real, people are like, well, what's the purest form of the Romance language? And it always screws them up when I tell them it's Romanian, which is actually true. Like, that's the most like Latin, actually.
The Romanians say that, but I never believe them. Is that actually true?
It's actually true. Because actually Latin being like the Italian peninsula, any place the language is from is where you're going to have the most actual innovation and deviation. So that's why. I mean, it's like
Oh, that's like us, actually, in the U.S. We've retained a bunch of, if I recall correctly, we've retained a bunch of like very old kind of like vestigial elements of English from before the vowel shift or something, in like the Southern accent or something like that.
Southern accent, and there's a reason like Scottish people can do a Southern accent. Like Ian McKellen can do a Southern accent, but his American accent sounds like shit. It's actually related to that. I think that there are constructions in Newfie dialect English, for example, and off of Newfoundland off the coast of Canada, that like go back to the 15th century. But even stuff like y'all, that's actually used to be correct, and like proper construction for like 16th century English. And
it honestly should be correct. We need a second person plural. It like, how can you have? I mean, I get so pissed off at like these like freaking like grammar prescriptivist types who, I mean, I guess they don't exist much anymore because of wokeness, but like back in the day, like 10 years ago, like you would hear these people who would get on these like high horses about like using the word y'all or something like that. It's like, it is obviously a useful construction.
Well, people now sometimes get on the high horse about y'all by claiming that it's African American cultural appropriation. So they figure out, even though it's literally 15th century English, it was maintained in African American dialects because of the relationship to the South. And the reason why it was discouraged was because that relationship as maintained in African Americans was discouraged because it was seen as lowbrow, aka black, which is what lowbrow refers to, by the way.
Oh no. Oh wow, I didn't even know that.
You didn't know that lowbrow and highbrow is a racial thing? Yeah,
no,
it's a racial thing.
That's so depressing. Oh my god. And it's I think it's also tied up with like the poet trash stuff too. Like I think it's like the mixture of like white trash associations and black associations like creates in the minds of like the aristocratic wasps in Boston or something this notion that it's like untouchable, even though actually in a lot of ways a language that uses a second person plural is much more elegant and clear and unambiguous than
you guys.
Like you guys, I know I'm from Jersey, so I should be like a you guys person, but on principle I'm not, because it's like such a stupid phrase,
It's funny. So when it comes to poetry, I think you see a lot of this. You see a lot of diction stuff, and you see a lot of this in language too. In English, in England, there's been a lot more innovation in the language than English in the United States, particularly in non-standard regional dialects. You could actually find a lot of remaining vestigial things. And in Southern dialects, you also find vestigial African language stuff that shows up. Like there's multiple things going on there. But I remember laughing, like if you remember, I mean, this is 25 years ago now, so you probably don't. But do you remember the Ebonics controversies or heard about it?
Oh, yes. I read extensively about them when I was learning about accents when I was a kid, because I taught myself it's a long story.
What's funny about Black African English are Ebonics, and they were trying to classify it as a separate language to get federal funding. That's what that was about. But that aside, if they would talk about how white kids couldn't understand it and black kids could if you get the test, and totally true, right? But if you gave it to Southern white kids, they actually could generally pass it.
Of course.
It's like the same dialect.
Right. And furthermore, I mean, I find it like ridiculous on like a million different levels that there was like the kind of like prescriptivist snob, and kind of like right-wing reactionary position on it. Obviously there was like, as there always is with these things, there were people who were making not the best arguments from the left-wing perspective, but the people from the right-wing perspective who were like, well, we have to teach these kids proper English. I mean, look, pragmatically, for like social advancement purposes, it's good to be able to code switch. Nobody really disagrees with that. But like African American vernacular English is not just a dialect, it's a beautiful dialect. Like, and you see this in like the great poetry of AAVE, right, which is hip hop from the turn of the century. Like, you know, I would rank Biggie and Tupac as like very, very highly as poets, and like Nas and, you know, and all the rest of them. So like Diggable Planets, whatever. And I know it's tricky with music because, you know, it's multimedia, so it's not just poetry, but like, you know, rap in particular is very close to poetry, as close as you can get to poetry within music, I would say. And then
it's black troubadour music, really.
Right, exactly.
Like if I'm like that and blues, and
anyone who would say that that's like inferior to, I don't know how freaking Gore Vidal talked or something, or William F. Buckley Jr. actually, more realistically, given
like Gore Vidal was, I mean, he was classist, but he was also pretty honest about it. William Sapphire is to blame here.
Yeah, no, absolutely,
and Schreckenreich maybe blamed like. Now, although not so much what they did, because what they were doing was actually trying to standardize the concision of a kind of generic popular dialect, right? It actually wasn't like highfalutin English, but it got turned into a prescriptivist, turned into a set of rules. We don't really have prescriptivists anymore. I mean,
they're dying breed.
That battle was lost by the prescriptivist, with the exception of the Oxford comma, which is a prescriptivist thing. They actually kind of agree with them on.
Yeah, I like the Oxford comma
just because it's clearer. Mm-hmm. All right, so we can get into language nerdery, which is a lot of poetry and a lot of why I do it, because I really love languages.
Yes.
I have a complicated relationship to language, though, because I'm both dyslexic and aphasic. So it's
wow, yeah, that's interesting to talk about too when we get to like probably reading your own stuff, how that influences it. Oh gosh, I mean, this is what pisses me off too about poetry education in the United States, is that the poets, at least in the official institutions that train poets, are not given any of this education about linguistics, about the history of dialects, about, you know, the anthropology of language, about all these other different things, right?
It depends on what program you're in, but in generally, no, you're not. I mean, like, it depends on whether you go to a teaching MFA or a workshop MFA, and
that makes sense.
Most MFAs are workshop MFAs, which are like, I don't know, which is a way to teach you how to guess what other poets are going to think about what you write, and to get their voices in your head, which I don't find particularly useful as I got older. That said, I do have MFA training. I've also seen, though, in the last 20 years, and I think the reason for this is economic, that the division between slam poetry, outsider poetry, and MFA poetry has increasingly erased, and only like high school English teachers who teach slam poetry really insist on it because they want to insist on how they're special. Because there's not enough market for the distinctions to really maintain
the matter. Yeah, it all kind of ends up being in the very small poetry milieu.
Right. Like when I started in poetry in 2000, there was like, you would get shamed for publishing online. Right, like they like.
God, really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So dreadful. I mean,
and now it's
also,
like,
which of those poets has survived is the other thing I would ask of the people.
Well, a lot of them did, but they just had to give up all those stupid rules. Like,
right. Mm-hmm.
And so like there was an elitist tendency in American poetry that maintained in MFAs for a long time. I would still say there's a fairly elitist trend, but the change was actually probably one anthology came out called Hybrid Form, which talked about the breakdown between conventional narrative poetry and avant-garde poetry into a kind of hybrid poetics. And then the other things that happened is more and more people of color were incorporated for good reasons, and also to assuage white people guilt about listening to people write about snow as art. If you guys think I'm snarky about politics, you're going to hear me be really snarky when we talk about poetry.
Well, you know, being a professor who goes to the supermarket and has like an existential crisis in like the cereal aisle, I mean, that's like really important. And I mean, we need hundreds of poems like that published in the New Yorker every year, along with like all the moms who have cancer and all the the expecting children.
Yeah. I mean, although to be fair, what we saw was I will say now this has been kind of almost overcorrected against, where I'm looking at the poetry section. I'm like, oh, it's all people of color now. Well, that's kind of good, but also, what kind of people of color is it really? And by that I mean, what social classes they come from, really? Like, are they actually representatives of a broad spectrum of the experience of Black people? Are they are the richer people that happen to be Black, which is a very different thing. And then, there's also the Ta-Nehisi Coates phenomenon, which is writing to assuage white guilt, by increasing the guilt, which, and I don't have any problem calling that out.
I mean, I feel this pressure enormously in both. I mean, the nice thing about my poetry is that, again, because I don't take it seriously, I don't feel as much pressure. But but certainly my prose writing, I feel this enormous pressure as a person of color writing. That it's like, and like I mean, like, I'll be blunt, like, I can, because of the way that I talk, in English and stuff. I can kind of pass for white, I would say. I think it depends on how much of a tan I have, how obvious it is.
So you can pass for white on a day where we're not paying attention, just like I can pass as a pale Mexican on a day that people aren't really paying attention.
Right. And like, the thing is, like, I feel this enormous pressure sometimes from the way that, like, people are, like, received, right? Like, as writers, to, like, have this kind of, like, self-victimization thing, as public performance, in this very superficial manner. And so obviously I rebel against it, and instead I write, like, weirdo fucking treatises with my friends on, like, the historiography of economic thought or whatever. But then it's like, okay, but I do want to write about being Latino. Like, being Latino is really important to me. And, like, Latin America as a place and as a literature actually is really important to me. And translating from the Spanish is really important to me. And my first big essay does have, like, personal elements about, like, my experience going to, like, a Catholic church when I was a kid, which it turns out helped me kind of make sense of what DSA was a little bit, both in good ways and bad. But then it's like, okay, like, is that, like, pandering? Like, I have this little voice. On the one hand, I have the identitarian voice in my head that's like, yelling at me for any deviation, from the official line as thought crime, and, makes me worried about people, like, trying to, I don't know, go after my day job or something, I mean. And then on the other hand, I have, like, this little, like, rebel voice in my head that's like, oh, of course you're gonna pander to, and try to get, like, pity points for being an oppressed, like, person of color, queer, or whatever. And it's like, I don't want to listen to either of those voices. I just want to do me. But, like, it's tough when you have all these voices in your head, which are not really your voice, but are the voices of other people who are frankly inferior as writers. Like, I'm sorry. It's just like the people who really, like, give into these pressures, and don't explore their what they actually wanted to set pen to paper to do. They're just not. It's why would you do it? You could just, I don't know, watch Netflix, and it would probably be, like, less effort for equal results. But
what's funny about how fast it's changed, though? When I started writing in 2004, I had a professor, and I'm not going to name them because they still know me and I still like them, but asked me why I wrote so much about race. Now, I didn't think I was writing about race. I was actually just writing about the traumas of being, like, a kid who grew up in a mostly Black neighborhood, who watched his world get whiter and whiter and whiter as he moved up in it. And that was even within a pretty low working class standard. So like I never got even into, like, the true middle class until, like, my adulthood. But that was on my mind, and I get a lot of pushback from it. But, like, right now, I think I'd be told that I'd be questioned on a different level about, like, why is it interesting to write about race from the white perspective? And I'm like, well, I'm not going to speak as anyone else, and you definitely don't want me to, given current social mores. I do think that the intersections of these worlds are more than just simple racism. And I think there are authors who talk about that, including authors of color, but only in oblique ways, because I think it makes, frankly, upper middle class professionals, regardless of their race, uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I think I think that a lot. One of my close friends, my MFA program got published by Princeton. He is Miller Oberman, and when I met him, they were identifying as a lesbian. So they've transitioned fully since then, and luckily their name remained the same because it was a gender neutral name. So I guess this is the point for gender neutral naming your kids, because you don't have to deal with name changes. But so you can't accidentally dead name anyone. But he and I had a whole lot to say about like his encounter with what he said was unreformed masculinity in the South amongst the working class, and not just the white working class, just in general. And I thought that was interesting because the threat was real. I mean, like, the threat when you deal with anything hyper masculine is real. Let's be honest about that.
Absolutely, yeah.
But the perception that the threat wasn't real in other areas and that the reformed masculine was a whole lot better actually interested me, because I was like, no, the hostility is just open.
Right.
That's the difference. Like, the coding's different. If you hang out with a bunch of men and they think you're a man, even if they're upper middle class, they will say some shit.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I personally, well, depends. I'm flicking through individuals right now, and it's actually what I'm about to say is not strictly speaking true. But if I had to like sum it up, more of the upper middle class people, guys that I know, like cis guys, have been like really, really shitty and awful on gender, race, sexuality, etc., than most of the working class cis men that I know, which is not to say that that's generally speaking true. I mean, sometimes you do have oftentimes, right? Like, in Latino culture, machismo is a real big thing. And like, it's certainly, and certainly it extends well into the working classes and so on. But in my personal experience, like, honestly, like, a lot of the shittiest people that I know are upper middle class, like, petty bourgeois, professional managerial class, whatever you want to call it. And it's behind
and they're formerly liberals too, usually.
Yeah. It's because it's like the locker room talk that exists behind the veneer of, whatever you have to do in the office job or whatever. So, but we should really get started.
We should actually get a poem. I mean, like, we now had a 50-minute preamble because we're intending to do that.
Yeah. It's just the beginning of our episode.
So let's talk about, what do you want to read?
Well, so the first, I was thinking we could both do the poems that are by the people that we like first, and then we can do our own, and then we can do the ones that we like, and then we can do our own, kind of in that.
Okay, so
order.
What you starting us off with?
So this was a tough choice for me because it's tough to pick my like favorite poets. So, okay, like I could like throw like, Shakespeare and Chaucer at y'all's asses, and that would be great, but like that wouldn't
I'd smack you around for that. I would so mock you.
Right, exactly. Like, so that would be, so you don't want like that, you also don't want to get like too far afield in terms of like, not cliche classics. And translations are kind of iffy a little bit, although I am going to do one that's in translation. And it's kind of like, I ended up kind of thinking, okay, what are the two kind of streams of poetry that kind of influence mine directly? And then I kind of ended up with two modernist poems that are very different from each other, even though they're both broadly speaking modernist. So that's kind of like where I was coming from. And then I can kind of talk about like, I don't know, what I like about them and stuff. So the first one is a poem called Dirge Without Music by one of my favorite poets, who unfortunately is very little known nowadays, although she was famous for a while in her own day, especially in the 1920s, called Edna St. Vincent Millay. And I am a really big fan of her poetry. There's a famous quote from somebody that said that 1920s America contributed two things to the world. One was the skyscraper, and the other one was the poetry of Edna St. Vincent Millay. That was back when she was kind of famous. But but she fell into some disrepute in literary terms later in her life. But she wrote beautiful, like formal poetry. But the poem I'm going to read is not formal. It's not in meter. In other words, it's a poem that is that is free verse. But as you'll see, it's kind of in a dialogue with meter, which is part of what I like about it. Varn, I sent you the link. Do you think you could screen share? Just
I can totally do that, so that the people can see. By the way, people, I'm not doing that. I'm reading from books. You guys are just gonna have to deal with it.
Google's your friend.
Yeah. Also, John Michael is much less likely to be an asshole than me. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, feel free to tell me that I have terrible taste too. Incidentally,
I actually like Edna St. Vincent Millay, and I would be interested in. I would. Oh wow, this is meta.
Whoa.
Okay, here we go.
Disappearing into the eternity. Okay, which is actually not irrelevant to the poem.
All right, so Dirge Without Music by Edna St. Vincent Millay. And I'm going to let you read it because I'm not going to violate copyright. But they're actually, if you go and look on Poetry Foundation, you can listen and I believe her read it. So,
oh, very cool. I did not know that. But yeah, I'll take a stab at it.
Okay.
Dirge Without Music. I am not resigned to the shutting away of loving hearts in the hard ground. So it is, and so it will be, for so it has been, time out of mind. Into the darkness they go, the wise and the lovely. Crowned with lilies and with laurel they go, but I am not resigned. Lovers and thinkers, into the earth with you, be one with the dull, the indiscriminate dust, a fragment of what you felt, of what you knew. A formula, a phrase remains. But the best is lost. The answers quick and keen, the honest look, the laughter, the love. They're gone. They're gone to feed the roses. Elegant and curled is the blossom. Fragrant is the blossom, I know. But I do not approve. More precious was the light in your eyes than all the roses in the world. Down, down, down into the darkness of the grave, gently they go, the beautiful, the tender, the kind. Quietly they go, the intelligent, the witty, the brave, I know. But I do not approve, and I am not resigned.
Back into. Okay, so that's Edna St. Vincent Millay, and you read with a poet's yield, which I will not make fun of.
Yeah,
so,
at least I don't do the modern one, which would be like, I am not resigned to the shutting away.
Oh God, no, that
hearts in the hard ground. At least I don't do that one.
the poet shield plus a little bit of vocal fry is like no. But you're a very strong dramatic reader. You know what? You read that like you're a dramatic reader. Honestly, more than the common poet Elio one. So let's talk about that poem for a second. I actually really like that poem. It's a poem I do know. I have used it in a creative writing class once to talk about analogous form.
Oh, interesting.
Which is where you appropriate elements of, analogous form can be radically experimental too, because you can appropriate elements of like musical composition scores but you can also just appropriate like syllabic rhythms in ways that do not quite fit any formal metric pattern in English, but are still highly controlled and metrical. And that's what I find interesting about this poem, like formally speaking, is that it's not formal, but you almost wouldn't know that because its syllabic control is so precise. And while if you do scansion on it, and for those people who don't know, scansion is how you figure out what the meter is. It seems like it's gonna go iambic, but it doesn't actually.
Yeah, the little trick of it is that it's not formal, but it has a formal logic to it, which is that it's made up of all these little the 1, 2, 3s. Are those anapests? I always mix up anapests and dactyls, so I have to look up which one's which. Yeah, 2 short followed by 1 long, so that's anapests.
Yes,
so
anapests.
It's a heavily anapestic poem.
Which makes sense for a dirge, by the way.
Yeah, right, exactly. So anapest is da 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 da,
right,
da da da. But it's not an anapestic meter, which would be if you had so. For example, anapestic tetrameter would be 3. Anapestic trimeter would be 3, right? So it would be like da 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 da. But that's not the rhythm.
It's almost a waltz,
right? But that's not the rhythm. It's like it has anapests all over the place, but then it'll break them up with pauses or with shorter feet, like iambs that are kind of moving in the same direction. An iamb is a da da. It's unstressed followed by stress. So that first line, I am not resigned to the shutting away of loving hearts in the hard ground. So that's a lot of anapests and a lot of iambs mixed together. The rhythms are all kind of pointing in the same direction is the way that I would put it. So it comes off as this very nice sounding thing, even though it's not meter, but it's in a dialogue with meter. I think that's what you mean by analogic, right?
Yeah, it's analogic. It's analogic to something else. So what I would say, for example, is this is like a complicated but not a rhythmic drum line. So you might be in 4/4 and switch for a small point to say 4/6, which is a weird meter, but a weird drum line. By the way, I'm also a drummer, so a lot of my analogs to meter are going to come from that. Because thing.
But that's the truth of it. That's all meter is. People use all the fancy Greek words, and it sounds like some kind of pseudoscience or something. But in fact, it's actually all about drumming and tapping your feet and so on.
There's a reason why people like iambic trimeter for songs, because it's basically 4/4.
Right. Exactly.
But so you listen to this here. What is interesting though is the anapests kind of drop as you go into the poem.
Yes.
And I mean the last line, while technically as a bunch of iambs, feels almost like dactyls, like bah! Bah!
Yeah. In fact, it actually is dactyls in the end. When it's
I know.
Gently they go, the beautiful, the tender, the kind. Quietly they go, the intelligent, the witty, the brave. It's actually a dactyl and then a bunch of iambs, and a dactyl and then a bunch of iambs.
Which
dactyls are
the dactyl in the beginning actually train you to read the iamb stronger, so even the unstressed is more stressed than it normally would be, which is why you would set it up that way.
Exactly. So yeah, Dirge Without Music is a wonderful example of something that's deeply, deeply influenced me, which is free verse that has this kind of dialogue with meter. So probably the most famous poet, and I considered doing this, but it's like I didn't want to come off as high school English, but one of the best examples of this is, in fact, one of the favorite poems of every little English nerd high schooler, which is the love song of J. Alfred Prufrock by T.S. Eliot. Which because Eliot is also a poet who, although he's writing in free verse, is very much in a dialogue with meter. So there will be little lines of blank verse iambic pentameter, filtered throughout, but then it'll disintegrate in interesting ways. And there's rhymes sometimes that are slant rhymes, or the rhymes come in at a very crucial moment. So it's usually not a rhyming poem, but then in a crucial moment, it'll turn, into a rhyming poem, I grow old, I shall wear the bottoms of my trousers rolled. Right. That kind of thing.
It'll be a hard rhyme, but it won't be an in rhyme, and it'll be in a weird place.
Yeah. And I think that you have to understand poetry from this early 20th century period as kind of first breaking free of meter. I mean, there have been 19th century poets, obviously, who,
Whitman.
Whitman, the most prominent among them. Gerard Manley Hopkins had broken into unconventional meters, and in France they had invented, poets like Verlaine and Villon and Théophile Gautier and all these people invented what they called vers libre, which is the translation of that into English is free verse. Verse that is freed from the constraints of meter. And they were inspired by a previous guy, Baudelaire, who had written these little prose poems or poems in prose, which are like little paragraph, like micro stories about some funny caricature of a person who you'll likely see around Paris or stuff like that he wrote for magazines. But these guys were inspired to create poetry that has no meter. But the fundamental question when you do that is, how do you organize a poem if it doesn't have meter? And this is still a question that's with us, to be honest, because, I mean, if I may be an asshole about poetry for a second, a lot of free verse sucks.
And free verse sucks because it comes out of a misunderstanding of the William Carlos Williams tradition, if we're like completely honest.
Yes, which actually is what my second poem is going to be, is from that tradition and kind of talking about it. But I think it's deeper than that. I mean, look, most of everything sucks, right? So like most metered poetry sucks.
Most metered poetry really sucks, honestly.
It really sucks. Like it's really bad. It's like too sing-songy. It's an obvious pastiche of classical, classical examples. Like there's all sorts of ways that you can go wrong with meter. It's not but the way in which you go wrong in free verse is in some ways even more destructive, because if you copy the metrical poets and kind of learn the patterns, at least you become competent pretty quickly. Free verse, because there's no rules, it's difficult to even reach minimal competency, because it's like, okay, so how do you structure things when there's no rules? And I think that like this is something that poets have suffered from, is the fact that there is no kind of free scansion. There's free verse, but there's no free scansion. There's no catalog of the different techniques that actually existing free verse poets who are very accomplished have used in order to organize their poetry. And the thing I love about this poem, and I want to talk about its themes and stuff later too, but since we started with formal analysis, the thing I love about this poem as a formal structure, as a technical accomplishment, is that it mixes and matches two very important ways that you can structure free verse. One of which is the one that we've been talking about. You take meters and you know what the rhythms of the meters are, because when you work with metrical poems, remember, Edna St. Vincent Millay writes sonnets, right? Iambic pentameter with rhymes, like exactly like Shakespeare and Milton used to do, right? So, but because she does that, she knows what the meters sound like, right? So it's kind of like when you're first learning how to dance, and it's a formal dance like a waltz. You learn the steps, right, in a mechanical way when you're first learning. But eventually you kind of know what a waltz is like. So when you hear a rhythm that's kind of like a waltz, even if it's not a formal waltz, you'll know that you can just go into the waltz, right? Because that dance will work at that rhythm. And you can mix and match it. A really good dancer can take all the dances that they've learned and kind of mix and match them in unique and interesting ways, without sticking to one of the rhythms, and in fact create new rhythms that are mixtures of them in interesting improvisatory kind of ways. That's what Edna St. Vincent Millay is doing in this poem. She knows all the meters because she's written in all the meters, or thought in all the meters, or read poems in all the meters, but she's not limiting herself to them. She's mixing and matching different parts of the meters when she thinks it would work for her design, for what she's building. So that's one unit of things that she's doing. But there's another structuring principle that's like totally separate in the poem and exists kind of alongside the, I like Varn's word, an analogical structures. But there's another one, which is catalogs, lists, repetitions. Depends on how fancy you want to be in your thing. But this is what Whitman did. So Whitman had like no meter, right? Like Walt Whitman, Song of Myself. I too am not a bit tame. I too am untranslatable. I sound my barbaric yop over the roofs of the world. That guy. Most famous American poet of the 19th century. Really great in my opinion. Some people really don't like him. I like him. But the thing that he did is, he's the first guy who really writes with like no meter whatsoever. What does he do? He does repetitions, right? So even that line
repetitions and lists. That's
right, exactly. And lists are like underrated, like my favorite part of Homer's Iliad in like the Robert Fagles translation, because I can't read ancient Greek, is, the one that captured my imagination is one that most people skim past, which is in the second book, there's this giant catalog of ships, That talks about the Greek army that's invading Troy, where everybody's from, and it goes through like the ship, and it's like this hero was from this town, and he was also the guy whose dad like slayed this guy in battle, and it's like this whole fucking list of people, and you have no idea who these people are. It's just telling you this like long repetitive list, but in a good translation like Fagel's, that list is dope. It's metal as fuck because you don't have to understand what it is. You get this sense of like the rhythm of the list, and everybody has like nicknames called epithets in formal poetry analysis, which the oral poets who probably were performing Homer could use in order to kind of like mix and match them to make them work in different lines, because they were half improvising from a fixed central plot structure and all this other kind of stuff. And it reads really great because all those repetitions of like, where people are from and like what their deeds were and all this other stuff, it gives you the sense of the social totality, but it also creates this rhythm. Whitman did the same thing. I too am not a bit tame. I too am untranslatable. I sound, and then see, he breaks. So he repeats, but then he breaks. And then it moves us to the next thing. So it's not just having the repetitions. It's also knowing kind of like when you need to repeat and then when you need to break out of the pattern. So that's what Edna St. Vincent Millay is doing in a lot of this. So she has like the kind of conversation with meter going on, but then she also has like a fragment of what you felt, of what you knew, a formula, a phrase remains. But the best is lost. So she has like these repetitions of the fragment, of what you feel, of what you knew, a formula, a phrase, but the best is lost. And then she gets us out of it. Similarly, the answers, quick and keen, the honest look, the laughter, the love, another list, right? They're gone. They're gone to feed the roses. And then like, but then there's like these like little ways that she gets into and out of the different repetition zones. So she'll be repeating one thing and then she gets us out of it. And then she'll start repeating other things. And then maybe she'll nest a repeated structure inside another repeated structure, and that kind of thing. So, yeah, so that's why I like this poem, because for me, if you want to learn how to write free verse, you want exemplars that do stuff that's interesting. And Edna St. Vincent Millay is interesting because she was a modernist, in my opinion. She hung out in Greenwich Village with all the typical modernists. She was doing poetry that was intentionally kind of breaking with the norms of the 19th century, specifically because we needed something new, whatever. But she's also somebody who is kind of like rooted in these like, traditional rhythms, very mumuch like a T.S. Eliot, but like less like of a show off and a pedant, and more of like a sexual liberation, free spirit type. The anarchist socialist type too, if I recall correctly. She was at like the Sacco and Vanzetti trial protesting.
Yeah, she's one of the modernists who's not a reactionary, which is unfortunate because most of the good modernists were reactionaries.
I don't know. People say that, but I don't know. It's not really true.
Pound.
Joyce was a socialist. Woolf was a like socialist, feminist, pacifist Fabian type. Which I know Fabians are not great, but like it's left. Kafka was sympathetic to anarchists. That's
a stretch.
No, it's not a stretch. You read his conversations with Januk, Janouch, and he talks about how he read like Godwin and Proudhon and all that other stuff and was inspired by it. I mean, he wasn't an anarchist and he also went to this like anarchist reading group thing on a repeated basis in Prague. But the thing is that he was like more of a fellow traveler, and he was also like a left-wing Zionist. So he was kind of like, mixing and matching different types of politics. But in other words, and his day job was in the insurance company of the Social Democrats, for workers. So, it's like,
many fascists came out of the insurance company of the Social Democrats.
Well, okay, sure. But I don't think that Kafka, literally his entire family died in the death camps after he died. Like, I think it's a bit of a...
he's not a fascist. There's no way you make Kafka into a fascist.
I mean, it's just...
Conversely, though, Rauka, Gottlieb Bin, so you got German poets, both reactionaries. Rauka, the Italian futurist tradition.
Yeah, like literally all of it, right? Yeah.
Pound's a reactionary. T.S. Eliot's a reactionary. Frost
Yates
hard
is
to
reactionary.
know. Yates is a nationalist, but he's on the reactionary. He's an Irish nationalist, but he's on the reactionary end of the Irish nationalism. Robert Frost is a hateful person, but I actually don't think it's political. Let's see. Pound's politics are weird. Wallace Stevens' politics are actually hard to define.
Wallace Stevens is like an apolitical aesthete, is my read on him.
Yeah, I mean,
which I think makes him a liberal. But like, I don't think he can actually be apolitical. But I think that's what he would have been. Hemingway was left. He was a pop front guy. Dos Passos was hard left until he wasn't. Obviously,
I was about to say, and
he went on Birch,
and that's also kind of true with Hemingway too. Is like his leftism is popular frontist, but also everything else about his politics are basically authoritarian.
Well, yeah. Well,
I mean, you're stretching here. I mean, like,
okay, Fitzgerald was a fire-breathing socialist, which is bizarre, but it's true.
Yeah.
Have you ever read the letter that he sent to his like niece who was at Radcliffe? And it's like, you have to read the chapter on the working day in Das Kapital. That will tell you more about life than anything else that they're teaching you at school. Literally, F. Scott Fitzgerald, he of The Great Gatsby. Everybody like, boats against the current, born back ceaselessly into the past. That guy. Yeah, he's he's a fire-breathing Marxist apparently, which is bizarre to me. But
he was obsessed with the rich. I mean, so that actually isn't bizarre to me because all of his plots are about class dynamics. They're just not about working class dynamics. They're mostly about how awful the different layers of the upper crust is, including the nouveau riche, who are basically all lumpen crooks in his world, and then the hot bourgeoisie, who are not lumpen crooks but are somehow even worse.
Yes.
So it makes sense. So
Gertrude Stein was a baddie. It's so
hung
weird.
Out with reactionaries. This is the other thing, that this is a time period where like the people who are like George Oppen, who is a far left poet and Jew, a little bit later. So he's a high modernist pivoting into postmodernism.
Right.
Because high modernism and postmodernism, the lines are kind of blurry.
Yeah, I don't even like Pomo as a category a lot of the time because Pynchon has more in common with Joyce than he does with I don't know.
Exactly, and like Mark Danielewski has more in common with Tristram Shanty than it does with
That's right. Yes.
No one's gonna argue that Tristram Shanty is postmodern. Although people have tried. It's like, how do you have postmodern literature before you have modern literature?
Well, because the answer is because the category is kind of like
stupid.
Yeah, it's like, because you haven't read enough books,
I mean, because like you want to talk about metafiction, Cervantes' second book,
right?
Totally metafictive.
Like, what the fuck is with people who are like, oh yeah, metafiction had to be invented after World War II because I don't know, because mass media or something.
No,
and
Cervantes has the second volume of Don Quixote, finds the first volume of Don Quixote and like comments on how they how the pirate version's wrong.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. And like everyone in book 2 knows who Don Quixote and Sancho Panza are. They go from being like super like dorky, anonymous, like passing from town to town, to in the second book they're all celebrities and everybody likes them or hates them or whatever. It's
there's fucking metafiction in the Satyricon. Like,
oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, and if you want to talk about like weirdo road novels, right? Like Apuleius' The Golden Ass is like another one.
That is great. That is great. Yeah, it's pornographic and weird.
Yeah.
I think you want to get like, I'm going to start like talking about how I love poetry from late antiquity, and I'm a weirdo who likes weird shit like Nonus and like the Dionysica. I'm thinking the only person who likes that.
No, I have no idea what you are. And I like the antique stuff. You like Boethius? You fuck with that?
Yeah, I've read Boethius. Nonus is a pagan Christian writer, which is a weird thing to say in and of itself. But he's in a time period where that, like, his two most famous works is the most massive epic on Dionysus, where Dionysus is a total ass, and it's hard to sympathize with him. And maybe the first instance of literary racism but it's weird because the literary racism's aimed strangely. He comments on people's on Indian skin colors incorrectly and has but it's a massive book on that. And then his other work is actually a paraphrase of the Gospel of John. So it's bizarre. So that's late. Most people kind of stop at 4th century late antique work. I kind of dig the weird shit in the 5th and 6th century.
That's really cool. You're like the hipster of like Neoplatonism.
Yeah, kind of like
it's like, oh, you're into Plotinus. I mean, I like his early stuff, but honestly,
I'm really into the Arabic Aristotle, man. Like, actually, kind of really.
Okay, but who isn't though? Like Al-Farabi is like
most people have no idea what the fuck is going on with Arabic Aristotle. When I have mentioned Al-Kindi in a poem and no one knew what the fuck I was talking about.
Oh, well, but that's because again, like, we don't get an education in the classics, right? Like, I mean, we have to save Western civilization, which is rooted in Abrahamic religion and Greek philosophy, by teaching people about, like, fucking Al-Farabi. Like, that's like, like,
yeah, I was gonna say, if you want to save the Western tradition, you actually have to teach Islamic work.
Yeah, you do. No, you absolutely do. I mean,
this is why
are you gonna tell me that Ibn Sina, you're gonna pretend that you care about, like, Western philosophy and, like, the legacy of,
if you're an Aquantian who doesn't know what Ibn Sina is,
exactly.
Or has dealt with Maimonides' treatise on philosophy as natural law, like
yes. Guide to the Perplexed, etc.
Or the dirty secret that, like, all of ancient philosophy is really religious in weird ass ways that has nothing to do with Christianity, which is why
absolutely, yeah, the mystery. It's all mystery cult shit. No, I mean, like, this stuff is like, Plato's a Pythagorean, etc. Like, this stuff is like, these people read, like, Mencius Moldbug, and they think oh, you can have a political philosophy where democracy is bad. That's so edgy. Like, it's like we have to reclaim tradition or whatever. It's like, you
don't know what tradition is. You can't even invent an interesting one.
Like, I'm a racial mongrel descendant of immigrants who are, like, fresh off the boat, right? Like, that's my parents or whatever. Like, and I have more of a grasp of, like, the fucking, like, Anglo-Teutonic literary tradition than these fucking people ever will, right? Because I've actually read Goethe. Yeah, right. So it's like but anyway, sorry.
If you haven't read Faust Volume 1 and 2, you can't talk about Western culture. No,
especially Volume 2, which is the weird one, where all the
wild.
Like, I can't even remember half of it, to be honest, because it was so out there that I was like, wait, they're on a road trip now, and like
they're on a road trip, and Helen Troy shows up for some reason, and like.
Yeah, it's weird. Anyway, I do want to talk about the themes of the Malay poem. Even though, I mean, we kind of did like the mathematical, like, slicing of it into formal structures, which is really cool. This is actually, I think, the first time that we've talked at length about poetry, and it's funny that we're both like hardcore, like, formalism nerds. But I do think that it's important to never just reduce poetry to formalism, because, okay, so, like, it's a poem about. It's like an argument against or a denunciation of death. This is kind of like a typical poetic genre, I would say, especially in the 20th century. Like, you've got the Dylan Thomas poem. What is it? The Dying of the Light. Which one's how does it go? It's the rage against the dying of the light.
Go softly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do not go softly into that sweet night.
Into that good night.
Whatever. I don't like Dylan Thomas that much.
I'm not totally gonna pedant you, right?
Yeah, now. No. It's totally fair. I haven't thought about him in like 100 years, but like, And there's like other poems that are like this.
That's a villanelle, by the way.
Is it? Ah, that is a villanelle. Okay. I like Elizabeth Bishop's a lot more though. Sorry.
Okay. I teach both when I teach villanelles to kids.
Oh, that's great.
Those are who I teach.
But like, okay, so raging impotently against death is like a thing in especially 20th century poetry, I would say. There's like a whole bunch of these. Where people, and it's interesting because it's like from a moment in time, right, where like the death of God has happened, right, like what Nietzsche famously called the death of God, which, at least as I interpret it, is this moment after which it's kind of unspecified exactly when it was or what caused it. But
God's been dying since the Reformation. Let's just be honest.
Well, that's true. That's certainly true. But it was also a lot easier to be an intelligent, thoughtful, scientifically minded person who believed in God, at least a kind of deist clockmaker God, in the 1700s than it is circa 1890, right? Because things have happened, like the geological discoveries that are, like show that the Earth is older than the Bible.
Physics stops making sense.
Yeah, exactly. Like
evolution is a thing.
Evolution by natural selection is the big one. Yes, Darwin is the real kind of dagger in the knife of Yahweh, dagger in the heart of Yahweh. So this has happened, and people are kind of like, the 19th century people were people who were like, typically like raised as some kind of like liberal Christian and like, slowly lose their faith or in some crisis lose their faith, but always retain a sentimental attachment to what it would have been like to be a Christian. 20th century people, by the time you got like Edna St. Vincent Millay, she's born in like 92. She's like in her 20s and she's like in her reaching 30 in like the 1920s. Like, it's already happened. World War I has happened, which has really kind of delegitimized like traditional religious and cultural authority and political.
There's been a couple of revolutions,
Exactly. Like Russia's happened. So people on the whole, I mean, until the religious revivals of the late 20th century, like a lot of people who even well into like the stratums of like the working and middle classes are like basically like, yeah, like all that religion stuff is bullshit. And when we die, it's the end. And there's always been a subcurrent of thought. Like, you read Ecclesiastes, which is in the fucking Bible. And it basically is like a text that's like, yeah, when you die, that's it. Like, it basically just says it. But, so it's always been a subcurrent. But, like, it becomes, like, much more obvious. And so that's part of the reason, I think, why these poems that are kind of denouncing death and resent death and hate death rather than resigning themselves to it kind of emerge in the 20th century. What I like about this one is that it's not about her death. It's about the death of other people. And I think that this is partly kind of erotic. Edna St. Vincent Millay was a very erotic person. She loved sex. She was best friends with, on the one hand, the great literary critic Edmund Wilson, and on the other hand, this guy Floyd Dell, who what was he? He was like a publisher or something, communist, I think. She actually took Edmund Wilson's virginity. When both Floyd Dell and Edmund Wilson proposed to her, she rejected them both. She didn't want to get married to either of them, but she did have a threesome with them, which is recorded in Edmund Wilson's diaries, which are excellent, by the way. Excellent reading. If you want all the modernist gossip, read Edmund Wilson's diaries. They come in multiple little editions. You can find them in most like used bookstores. Anyway, point is that that's the kind of person that she is, and I think it's all over her poetry. In this poem, though,
I think that's why she's now read as a lesbian. Actually,
yes, she was bisexual. Yes, she was, and that's very important too. Vassar girl, right? But
that was a stereotype even in the 20s.
I know, it's crazy. She literally writes like a paean to like somebody for playing field hockey and how beautiful she is. Anyway, my point is that the thing I love about this poem is that it's about hating death because it means the death of other people who are beautiful. Right. So it's not a narcissistic kind of thing like I'm going to die. It's this thing where she has friends and she has lovers, and she has people. She knows people who are geniuses, who are witty and who are brave, like people who are, you can imagine she's talking, for example, about people like Sacco and Vanzetti, right, who she admired, the anarchists. revolutionaries fighting for freedom, but also talking about people like Edmund Wilson, brilliant conversationalists, interdisciplinary genius, kind of like, people who've like read all the books and can talk about them at length and write contemporary criticism that props up other artists, all the beautiful things, philosophers and artists, and and beautiful people who are great lovers, right? Like, with beautiful bodies that they share with others, like all these sorts of people. She lists them, right? This is where the Whitmanian lists come in. Lovers and thinkers into the earth with you. Gently they go, the beautiful, the tender, the kind. Quietly they go, the intelligent, the witty, the brave. When they die and they go into the darkness, there's nothing left of them. So all this beauty, which is the thing that makes life worth living, right, is gone forever. And that is the thing that she rebels against. She doesn't want her beautiful friends, her beautiful lovers, the people who have inspired her to die. And she knows that they will, but she refuses to accept it. And she's not going to take this shit, like the Richard Dawkins shit of like, well, when I die, I fertilize the soil and I become a tree, or I become a flower. It's like, no, that's not enough. That doesn't make up for it. More precious was the light in your eyes than all the roses in the world. It's like this, and I don't know. I just think that it's a very beautiful thought. I think it's misguided. I think that you do have to reconcile yourself to death and to passing eventually. But poems don't have to be about the whole truth. They have to be about a part of the truth. And you can have two poems that have opposite truths that are both equally beautiful and both equally true. You know what I mean? Like, at least I think so. I
don't give a shit about truth.
Exactly. Right. Exactly. I guess I was using truth in like the Werner Herzog sense of I don't believe in this concept of truth. I believe in only in a single kind of truth, ecstatic truth. The ecstatic truth of a poem, that kind of thing. So anyway, that's what I think of that poem, and that's why it's I actually have this one memorized. It's a really important poem to me personally.
Awesome. I'm going to read from Radical Symmetry by Catherine Larson. Love Catherine Larson because Catherine Larson's actually one of the few people I know who's run a Ruth Lilly Fellowship, but also is a research scientist and a field ecologist. Wow. And so I want to read this poem called Love at 32 Degrees. And it's a longer poem. I tend to write longer poems, so I tend to like longer poems because I'm a bastard like that. But we'll get into it more. And it's actually interesting. I think it is interesting to contrast this with the Malay poem because I do think thematically, and we didn't plan this. I haven't shared what I was going to read with JMC here because I didn't know till about half an hour beforehand. And JMC did not share with me because he probably thought I might make fun of him or something.
Yeah. Also because I was depressed and feeling antisocial.
I'm glad you brought up Malay because I think Malay she's often taught in high schools, but she's underloved by MFA programs, and which is kind of why she's fallen out. And she is taught as a lesbian poet, which I think is both true in that she wrote a verse drama about love between women. Like literally, but she, in a very Goro Vidal sense, kind of transcended our common notions of sexuality. It's like
yes,
like so Love at 32 Degrees.
And before you start, Varn, people can Google this. It's on Poetry Foundation if you want to follow along.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Oh, it is. Then I can share it. Hold on.
Yeah, I'll grab the link. Sorry, 1 second.
But I can get it.
Okay.
32 Degrees. It's actually there. You're right. I was actually surprised. I thought it was only in the book. Oh well. All right. So. Yep, it is available. So let me share the screen with you guys. All right. Back in the infinite. All right. Love at 32 Degrees by Catherine Larson. Today, I dissected a squid, the late acacia tossing its pollen across the black of the lab bench. In a few months, the maples will be bleeding. That was the thing. There was no blood, only textures of gills creased like satin. Suction cups as planets in rows. Be careful not to cut your finger, he says. But I'm thinking of the fingertips on my lover's neck last June. Amazing hearts. This brachial heart. After class, I stole one from the formaldehyde and watched it bloom in my bathroom sink between ice cubes. 2. Last night I threw my lab coat in the fire and drove all night through the Arizona desert with a thermos full of silver tequila. And the last day is what we brought on our way back from Guadalajara. Desert wind in the mouth, your mother's beat up Honda, agaves twisting from the soil like the limbs of cephalopods. Outside of Tucson, Segueros so lovely, considering the cold and the fact that you weren't there to warm me. Suddenly drunk, I was shouting that I wanted to see the stars as my ancestors used to see them, to see the god-awful blue as Arvindal's frostbitten toe. 3. Then there is the astronomer's wife, ascending stairs to her bed. The astronomer gazes out, one eye at a time, to the sky that expands even as it falls apart, like a paper boat dissolving in a bilge. Furious, fuming stars. When his migraine builds and lodges its dark anchor behind the eyes, he fastens the wooden buttons of his jacket and walks outside with a flashlight to keep the company with the barn owl, who stares back at him with eyes that there are no greater or less than a spiral galaxy. The snow outside is white and quiet as a woman's slip against cracked floorboards, so he walks to the house, inflamed by moonlight, and slips into bed with his wife, her hair and arms all in disarray, like fish confused by waves. Science, beyond pheromones, hormones, the aesthetics of bones. Every time I make love for love's sake alone, I betray you.
I love that.
It's a good poem. Again, plays with some of the things you were talking about. It's in dialogue with metrics, but it is not a metric poem. It actually flirts with being like 4 different forms, even though it's not formal in any of them. If you notice that each of the sections, it has a different stanza kind of set up. The first one's one stanza, the second one's kind of irregular, the third one's actually in like couplets,
little couplets,
very brief couplets, and then the last one's kind of enigmatic with one word line, 1 3-word line, and then 2 long lists. So it does a lot of the same things we were talking about in the Edna and Vincent Millay, as far as like it's free verse that knows that you still have to use rhythm and syllabics and stuff to maintain the form. It's not as technically tight as a Millay poem, but it is also not as loose as a lot of bad free verse we read. But I love the contrast in it. As something I also like to do as a poet is to play on contrasting images, to use natural images in a way that accentuates emotional situations, but also pulls back from it, makes it seem weird. Something that might play on a cliche such as the heart, and then we're in brachial hearts that you bloom in water, which is kind of wild. And I like that it's a very sensuous poem that ends in almost a joke. Not quite a joke, but almost a joke. It's funny.
Well, it's dead serious, but it's also really
funny. Right.
Yeah.
Larson's great at stuff like that. If people want to check this out, this is from a book called Radical Symmetry, and it's obsessed with stuff like celiopods and whatnot. Um, I love when poets have image obsessions. I have a bunch myself. You will find certain birds all over my poetry. You will find certain plants all over my poetry. You'll find obsessions with the way trees grow, etc., and stuff like that. But I never write about it in its own sake. I don't love a lot of nature poetry because a lot of nature poetry is what I call snow for rich people.
Yeah.
Or it's like Robert Frost poetry, which Robert Frost nature poetry is almost never about nature. Like Birch's is about sex. Like,
Right.
Oh my God. And I realized I was teaching that in the high school classroom once when I was very young in my 20s, and I had not really read it. And I was like, we're allowed to teach this poem? Holy shit.
Yeah, and Fire and Ice is also not about like the elements. It's or the apocalypse for that matter. It's about hating people.
Yeah, well, most of Robert Frost's poetry is about hating people.
Oh well, good fences make for good neighbors.
Yeah. Also, The Road Not Taken is about how all choices are arbitrary and you're going to romanticize it in the future. It's not actually about.
It's not actually romanticizing it. Yeah. He doesn't like people enough. He doesn't like himself enough to romanticize it, to be honest. The which is his only redeeming quality, right? Like, is that like
his misanthropy is also self.
Yeah. About this poem, though, to follow up on your point about it being a nature poem, the thing I like about it as a nature poem, and I think I've actually never heard of Larson. Does she have a scientific background?
Seems like she's an ecologist. She's a field ecologist first.
Like you mentioned.
Yeah.
And you can tell because the thing is that the nature that appears here is not like the nature that is everything that's unspoiled and untouched by us. I mean, quite to the contrary, right? The poem begins with her dissecting, the squid. And it's like, it's just everything, right? Like it's like everything around us and the unsentimental ways in which we try and fail and try again to understand it. And like that's very much like the way that like scientists look at nature. It's the way that like an ecologist certainly would look at nature, and the although they would probably also see it as like this network of living systems that mutually reinforce each other in all these interesting symbiotic ways and blah blah. But which I'm sure her other poetry has. But this one is really interesting because I think that it seems to me very much about this kind of like Max Weber disenchantment of the world thing. Like she looks at the world, through different lenses depending on what she's doing, right? Like, and like when she's a scientist, she's able to kind of like, dissect the squid, and she's able to like, to see a heart as like a physical organ that you can store in formaldehyde and all these other different kinds of things. But when she's like, when she's out in the beat up Honda in the desert, she like has, I think, a kind of, and you can feel the tension in herself as she does this, like this temptation to romanticize the agaves and the this and the that. And she kind of has this, like, she knows that she's drunk. It's very important. She wouldn't do this sober, but she wants to see the stars the way that that her ancestors used to, right?
Yeah,
like,
so we get Viking Norse shit there. I mean,
right. And it's like, I think it's intentionally cringe, especially with the ending. It's quite clear that she's making fun of herself there. And similarly, the tension in the astronomer, where the astronomer on the one hand is kind of looking at like the great, mystery of cosmic expansion and why it happens and the fate of the universe and stuff. But in fact, he's actually just this dude who's up late at night and he has a migraine now from having stared with one eye through the telescope for so long, and he has to get back to bed with his wife. Like who he loves. And it's this very interesting kind of tension in the poem between the way that you look at the world as a scientist and the way that you look at the world as a squishy, sentimental human being who's liable to, mythologize and romanticize and all this other stuff. So for me, that joke at the end is actually like a very nice way of resolving that. Well, not resolving the tension, but just like, kind of like making it explicit.
Out. But I also think it does. It has a second function because it talks about. I think that joke at the end also points out that like some of the scientific ways we describe these things are also mythic and just so stories.
Yes,
like
currently true. Yeah.
Like I to me, this particularly shows up in evolutionary psychology, but like where it's just like, yeah, you just made that up. Like, like, yes, it sounds good, and there are reasons to believe it, but compared to biology, actually does not give you anything so clear. Also, in a lot of our understandings of neurology is very similar. Like the amount of ink spilled about how there can be no such thing as free will because the neurons fire before we make the decision. So obviously we've already made the decision, and I'm just like, yeah, but you don't actually know that. Like you don't actually know the relationship between neurons firing and consciousness because the hard problem hasn't been resolved yet. And so I'm interested in that because I'm also a poet who's intensely interested in science, in the questions of science. And I think Larson's interesting because she's a field ecologist, whereas I wanted to be an anthropology writer. That was my original goal. And so I'm very interested in that. So you get to read, I think you're reading a you poem now.
Oh yeah. Okay. Are we? Oh, okay. I was kind of still feeling the Larson.
You want to talk more about the Larson? We can talk more about the Larson, but
I guess I'm curious. About the way that, because this is my first poem that I've read of hers, so she has an interest in the way that like scientists mythologize things. I was wondering if you could expand on that somewhat, because I haven't read her other stuff. Like so what other kinds of things will she do in that respect?
Well, I think there's a lot of discussion about the way you can't reconcile human behavior entirely cleanly with overt narratives of human behavior. So, for example, like my favorite one is when people try to figure out like what the evolutionary viability of a man is, but every time he gets to have sex with someone because that is indicating that, and I'm like, that's kind of a stretch, like, because even in other primates, and definitely in dolphins and in bonobos and chimpanzees in a more violent way, you see that sex has multiple uses other than reproduction.
Right.
It's not unique to humans at all, and thus pairing the two off together in like this one-to-one evolutionary psychology way is a myth. She doesn't write explicitly about all that as much as she does here. A lot of the stuff is about like the way systems and people interact. There's a whole lot of stuff about nature, and she's very, very A.R. Ammons influenced in a lot of ways. He's another naturalist, also a poet. And so I think that's interesting. I also think it's interesting, though, that you have a poet whose background is not purely poetry, because one of the things that's happened since the MFA is poetry becomes hyper-referential because most people's background is poetry.
Yes. No, absolutely. It's one of the things, this is related, I think, to what I was moaning about at the start of the episode, right? Where it's like the education that poets receive, or the miseducation that poets receive. And mind you, I have this secondhand, but I do, because I was a complet person undergrad. I did some creative writing workshops, but like, it was not my primary thing. But nevertheless, like I have a lot of friends who are poets, or who are in MFAs for fiction or film and things like that. And there is this like frustrating sense that even like they will tell me of like the profound lack of like, real instruction, even in the history of poetry itself, much less in other fields, that tell you about the real world or interesting things that are going on abroad, beyond the kind of like seminar room or the workshop room. Like, it's like, there's not a lot of it. And it's frustrating because it's like, a lot of the best poetry has been drawn out of stuff that was unpoetical, right? Like that's the common pattern that you see, is that like, there's norms that are established about what belongs in poetry and what doesn't. And then some new generation of poets or new individual poet will be like, I want to write about this thing. And then the fact that they write about that in a beautiful or interesting or whatever way, like makes it a fit subject for poetry. It like changes the boundaries and the norms or whatever. And I don't know, I just find it really frustrating because it's like, so the I feel like if there's a tension in the poem between what you might call the you know, the I forget how it works. It's like the Sellers thing of the manifest image of man versus the scientific image of man, or something like that. Like, you know, the vision of us when science has gotten a look at us, or our current science and its narratives, versus the vision of us that we kind of experience, you know, whatever. I feel like that tension in and of itself is kind of like it's almost like a base superstructure thing, where that's the superfluous, like, kind of foam on top of like this underlying problem, which is the sociological problem of the two cultures, right? Like, where the humanities people and the science people don't talk to each other, and they're not the same people. And I think that, like, you know, that's overstated sometimes, because I think it doesn't have to be true. But it is often true due to the nature of academic specialization. And there's some people who say, like Max Weber did, that specialization is natural and it's the only way that it could be. But I don't think it's true. Like, my best friend is, or like, you know, one of my handful of best friends in the whole world is a mathematician, like a theoretical mathematician. Like, you know, I frequently talk with, like, you know, like physicist friends and, you know, and economist friends and things like that. On your show, we're talking about history and anthropology and all this other stuff and linguistics at the same time that we're talking about poetry, and because all of it's connected, right? And like, in conversations with people where you just want to get at some interesting thing and you want to do it well, like, it'll come out that all these things are connected. But for some reason, in the way that we actually produce knowledge in society, it never is. And so you end up with this kind of like divide that's kind of the one that you're talking about, where like people who are writing poetry don't know anything about ecology, and the ecologists don't necessarily know that poetry is a thing that's worth doing, you know. And it's just or believe, maybe is more the word rather than know. So it's just kind of like, I don't know. It's, sorry, that was a giant brain fart, I think, but
I'm with you on that. I'm often amazed at how like natural details are sometimes wrong in poetry, and I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole about a lot of things, but I'm an asshole about this in my poetry, in that in my own poetry, if you don't know the natural environment or cultural cues or whatever about what I'm talking about, because I do a lot of time displacement stuff, you're not gonna probably able to follow the poem. And part of that is also a test on my readers, if they have actually put the work in. And what I find interesting about that is you can do that and still be fairly accessible. Like, you don't, like, I don't think this Larson poem is like particularly super hard, even though if I was to describe it to you, for example, the 4 sections are interesting, because the first 2 are first person, the third one is not. It's almost it's almost a myth, and then the last one is almost completely abstract until the last 2 lines. So you start off with the scene, you end up with a completely different scene. So you get to start off with a scene of science, and it's, you know, one contained poem almost, and then you have the second scene about getting drunk in the desert and being in that thing, and then you have this astronomer's wife almost myth narrative,
right,
that is presented as such. And then you have the statement at the end, which is not it's not rooted in image at all. In fact, it does something that poets are often trained in MFA programs not to do, which is to make a
direct address,
a direct address, declarative statement in simple language. So,
right. Yeah. And talking, I mean, like, freaking oh my god, what was that guy who did the allegories? He was like Elizabethan? Question mark? I forgot his name. Anyway, I read him a long time ago. I forgot.
Question mark.
I don't know. Allegories. I never liked him, so I forgot his name. But there was this guy who was like a little bit before Shakespeare, who did allegories, but I can't remember his name. Anyway, doesn't matter. Ignore that thought. But the you know,
the
like
Pilgrim's Progress guy.
No, but that's another one who's like that. Yeah, that's Pilgrim's Progress is another one, and Everyman. They're in that same neighborhood. Yeah,
I mean, it's basically like all religious literature from like the 12th century to the 15th century.
Exactly right. We're like, death will be given a little personality, and like greed is another little person who's running around, and like, with a capital G, and then greed does this and greed does that, as a character. Like, so these personifications of abstract concepts that you then address directly or talk to in some way as the poet, or even a character will interact with them if it's like a romance or something like that. That's a thing, and it's interesting that it's like real throwback at the end there when she's doing her apostrophe directly to science. It's very kind of old fogey move, but it works because I think that it's not actually old fogey in this case at all. It like it's only superficially so, because I think it's really, by talking to science in this way, what she's really talking about is like her own kind of like being torn this way or that way, between how she wants to look at the world and her feelings of, being, I think she's committed, at least I read between the lines here, that she's committed to an ideal of love for love's sake, but she's also committed to an idea of science, and she feels these to be in tension within herself. And so that, like, it feels really natural for her to address science and say, I'm sorry, I'm betraying you. It's yeah, it's cool. I dig it.
It's a good fun poem. All right, what we doing?
All right, so I guess I'll start with my most. I hesitate to say this, but I guess it's like the most popular poem that I've ever written, which is not saying much exactly, but most of my poetry enters and exits the world in total silence. Whereas this one got a handful of like nice little like retweets and stuff, So and it seemed to resonate with people. I even got an email about it, which was nice. So I guess I'll start with this one since it's my most successful work as a minor poet. It's called "It Rains in a Dying World," and Varn, I sent it to you, so if you want, you can put it on the screen. It has a little. So this got published recently, but I actually wrote it in like 2017, and I think it's mostly self-explanatory. But I'll just read the little epigraph that I did. To those who are near to death, this is as it should be. To those who are still young, I feel nothing but sorrow. By Murray Bookchin, who you should Google. It rains in a dying world. Because I loved you and love you no more, the world is a milder place to live. The sky, dull, pleasant, gray, light rain, never gathers into a storm. Carries the cold smell of garbage to bored nostrils. Taps a metronome for tired ears. Day to day to day. I am tired. I will confess. I do not dance anymore. I attend the panels of elderly Marxist professors to shout denunciations at emptying rooms. The past, hard to believe, once existed. I try to recall in quieter hours, in smaller rooms, what it was to know I loved you, to have read the pirated PDFs of architect poets and nature philosophers, murdered revolutionary women, comrades we would never meet, countries we would never visit, who spat in the face of bankers and riot police, burned by dictators' bombs, to have discovered all the things we knew about this world, not yet that it was dying, to have loved you. In loving you, to have loved a certain idea of living, a certain way a sound can catch the light, a word's syncopated music lost in the rustle of the small cafes, housed in the bookstores, which are my hope, a temple, a monument. There are no temples anymore in the shadow of our days. Patriarchs creep between the marble columns. Relevant forces move into position. Certain accounts are filled, others are emptied. Deluded men wander the subways in rags, murmuring private pleas for forgiveness. Everyone knows. There are no secrets anymore. what this world has been and is becoming. They've gone. The beautiful children who were my amulet, they're scattered, imprisoned, buried, become something more than dead. The world, too, is dying. You are a name on my screen, between the pictures of the vanished children, the trophies of their butchers and betrayals. You are far away from me, in another swallowed city. I cannot say you're more than a memory. I, too, will be swallowed. The world, too, is dying. The rain, it's not a storm, but a membrane I pass through. I, too, am enveloped. One cannot see the bodegas through the cloud. The storm is always far away. I watch it through the screens. All my life I've watched through windows. You came by, and then you walked away. I knew then the truth about the world from my window, through my screen, in the minimalist rain, in the endless obscenity, as I returned from the academic panel beside the man dying of his infection, thinking of the memory of having loved you, only now I can admit it's finished, alas. The world, too, is dying. We shall watch as one by one the things we loved are taken away from us, and we, too, shall be taken. We must be prepared to lose everything, you and I. We must prepare to be scraped empty. To find one day there's nothing at the bottom. I wasn't made for a world like this, or any world at all. People like us are only at home in the sleep between the waking and the dream. So that was that one.
Now you have to the unenviable task of explicating your own poem.
I know, right? It's the worst. Well, some of it I think is kind of self-explanatory because it's one of these. It's close to being a narrative poem, even though it isn't. I went to this David Harvey lecture, and I can't remember if it was on the train there. No, it was on the train back. Yeah, it was. It was this. Well, actually, there was a number of different people. Really, so the thing about living in New York, and especially in the years after the crash, and then again, kind of in the late 2010s, and I guess now it's even more so after COVID. In the couple times that I visited, it's the homeless problem has gotten like worse and worse, and so I tried to keep singles in my wallet, like 10 singles to hand out one or two to every homeless person that I would see on the train, and just on a commute to work I would lose like most of that on a single commute. Like it's so, and I think the homeless problem is like one of the most kind of like obviously delegitimizing things about capitalism is the fact that you have like in the big gentrifying cities, you have like, empty, just entire avenues of empty penthouses that are the second or third, apartments and pied-a-terres of fucking, mobbed up Russian oligarchs or hedge fund managers. But then at the same time, you have like this like ever perpetually growing homeless problem. And so I always get very emotional and in a bad mood about that. And I was literally on my way to a David Harvey lecture about imperialism. And it was a group panel, but Harvey was like the big name. And, at the new school. And I'm like coming back from this thing in a bad mood because the whole conversation about imperialism had been incoherent. And I actually asked a question in the Q&A, and, as often happens at these things, the professors just kind of talked around it. And it's kind of like, it's, I was next to this guy who had like, honestly, was like almost biblical. He had, it looked like he had like leprosy or something, like really bad sores. And I think it was like he was shooting up dope or something. And like, like people Unfortunately, especially if you have like unsanitized needles, at least that's my understanding of what causes it. You end up developing these big welts all over your body. But it was like really bad. And he was like incoherent, and just like twitching like sadly in his chair, and nobody was helping. Of course, nobody was helping. I didn't help. So, I can't even be above it. And, I had recently kind of fallen out of love with somebody, and I was in a kind of, like everybody else, in a kind of post-Trump depression, being depressed about the fact that instead of helping build globally networked digital direct democracy, I was reading up on like race and IQ stuff in order to try to refute these fucking Nazis who I thought was all like over and done with, like, right, that's why we had World War II, like, why are these assholes back? And then it turns out that they are. And then like the beginnings of my feeling, which has only like gotten worse with time, of like climate doom, which is part of why the Bookchin quote is there. That Bookchin quote is it's from actually the last thing that he ever wrote, which was this kind of, they found in a drawer, I think, and you can find it online if you Google the quote. But it's this very depressing little prose poem that he wrote about his uncertainty on his deathbed, that like his life wasn't a waste, because socialism clearly had failed. So like, what do you do with that? And then he was kind of grappling with that despair. And I don't know, I feel like this isn't actually explaining anything, but that's kind of the milieu out of which the poem came. And I was trying to kind of juggle all these feelings, and my feelings of like the death of the movements that had inspired me in 2011 to be the person that I am. And that's not just the American movement, Occupy, it's also like the Arab Spring and things like that. And yeah, it's I don't know. You liked it, Varn, on Instagram. I'm wondering, and you have very picky tastes. So I'm wondering why you dug it.
Sure. I don't know that I like the last line actually, but I do like the sleep between the waking and the dreaming, because I feel like that line almost oversays what you're trying to say here. But I do like the waves of things. It was one thing I was liking about it as you were reading it, is the waves of different kinds of frustrations and what we want kind of layered on each other. I like that, despite the fact that it uses I a lot, that it is not actually a super self-focused poem. I like that you have a nice cadence with direct language that you only occasionally break to talk about Marxist professors or whatever. Like, but I thought it was particularly interesting, and I thought it was interesting in the way that like a lot of climate change poetry, which is almost a genre at this point. I write it too, by the way.
Right. I mean, who doesn't, right?
Poetry too. In fact, that's the major theme in my current book. But I think this tied a bunch of different things together that's hard to tie together in an essay, and it was not obnoxiously didactic, which some leftist climate change poetry will try to be. And I just, I've already said how I feel about didactic poetry, but I thought that I think it has a nice rhythm. And I don't think that's just your reading, because I like the rhythm of it. And it does some interesting things with plain speech but line variation that I think works really well. And so I like that. You should always be careful to asking me to tell you what I like about a poem.
Oh yeah, well, I mean,
because I'll start being like,
the criticism is actually what I'm more interested in. Actually,
I would love if it had fucking stanzas. Uh,
I usually am actually pretty good about putting in stanzas, but yeah, this one I didn't know where to do the breaks, and I kind of felt like it was a stream of consciousness, so I just kind of threw it out.
right, which is interesting because I'm thinking like that both works and is frustrating. It works because the exhaustion of a bunch of lines coming at you with only internal punctuation is actually interesting thematically, but it's also somewhat it makes it hard to read. I noticed that you were actually taking long pauses in places that aren't indicated in the poem, so I was like, yeah, you're not actually reading this the way it's written. So I think that's someone's like between the waking and the dreaming is the liminal, like definitionally. That's someone in the comments. I think they didn't say definitionally, but like literally, that's a definition. To be liminal is to be, but in between two things, it is a door, a lumen. I
mostly just meant. I mean, like the literal thing that I felt was like, well, I mean, you know, I wasn't using REM sleep literally. I mean, I forget which one's which with like REM versus the other one, but there's the part of sleeping where you wake up, and then there's the part of sleeping where you're dreaming. But the one that I really wanted to be in that moment was the one that's in between. So it's literally what
you literally wanted to be in hypnagogia, actually, which is the transitional state of consciousness between wakefulness and sleep, which is sad that I know what that word means, but
that's a good one. That's when a lot of lines from poetry come to me is in the half state. Hypnagogia, is that what it's called?
Hypnagogia is
yeah, that's cool shit.
Which is necessarily liminal, just so we're keeping on playing with what's going on. I like this poem though because it does engage with sort of leftist causes in a way that someone like, say, maybe Carolyn Forche engages with leftist causes, and that it will use it, it'll reference it. It does have a specific POV in regards to it. It is not just trying to be an objective point of view, but it doesn't try to be super didactic about what it's going on. I think it helps, honestly, that it's, and I don't say this because I think serious poems are always better. Serious poems are sometimes cheap because pathos is easier to manipulate than bathos. It's harder to manipulate. It's easier to manipulate someone's tear-jerk emotions than it is to manipulate someone's laughter. Although both are largely a matter of timing and grotesquerie.
Right.
What I would say here is that I do think you're writing in a tradition of like someone like Carolyn Forche, where you have politics and the witness to politics included, but you do actually more or less, because of your own ambivalence about what else is in the background of the subject matter, right? And that's coming out of your own life. You do let that roll through the poem in a way that is actually useful. So what I mean by that is that you don't try to overdraw conclusions for your reader about what they should take specifically about the political situation that you currently exist in, even though obviously fascists are bad and climate change is going to kill us all. But that's not the main point of the poem, which I think works in its favor, even for any politically didactic point you might want to make. That's a me thing, but I do tend to think that ambiguity, and by that I don't mean unclarity, I mean feeling conflicted things at once, is actually very useful for giving people the space to agree with you, whereas being a didactic poem is telling someone something in such a way that it almost challenges them to tell you to fuck yourself.
Right. Yeah. And it's also like, why make it a poem if it's instruction?
Yeah, right. I mean, I can write a pamphlet, like,
right.
That it is a thing.
And the pamphlet could have great literary merit too. I mean, like, you know, the Communist Manifesto is a pamphlet of great literary merit. The Areopagitica of Milton is a great pamphlet. And yet, like, you know, Milton, who was a poet and could definitely write some really long poetry, right? Like Mr. Paradise Lost or whatever. Like,
Or
you know,
Mr. Paradise Regained, if you want to get real boring.
Oh God, yeah, I haven't even. I confess, I actually struggled through Paradise Lost, and I do not want to touch Paradise Regained. I'm not actually a Miltonian, but yeah, like, you know, he chose a pamphlet for that, and I mean, so you said very nice things. I'll tell you what I don't like about this poem, which is that even though, like, people really liked it, like, compared to other stuff that I've written, I find myself hating myself as I read it. Partly, like, I'm happy with some of the rhythmic things that I accomplished in it, but the thing that I just hate is the feeling of, like, self-pity in it. Which is the way that I get out of it being a didactic political poem, is that I make it a poem about how shitty it is to be on the way back from this fucking academic panel in, like, Bushwick, you know, on my way back home to Bushwick or whatever. And it's like, okay, yeah, sure, great, but, like, also I hear like the Red Scare girl vocal fry, like, you know, like, it's like, oh well, you know, he, like, thinks he's, like, really special, like, oh, he's the first person who thought that, like, climate death is happening. Wow, like, good for you. And you know what? Like, as much as I hate the Red Scare girls, I think that they would be right to say such a thing. I mean, they would never even notice that I exist, but the point is that, like, you know, like, that voice in my head has a certain validity, because it's like, you know, the way that I've gotten out of being didactic here is by going to the personal. And this is, like, a matter of my influences, I think, like, you know, both in terms of essayists like James Baldwin or George Orwell or Victor Surge, who I really admire. Like, the reason I admire their political essays so much is because it has these personal elements that make it, or Emma Goldman or memoirs, for example. Like, and then in poetry, it's a similar thing. You know, I look at contemporary political poets, like the Commune Editions set, right? Like, you know, the people who were around Commune Editions.
Jasper Burns and Julian.
Yeah,
yeah.
Right. So, I mean, even among them, you can rank them, or I rank them anyway. And, like, you know, really towards the bottom in the quagmire is, like, Jasper. I mean, sorry, decent theorist, whatever, but, like, you know, I don't like the poetry at all. Like, I think it's rubbish. But then, like, Juliana Spar, I really respect as a poet, and I really like her work. You know, and That Winter the Wolf Came as a really great collection that for me is, like, one of, like, the kind of official Occupy Wall Street literature kind of literary products of Occupy Wall Street, if you want to call it that. I really like that collection a lot, and part of it is because her poems, yes, are political, but they intermingle the personal elements in a way that kind of, it's not about commitment to these political ideas, or it's not reducible to that. It's about what the experience was like to be a political person who went through these things, in a way. And then it's like the similar thing with, like, you know, in music. So I make a lot of analogies between poetry and music, because when I listen to music, it's like half for the music and half for the lyrics. You know, someone like Patrick Schneeweiss in music, you know, the kind of, like, avatar of folk punk before he retired, bands like Wingnut Dishwashers Union and Ramshackle Glory. I think he's a really, at his best, I mean, he has, like, stuff that's not as good, but, like, at his best, I think he's, like, a really actually, like, major poet of the time period. And then in Russia, there's this guy Kirill Medvedev, who has been translated into English, who is similar vibe to actually both Spar and Schneeweiss. And, you know, like, these people, they all do the same thing. It's like this mixture of the personal into the political in order to make it human, right? And in order to make it go from this thing that's like a political line to this thing that's like the you know, the personal. But the thing is that when I do it, I hate myself because it feels self-indulgent, and it feels like, you know, you were very nice when you said, like, oh, it has a lot of eyes in it, but it's not really about you. And I'm glad that it feels that way, but it doesn't feel that way to me. I read this and I'm like, oh, it's all about me, and, like, I this and I that and I that. But it's like, I don't know how to write about this stuff yet in a way that's, like, not about me. I mean, the most that I've been able to do is get to, like, me and my friends, you know, and, like, this, like, attempt to describe the experience of, like, a milieu or something, which is, like, fine, but it still frustrates me because it still feels like you know, like where are the ordinary people in this, for one thing? People who are not like bohemian literary intelligentsia. And like, how do you write about them without it being socialist, realist sentimentalism of the working class? Where is like, I don't know, the fucking people. I mean, I bitch about the fucking garbage in Brooklyn, but where's the person who collects the garbage? But then, you know, it's like I write the poem about the guy who collects the garbage, and it sucks because I don't even know how garbage is collected, right? I mean, I've worked retail jobs, but not garbage collection jobs. And then it's like, okay, but can I only write about what I know? And then it goes down this spiral of like, you know, different kinds of crises in terms of like, how can I be a socialist, anarchist, poet person or whatever?
I'm so glad I don't care about any of that.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably helpful. I mean, I don't know. Sage wisdom on this front.
like when I'm listening to you, I'm like, I do not give a fuck about whether or not I represent anything. No, I mean, part of that, I mean, the impulse is interesting because I am interested in working class poetry. I thought about reading from an older book, actually, from the late '90s, and I'm not gonna. I chose ultimately to read from it because it was a poet who got Yale Younger Poet Series, but who was largely a working class poet. But I don't worry about these things. I do not worry about history, how it will interpret me. I do not worry about whether or not people will draw the correct political association from my work, because attempts to read Marxism into my work have left people very confused. I don't worry about Marxists liking my work because, frankly, I don't think most of their opinions matter on anything, including politics. And that's probably an unpopular thing to say, but it's true, because I don't think most of them even know enough about what they claim to speak on, much less what I'm interested in talking to them about. And I would say I don't worry about myself being portrayed in my poetry in any way. And in fact, one thing I think would mislead people is trying to read my biography into my poetry. It will mislead you as to what's going on. But I'm laughing at the commentary now.
I know.
But it is interesting how much that bears on, I think, on younger poets, and particularly people with political commitments, because I do have political commitments and I do think my art reflects that, but I don't take any effort to make that explicit, really, ever. And the reason why is actually because of the kinds of questions you can get in your head about all this. So you can get all this shit running over, like, where do I stand? How am I portraying this? And I when I say this now, like, you're talking to a person who's written for 20 years, and I have my own idiosyncratic tendencies. Like I said, I only try to publish like 1/20th of what I write, and I really hate marketing myself. Like, to the point of, like, there will be years where I only submit 2 poems because I just don't want to put a poem packet together, not because it takes a lot of work, just because I don't want to have to write another brown nosy introduction to an editor. And I'm just, like, dear editor, fuck yourself.
Right.
You don't know me.
This is also some impulse is why I like don't even submit my poetry that often. Like all these poems were written years before I actually was talking to affiliate editors who got me to submit it, because I was like, yeah, I wrote these things. I don't know. It's like whatever.
It's actually interesting because I've written 2 books that have come out recently. Some of the poems in those books are like 20 years old. Some of them are very recent. I think the one thing I would think that I would always say to a poet, and I think this is a good poem, so don't like this is, and I don't say this blow smoke up your ass because I have no inclination to blow smoke up anyone's ass. But what I would say if I was trying to build on this sentiment is, where does yourself break down? Like, that's actually the interesting point. The point between the waking and the dreaming is the interesting point, but I'm not interested in you telling me that. I'm interested in you showing me that. I actually think the reason why I think this poem's mostly successful is the way you're layering different things actually does do that. But I need you to just kind of just go there, and by going there, I mean get into your own experience and out of your own voice. Yeah, so guys get to listen to me go into full poetry professor mode.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's like, no, but that is useful advice, because that's the as you've probably noticed, I'm a really like, you know, I feel like there's two kinds of writer. There's like visual writers and like audio writers, and I'm very much an audio writer, and I've got like these like voice rhythms that is kind of like how it is in my head that I put down. I'm like that in prose too. But it's
that's
like,
the other thing I would say is try to write your poems more to the way you read them. Like, try to make sure that your punctuation indicates the way you read it, because your reading's good. But if I can't get that on, like, I'm notorious about like I don't listen to my own punctuation, so this is like me telling you something that I do. Because when I read my partner, who's also a poet, is always like, Derek, why did you read the poem as if it was arrhythmic? Right. And also, you ignored all your own line breaks and punctuation. And why did you do this in public? Right. And she's like, sometimes I just think you hate your audience and are punishing them and yourself. And I'm like, probably true.
Yeah. It happens.
I mean, I don't have an antagonistic relationship with my audience in other forms.
No, you never
called my audience stupid and ended their stream.
Getting into screaming matches with the group chat, you know, or the live stream chat. Yeah, no, never
done that. Never called someone in the live sheet chat an idiot. I've never literally given someone their money back so I could ban them.
No, that's so rad. I didn't know that story. That's, oh my god! Like,
that's a month refund block. Like,
yeah. No, this is good. The yeah, it's like getting outside of your own voice is a really interesting insight, because that's the other thing, is that sometimes it's like I look at stuff and it's like, man, I'm really just doing my stupid shtick that I do, you know, like, and it's just like, you know, it's not like I meant to, but it's like, you know, you look at it afterwards, it's like, this is my fucking shtick. This is like the little speech that I practice, and this is more in prose that I feel this rather than in poetry per se. But it's like, this is like the stupid little like soapbox speech that like I low key practice in the shower or some shit. Like, this is just me on my bullshit. Like, can I actually like say something that's like sincere? And then if I do it, it's like I would have to like break out of like these rote rhythms that I fall into and all this other kind of stuff. And it's like, well, I don't know. Yeah, it's tough.
I appreciate yourself making yourself vulnerable on a fucking podcast with a notoriously grouchy poet.
It's the sort of thing where it's like this is the only show I would feel comfortable talking about the writer's block, because I feel like this is the I don't know, it's like the show where you talk about real shit, as opposed to the show where you do like the posturing and the this and the that and the other thing, you know?
Yeah, well, you know, it's actually really hard to edit this show, and I often don't, because it is so organic. When I try to take all the ums and stutters and weird shit out, it actually makes less sense. Although that's also probably my excuse for not doing work. So. Yeah, I think that's fascinating. I wonder. I like that Book Chin quote, by the way. I like to hate on Book Chin. I'm gonna go ahead and admit that. because I think Bookchin's often right about particularly 70s and 80s Marxist, and I really took his side. Maybe it's because Bob Black insulted me personally, but in the Bob Black Bookchin debates, I kind of thought that they were right about each other. Like,
good take on those.
I was like,
Black, oh, but that's probably correct. They were each right about the other. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, yeah. But then I love stuff when like Bookchin predicted what Bernie was gonna do in 2020, like in like 1982.
Yes,
So,
his essay about Bernie is fascinating reading, especially after 2020. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's interesting. Oh my gosh, my friend Camilo Gomez just manifested because I just started saying it's interesting as a space breaker. For those of you who don't know, my Peruvian friend Camilo in English, that's his, like, whenever he has to think, and I think often like he's making sure he understands what he's saying in English, he'll say it's interesting, or that's interesting, or it's very interesting, and I'm picking it up as we go.
I have a really bad one that I do, and I've done it many times on your show, and I can't remember exactly how it is because I literally only do it when I'm like doing dead air. I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's like, yeah, it's like almost like the thing that no, I can't remember what it is. I'll do it and then I'll point it out. But like I have this awful one that is like literally just like 30 seconds of nothing. But I do have an actual space breaker, which is I really strongly recommend that people read the little essay that the little Bookchin quote comes from. It's called "The Twilight Comes Early." If you Google the quote in quotes, it'll come up, but also you can search "The Twilight Comes Early." It's really, really nice. I would link it in the chat, but I don't think I have permission for comment because I haven't signed up, but I'll just link it to Varn and he can do it. But it's really nice. And it's very little known in like the Bookchin canon, but I think that it's one of the better things that he's written, partly because it is so brutally honest. It wasn't meant for publication. It was like a little note that they found when he died.
I actually like late despairing Bookchin, or when he like talks about how he can't call himself an anarchist anymore and stuff like that, because I found it like way more honest than some of his listen Marxist. And look, I actually, as a Marxist, think some of the things he says in Listen Marxist is correct, but it's still like it's a
pamphlet. It's a pamphlet. That's the thing.
It's a very didactic pamphlet.
Yeah.
I also like the "To Be a Bookchinite" essay. That's kind of a snipe at him by one of his.
I love that essay. that is one of the great essays. And a lot of in their defense, a lot of the Bookchinites, like the ISE people, like that essay too, or at least they did when I brought it up when I went to their little like summer camp thing.
Yeah, because they probably recognized the truth in it.
Exactly. It's like a really cool literary portrait of like what they were like in the 90s. And it's like,
yeah.
And
I like talking shit about Marxists, it's just the thing.
Right. No, it's the great shit. But yeah, Bookchin is an interesting character because he was always kind of two things at once. I mean, even in his politics, but like simultaneously in his politics and his affect, he was both this like ultra trot, like the quintessential trot.
Yeah, I mean, like he's so Trotskyist that he rejects Trotskyism for being not Trotskyist enough.
Right, exactly, which is the most Trotskyist thing that you can do when you think about it. And like he's at once like the Trotskyist, and at the same time like a like sexual liberation, like freedom for all anarchist. And he really is, I think, deeply and sincerely both of those things at the same time in a way that doesn't always mesh well together. And has tensions within his own work. And the way that manifests like formally is that like you have Bookchin books and essays that are like just straight up him being like a pamphleteer who is like lecturing or actually like denouncing you like in these like like very well written and like rhetorically over the top kinds of like political screeds, right? Like which because he learned how to like barroom brawl against Stalinists in like the soapboxes of 1930s and 40s like New York and Brooklyn and shit. Like that's how they took care of business on the old left, was denunciation and pamphlets and manifestos and so forth. But like I don't know, like at the same time you hear him in like other texts, like some of them are collected in Post-Scarcity Anarchism, This one is the big one for me. The Twilight Comes Early, and then other texts where he like is very much about the kind of like the pursuit of, but then also like the tragic elements of like human freedom on like, you know, even like an individual level, which is funny because then he has all these essays from the 90s where he talks about like, oh, Emma Goldman was an individualist and all these individualist elements in anarchism are like petty bourgeois deviationism from like what it should have been and blah, 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 you know, and but at the same time, you have this Bookchin who's all about like, you know, we have to unleash Eros, you know, so that we can become the truly beautiful human beings that we can be under freedom, under conditions of the forms of freedom or whatever. I mean, it's been a while since I read Bookchin, so I'm probably garbling some of that, but those were like his buzzwords.
Yeah, he has a weird relationship with the Frankfurt School. Like sometimes he sounds like Marcuse, sometimes he sounds like he hates Marcuse. I do love him talking shit about Guy Debord because he's
yes, oh my god, that interview on YouTube, oh my god.
But yeah, I mean, it's funny because like I find the critiques of Bookchin, and I'm a big maker of them actually, but I've also loved when you can get him to be honest about the problems and contradictions, because a lot of times he's talking shit about people whose politics are really, really close to his own.
Oh my god!
I'm not talking about Bob Black or the late Haikun Bey. I'm more talking about his debates with the Frankfurt School, his debates.
Yeah.
With the Situationists and Debord and the 68ers, and he's also kind of a relic of the last bit of the old New York left. So I think that's interesting.
Shall we do your?
Yeah, sure. This is not available anywhere but this book, so I can't show it to you. Sorry, you're gonna have to listen. You will probably mistake this for a nature poem. Most stories begin lazily with the body. Halibut bones spike the dirt of the garden. Once born and larval spawn, with the symmetry of eyes and cheek, the pressure of hormones and oceanic rate, migrate the eyes to one side, ossifying in the skull sockets, always looking for the killer whale or the bright hook, the dangling metaphor. The cold foam of the Atlantic ghosting the coastline. Molted brown of rock scale time. There is no intermission. Woolly mammoth bones compressed. I sit on dark rock, squeezing natural latex out of dandelions. Love and flesh and bones, the verdant green of choke vines dotted with the wild morning glories near diesel refineries. I remember a kiss that tasted like the pit of stone fruit. There is an echo. Longing like weeding, green scalded, my skin flaking into a pile of ash, like shards of fishbone near the fire pits just off the gray stone coast of Maine. The great ghost of displacement vining into the blooms of skeletal hope. I remember a kiss which ends the story without a body, just soft hunger. And
Seriously, that was really, really beautiful. I like that a lot.
Thanks.
I would buy the book.
It's available for whatever. How much does this book cost? $14.99 for Mysterio. Actually, it's not. I think we're putting it in the second printing already because I've sold out the first printing. It was a very small printing. This is a new press, but
well, look at you. You're a bestseller.
Bestseller of I'm literally the second thing the press has ever published.
You're the best of something. So now you're in the unenviable position of explaining.
Yeah, good luck. So this is a sequel to a poem that's not in the book that I've never published, which is, you'll probably mistake this for a love poem. Because a lot of my poetry are jokes that are just for me. Again, that whole not caring thing is a big part of this. And I wrote this about watching the detritus of human beings and their interactions with nature while I was going through a very prolonged and somewhat sad but not unamicable divorce. And I read a lot about the coast of Maine. I'm a southerner, but I spent some unfortunate time in Nova Scotia as a kid because that's one of the places where my dad hung out. And when I was very young, I sort of got dropped off at the Maine, the Maine New Brunswick border, and fended for myself for a while. And I became obsessed with Maine. Good old trauma bonding stuff. And I love the beach there. But this poem's actually not all set there because I do this thing that I was talking about earlier where I kind of expect you to follow along with the flora and fauna. And latex out of dandelion, verdant green of choking vines, and wild morning glories, they don't happen on the coast of Maine. If you don't know that, you're not going to get that we've moved locations.
Yeah, I was wondering about the natural latex because I've actually never heard of that.
There's natural latex in dandelions. The older dandelion leaves get, there's this white substance that's super bitter. That's actually latex.
Really?
Yeah, it's natural latex.
I thought that latex was purely synthetic. I didn't realize that there was like a natural
produced. Yeah, like synthetic latex is actually mimicking this natural polymer that occurs in certain kinds of plants. So. And you would kind of if you're picking dandelions for salad, you're going to want to squeeze some of that out because it's super fucking bitter. Right. Which is also the reason why, for those of you who are into foraging, which I know people don't expect Varn to be a dirty hippie, but I am. What you will know is like you need to eat dandelion greens when they're young, dandelion blossoms when they're old, and roots when they're very old and about to die. Although all the dandelion is edible, and in fact, you can make beer out of it. So that's useful. But yeah, you can ferment dandelion pollen. That's dandelion wine. Stuff that I know that doesn't ever come up on the show that I like make stuff out of plants. So I love the Maine coast because it's bleak. It's a rocky, barren wasteland next to the ocean. Right. I like talking about like what you do with the halibut bones, because one thing that like indigenous tribes used to do is you would take the leftovers of fish and you would bury them as fertilizer. And so you can find on coastal outlets, even when dealing with peoples who are no longer there, like semi-fossilized clam towers and halibut bones and stuff like that, all on the coast. And I am fascinated by them. I've been cut by more than one clam tower back in Georgia, but I'm also fascinated by the fact that like this is constantly reshaping the landscape. And in many ways, this poem is actually kind of against nature poems in the sense that I am pointing out that even things that we think as being natural and unintruded upon by human hands are actually human made. Yes. Or there are interactions with the environment that have already altered them. I mean, I talk about this a lot. Like I have this weird obsession with the fact that bananas are basically GMO before they were GMO because they don't grow like that in the wild, while bananas are gross and unedible.
Right. And a lot of things are like that too. Like we cultivated them to make them more palatable.
Yeah, I mean, maize is grass. It's just grass. Tomatoes and potatoes, the two basic New World crops, are both I don't know what the Incas were doing when they decided to cultivate 55,000 different forms of deadly nightshade into food. But they did, because potatoes and tomatoes are human cultivars of nightshade.
Yeah, highly skilled agriculturalists is what it seems.
Yeah, but I'm just like, what Incan imperial farmer was like, I wonder if I can make this poison food on a bet. like
probably took like multiple generations too. It was like, like a lot of people had to participate in multiple generations before the bet could be cashed in. It's interesting though. The hybridity moves both ways too, because the latex example is also an example of where nature, I mean, at least for this reader, like nature does something unexpectedly human-like, and so there's no like the latex isn't artificial; it's made by the flower. So there's this like. There's an interesting kind of, I mean, we were just talking about Bookchin, this kind of third nature thing going on, or second nature thing going on, where it's like, we're not actually separate from nature, nor is nature really separate from us.
Yeah.
We're embedded within it, and our systems are just within ecological systems and are kind of ecologies that we make.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think the idea of nature in English is a problematic idea, because it's either everything, in which case it's undifferentiated and kind of meaningless.
Right.
Or it's everything non-human,
in which case it's wrong. Like that's
in which case it's wrong and self-accepting, and also just it won't help you. It alienates you ideationally from the natural world as a concept, and you have a hard time even saying it, like, because I have to. Nature alienates you from the natural world. What the fuck does that mean? But like,
right.
Alienated
from the laws of causality, right?
Yeah. Tim Morton got into this, and it's funny because I've been trying to find a way to talk about this problem in English without getting into infinite regresses of circular logic. And that's part of what this poem was aimed at, which is why it's called "You'll Probably Mistake This for a Nature Poem," because it's about kind of how the concept of nature is not useful. And I also think, like, when it comes to stuff like climate change and the way we treat the world, the concept of nature is part of the ideological justification for not viewing our actions in an ecological way.
Absolutely.
And so latex, like, when this is inverted in a lot of ways, like when dirty hippies will start talking about, well, it's natural, like marijuana is natural, man. I'm like, well, heroin is natural, as is ricin. So like, many things are natural that you should not touch. But I also find it interesting in the other direction, in that bridge kind of removes human action from this feedback loop. And this is a basic point. Like, this is not even a lefty point. This is like a basic ecology, like not even 101 thing, but it is something I think about a lot, about the way we talk about the natural world. Like, for example, the kind of Sierra Club model of ecology, where you're saving the natural world, implies it is separate from the quote human world, and you can coordinate off, and that's not true.
Right.
Like,
it's just not.
It's a fundamental misconception. And that goes in both directions. Most technologies the reason why technology developments tend to happen concurrently at the time of the world is both that physics kind of has built up in a certain way, but also there's only so many analogous ideas that we find in the world from which to draw on. Now, it is also weird, like some obvious analogous ideas that people don't draw on. Like, I don't entirely know why it was seen as beneath anyone for the Mayans and the other Mesoamericans to actually use a fucking wheel for transportation,
right?
Because they had them. And there was some kind of cultural taboo that we don't understand, but we know they had it, because like they would rather build giant roads that people had to see with the dark and deform people's heads than use a wheel.
Right.
or stuff like how many technologies were developed in China that when Europeans got, we used to blow things up. But gunpowder and the compass, which had occurred to the Chinese, but wasn't the primary function. Right, because the Chinese did shoot rockets like fireworks at each other as a war device before Europeans came. But this whole idea of and I think there were also gunpowder propelled arrows that were sometimes used in China, but the idea that we immediately turned it into shrapnel bombs is kind of interesting. It does tell you a little bit about the difference in the kind of material orientation of the culture. But I think that is what this poem's about. I think also if you wanted it to tie into my Marxism, the only way in which it does is that it's a materialist poem.
I was going to say, it doesn't seem superficially Marxist at all, because a lot of the way that you treat things like geological time and evolution by natural selection, when you were talking about, I believe,
halibuts, the effect of halibuts.
Is there an anglerfish's thing that was dangling over its head?
A halibut is born with, as a larva state, has normal fish eyes, but over time
it moves to the side.
It has developed a code for its eyes to move to the side, both from oceanic pressure and from genetic hormone triggers. So there's a trigger that's pushing it to respond to the weight of the ocean in a way that moves its eyes to the side of its body so it can look up and see predators at all times.
That's really cool. And the way that you deal with those topics, I think, is very deeply dialectical materialist, but more so than even your typical Marxism that kind of stops.
I'm not worried about your mode of production about halibut fish.
Right. It's more the underlying thing that Marx and Engels never even really talked about, except for the soil stuff that's in the notebook, kind of incoherent, and he was just
some stuff in dialectics of nature that is both interesting and not totally wrong, but is probably better forgotten about.
Well, I mean, I think it was just badly stated, because my whole take on what dialectics even are is that if you look at what Hegel was up to, he was using Aristotelian language to develop a process philosophy, which doesn't really work, because Aristotle's not a process philosopher. He's somebody who believes that essence inheres in an entity's telos, which you can figure out, and then and whatever. So I think that he's trying to make those words mean something that they don't, so he can get back to something that looks more like Heraclitus, where things.
But also, there's some hermetic shit thrown in.
Oh there. Yeah, of course, Platonism in the mix. Yeah, no, for sure. I'm trying to say it briefly because all the influences are too much. But my point is just if you want a vision of the world where things aren't really things, they're just snapshots of an ongoing process that is the real fundamental thing, and transformation is the primary thing. Then it's that language doesn't really work, which is why Hegel's so hard to read, and why all that stuff is so difficult, even though once you get it, it's like riding a bicycle. It's it's really hard to ride the bicycle, but once you ride it, it's every bicycle is kind of the same.
It's interesting because you're making a good analogy of Hegel's basically a continental version of Alfred Whitehead.
I not only think that that's an analogy, I think it's just true. I just think that they're both process philosophers. I think that they were both doing the same thing.
Which means dialectical materialism is complexity theory, which is my general reading.
That's exactly what I think. I think that dialectical materialism was just an early systems theory. That's really what I think it is. It was just an early systems theory with vestigial elements from the things that it was kind of building up out of. And those vestigial elements are oftentimes the problems with it. And so if you just move forward into the 20th century with first Bogdanov's technology, and then cybernetics and systems theory in the 50s, and then all the ways that those manifested themselves in the hard science, the mathematical study of complexity and ecology, and all these
chaos theory, this and the other
theory, this and the other thing, that takes you towards what the actual kind of trajectory of scientific thought in the last 200 years has been, in my opinion, which is towards this view that we might call the ecological view, or the systems theoretical view, or the cybernetics view. I mean, all of it's kind of the same thing. And it's this thing about how the entities aren't really entities with essences, that inhere in them, and they're distinct and whatever. They're one continual process of transformation, where in order to understand anything, you have to understand kind of its deep natural history, and it's in the manner in which the transformation has kind of like made it this snapshot of an ongoing process that encompasses it, but then also all these other things that you can't understand it without, because it's interacting with them and they're all transforming too, and blah 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 blah.
Right.
So,
I think if you cut the mystical mumbo jumbo out of Dharmic thought, and by that I mean Hindu and Buddhist and Jain thought, a lot of this was already there. But it is funny. It is funny to me how the fact that until Hegel, really, both idealist and rationalist philosophy is stuck in Platonic Aristotelian modes.
Yes.
And actually even ignoring other later Greek modes or even other forms of Neoplatonism and Neo-Aristotelianism, like it's just a specific like early Renaissance, late Arabic, medieval, frankly, like view of Plato and Aristotle, where most bad ideas about science actually come from.
Yes, absolutely. And you have weirdos like Al-Razi, right, in Persia, who are like kind of like realizing that this is bullshit. Arguably in the social sciences, someone like Ibn Khaldun is beginning to realize that this is bullshit.
Yeah.
In the West, it might be, I mean, obviously Heraclitus knew at the,
So I'd say the other pre-Socratics actually didn't have this problem. It is a weird post-Pythagoras thing.
Yeah, and they're weirdly like more scientific, which is like funny because we only have fragments of them, but I find them like weirdly more scientific than Plato. Like, Plato has much to commend to him, but I feel like there's like a little bit of, dare I say, like humanities brain rot in Plato. Like,
I would actually not say it's humanities brain rot. I think it's like the assumption that your metaphysics must be coherent in the same way geometry is coherent.
Geometry, it's like math brain rot. Yeah.
But it's a specific kind of math brain rot. Like, it is like
axiomatic almost.
Axiomatic formal geometry plus an unstated weird theology that we know existed because the post-Platonics, Neoplatonists, Middle Platonists, Stoics to some degree, all have weird ass metaphysical cosmologies, and the post-Socratics, who are not Platonic, which are Cynics, other Stoics, Epicureans, Cyrenaics, they don't have that baggage,
right?
Cyrenaics and Cynics are basically edgelords. One's for austerity, the other is for like absolute hedonism, but they're both like they're basically edgelording. And what Stoicism does, and this is what people who understand Stoicism modernly don't understand it, is Stoicism does this weird thing where it introduces a kind of Platonic metaphysics back into Cynic materialism to make it worldview coherent. And because Stoics believe weird shit like that Zeus is a material being and that's why everything like
God's are subject to the laws of nature, which is all logos.
And the laws of nature is the logos, but the logos is a material thing. It is like the form of which the material essences go into, and shit like that. And like
it's comprehensible in principle. It's very important that they picked logos as like the absolute principle because it means we can talk about it, which is really cool. But
it's also where Christian theology comes from. So.
Well, right. Yeah. I mean, that's you get into some kooky stuff there. I actually want to get back to your poem really quick because, this is one of the things that it made me think about as I was listening to it is, we were talking before in the Edna Millay conversation about like the problems that she faced as a poet in her period had to do with like the death of God. You might phrase that as how can one be an atheist poet? Right. I mean, that's the very vulgar articulation of what's really a more complex problem. But if you did want to put it in such vulgar terms, that was a problem that she confronted in the way that I was describing at the time, the kind of raging against death kind of vibe. I mean, very cool, very 20th century, but not very satisfying ultimately because death is inevitable. And so you have to kind of like deal with that somehow. And I feel like one of the things I liked about your poem, which is kind of related to all the stuff that we've been talking about, is it felt very much like a poem that, like, what would an atheist poetry look like? Well, it would have, yes, the materialism, but not as like, oh, this dead world that doesn't have any meaning except that which we implant in it. Like, oh, woe is me, I'm so atomized from the world and split off from nature, which is totally uncaring. But rather, like, seeing yourself as just fundamentally inseparable from the same processes that created the underwater valleys and things like that, and the evolution of the fish eyes over millions of years of geologic time, and blah 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 blah, the latex of the daffodil, etc. And it's like, but then you get in there, and when you describe yourself in the poem, it's not as a separate thing observing this. It's kind of like imbricated in that same process, in a really compelling way, honestly. I mean, I would have to look at the text so I could quote the passages, but it was like when you were talking about like the kiss and so on, like you were hopping, it was not so much explaining it in terms of the other stuff, but like it was all kind of like ontologically on the same plane. Like it was which is really interesting. But it doesn't feel empty. It doesn't feel like, oh, the scientific image of man. Okay, that's the other one that we were talking about in the poem. 32 degrees.
The Catherine Larson poem.
Yeah, it's not like the scientific image of humanity and the science and the manifest image of humanity are like in conflict. Rather, it's like they're all part of the same thing, and there is spirituality, and there is love, and there's sentiment in it, precisely because these things are the products of that process, and therefore not separable from it. You can't even understand the process unless you have that stuff. And dare I say, you were mentioning things before about like, oh, like you wouldn't expect Varn to be a hippie. One thing that I was not expecting that was very surprising is I was not expecting Varn to be a beatnik, and yet I could not help but feel, especially the first time that Maine is introduced. I forget what the line is, but it's like, so I was doing so on and so forth happened to me on the shores of Maine, and blah, 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 or the specific place in Maine. And that's such a Ginsbergian move. Like I felt like a little Howley even. And I was like, oh, okay. So Varn has a soft side, some hippy dippy stuff coming in through there. But yeah, it was cool. I hope I can just that.
Yeah, you're right. I think it's interesting that you notice about the eye is put on the same ontological plane, because one thing I do that is deliberately anti-Whitmanian and Ginsbergian, and Ginsberg is basically like modern Whitman, let's be honest.
Right, yeah. He's Whitman number 2, basically.
Yeah, I mean, Whitman, but Jewish and more on drugs.
Right.
But the same amount of gay, though.
Oh, yeah.
Is that I don't introduce the eye until over halfway through the poem. And in fact, this is a trick I do a lot, where the point of view of the poem is given to you, but not to you've already accepted it, already accepted the observations as if they are yours or if they are objective. And then you are reminded that they're not, but not in a way that puts primacy on the speaker, unless the speaker is the point of the poem, which sometimes it is. But and that's a little trick. I mean, there's a lot of neat tricks, man. Like part of being a good poet is like learning all the stupid fucking tricks. Like, and it is a lot of like psychological manipulation and with language, which is why Plato was right to kick us out of the Republic. You can't trust us.
Yeah, no, I mean, especially virtue. I mean, you have to have people have the right myths, and all the poets do is make up their own myths and
then fuck around with them and like confuse you.
They're all a bunch of drunks and sex fiends and psychos, and like their myths aren't going to have virtue.
I'm not a drunk anymore. That's all I gotta say. I won't deny the rest of it.
Theoretically, we have 4 more poems, but do we have time for them? I don't know.
No, I mean we're 3 hours in.
Yeah, 2 more poems. No, wait, no, 4.
No, there's 4. There's 2 each.
Oh, there's 2 each. Oh God, yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, when you were saying we were going to do 4 poems, like only 4, but we'll totally blow through that in an hour. And now I'm like, okay, we're 3 hours in and we are only halfway through. So I guess we're going to have to stop around here because otherwise neither one of us will get any sleep.
Well, maybe we can have a poetry sequel at some point.
Yeah, I would love to, actually. I'm going to suggest some stuff for people to read. So this is what I'm going to do. And so we will maybe do a sequel and cover these, but I'm going to give these for people to go look up on their own, and we won't talk about them or read them. There's this book, Ordinary Beast by Nicole Seeley, I believe. There's a poem in it called "And." It's available on poetryfoundation.com for free, which is awesome. It's Nicole Seeley is an avant-garde Black poet. I think she's currently director of Cave Canem, which is as a Black poetry publishing
Very cool
thing. But it's very avant-garde, and I say this because as much as I love Rita Dove, I love all your like very oral tradition female Black poets and but what I like about this is she writes a poetry that's more associated with high modernist white dudes like George Oppen or whatever.
That's really cool.
And she does it in a way that can get, Patricia Smith, Tracy Smith, Natasha Trethewey, and Claudia Rankin to endorse her book, which also makes sense because those are like those are, if I was to name the Destiny's Child of poetry right now,
right,
it would be those poets.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Tracy K. Smith especially is
I think she was recently poet laureate for
and before that a Pulitzer, and she's the rare poet who actually deserves the laurels. Like she really, I like her stuff a lot. I had the pleasure of
Treasure awesome too.
Sorry, what's the name of the collection?
The book is Ordinary Beast. Nicole Seeley is a poet, and the poem I was going to read is called "And." And you can find it on poetryfoundation.com. The other poem I was going to read by me, you can look up. It is called Hunan Number 4. It is available. This one actually is available to the public, not in a book. So for those of you who don't want to buy a book that you probably can't buy right now anyway, although I have some copies of it if you want one, you can contact me on Patreon or Facebook and I will sell you one. For cheaper than it retails, by the way. This poem, these are a series of me that I wrote called Hunan. Hugin is one of the two crows of Odin. And everyone's always obsessed with Mimir, who is the memory one, but I decided to write about the one whose ideas. So Odin's crows are Munin and Hunan. Munin is memory and Hunan is ideas. You make with that what you will. Odin's a bastard. But I wrote about the impossibility of ideas. And these 3 of these poems in a sequence of 14 are available on Unlikely Stories Mark 5. And you should look it up. If you dig the nature poem I just read, this is nothing like that at all. It's very different, but and has comic book references because I do that sometimes. So those of you who are into Walter Simonson's run on Thor in the 80s, you might also enjoy it.
Nice.
So that's the other thing I was going to read. So JMC, what 2 things were you going to read but not? Share it with us now.
Yes, so I was going to read a poem by Carlos Drummond de Andrade, who's a Portuguese poet, and I was going to do my bad attempt to read it in Portuguese, and then I was going to do my translation. I can't actually read Portuguese, but it's very close to Spanish, and it's actually a very simple poem, so it was relatively easy to do like a somewhat word for word translation. And it's called No Meio do Caminho in Portuguese, but it's you can find a translation of it called In the Middle of the Road. And it's one of my favorite like imagisty type poems, so like William Carlos Williams' Red Wheelbarrow type stuff, except I think that this one's like I like it. It's much closer to my heart. And he's a very famous Brazilian modernist poet. More famous in Brazil than here, but he has a reputation here because there's a lot of translations of his work by Elizabeth Bishop, actually, who's come up earlier. And her translations are really good. She translated a poem called Carlos, which is about him asking a friend of his not to commit suicide. She has a bunch of them. So if you look up the complete works of Elizabeth Bishop, you'll come across translations of this guy whose name is Carlos Drummond de Andrade. Drummond is a Scottish name. Apparently he's from like an aristocratic Brazilian family, but he apparently is had some Scottish in him at some point. And the also was a communist magazine editor in the 30s, and then I don't know what happened politically to him later, but he eventually became like an apparatchik of the education department in Brazil and had like a nice little bureaucratic spot there doing like Ministry of Culture type stuff, like mid-level bureaucrat managers. That's a nice gig if you can score it. So that was that, and then the other one, unfortunately, you can't look up anywhere. So I linked Varn to the to a translation. It's not mine, but it's a translation in English. If you want to look at In the Middle of the Road, There Was a Stone, but then the in terms of mine, unfortunately, you can't look it up because it's unpublished. It's like I said, I don't publish actually like a lot of my poetry, but it's the last poem that I ever wrote actually, and it's which I wrote in 2019, shortly before I got sick with COVID and had to move out of New York and all this other stuff. So it was kind of inflected with some feels, but in retrospect. And it's called Study on the Impossibility of Literature, and it's kind of a little like mock-up of Gertrude Stein. Maybe eventually I'll publish it, but
I wish you well in that. I like the title. Man, you and I both are bad about.
I know
The last poem you wrote was 3 years ago.
It was, yeah. It's the last complete one anyway. I've got little fragments, but I've been too much on the magazine stuff, you know. I'm a traitor to poetry. I'm very disloyal. It's all about those essays and
you moved from a whore to a mercenary.
I know, it's terrible. What can I say? I lack morals when it comes to my commitment to aesthetics.
Yeah, I was about to say you lack proper whorishness. So whorishness is important for a poet, I believe.
It is. No, it really truly is. It's a virtue. It's the great poetic virtue.
So I was going to tell you, my favorite weird bit of strange overlapping poetry trivia. The first person in Spanish who I translated when I was into poetry translation, and I was really more into translating Trakl, the German poet, which is an awesome weird ass book by Christian Hockey. Where she writes a book that ends up being a weird avant-garde book about the attempt to translate Trakl. I also attempted to translate Trakl, but I also read Spanish. I don't. My spoken Spanish is muy gringo, but my written comprehension is actually quite good. And I was translating Nicanor Parra. Because I love Nicanor Parra because he's a bastard, and because his poetics is so anti-poetical, is actually really fun to translate because I don't have to try to mimic the music of Spanish in English.
Yeah, there's no music.
There's no damn music to a Nicanor Parra poem.
I confess that's why I don't like him very much, but the guy who thinks really highly of him is like my idol in the 21st century, which is Bolaño. Bolaño worshipped Parra, and I worship Bolaño, so I should worship Parra, but no, I don't like him.
So let me tell you my favorite story about this. So Parra had a thing for Elizabeth Bishop, which is
oh
shit!
Oh,
but famously, but famously, when he went to the United States, he was awarded a copy of Elizabeth Bishop's complete works in English by Pat Nixon.
What? No.
Seriously, real thing.
What?
100% not making it up.
So why?
Let's even find this photo on Twitter because it was like a diplomatic gift.
No, it's more like, why is Pat Nixon reading Elizabeth Bishop? Like, I mean,
our leaders could be better cultured than they are now, even the shitty ones.
I guess so. That is truly bizarre to me. That is wild.
Yep, I'm gonna send you a tweet. Someone's actually found the photograph in a book in Spanish from the 50s. I'm gonna link it here, and I'm gonna just share this screen with you guys, so you can deal with this.
Oh
there it is. There's Pat Nixon giving Nicanor Pera a copy of Elizabeth Bishop's complete works.
That is wild. Talk about like bizarre anime crossovers. That's crazy. Well, all things are interconnected, right?
Yeah. So I mean, but I didn't decide to ultimately read this, but this book on by Kirsten Harley on Treacle called Vin Treacle was her attempt to translate Treacle's Gedikta. Is fascinating and weird. It's an independent press. It's by Ugly Duckling Press out of Brooklyn, so it should be up your jam.
Oh yeah, Ugly Duckling. They're great translators. In fact, Ugly Duckling were the ones who did the translations of Kirill Medvedev, the Russian poet who I liked, that I mentioned earlier. They did his as well. It's called It's No Good. It's called It's No Good, and it's Kirill Medvedev, Medvedev. Really great poet as well, contemporary Russian poet, translated into English by a bunch of people like Keith Gesson and a whole bunch of other folks who speak Russian for Ugly Duckling. Really great edition as well. Ugly Duckling is like one of the leading small poetry presses, precisely because they still do lots of translations of contemporary poets.
I love Ugly Duckling. I love Black Ocean. I can actually go through, like, if you want a recommendation, I can recommend presses. I love Ugly Duckling. I love Black Ocean, like I said. I love Wave Books, a publisher of people like Mary Woolful and like a lot of the Korean contemporary poets that have been published in English. I mean, there's like people. There's some publishers that are safe. Like Copper Canyon Press is pretty good, but yeah, Commune Editions is wild. If people want to check it out, it's either awesome or terrible. Usually,
that's basically my opinion. I mean, I really rank Juliana Spar very highly among contemporary poets. I really like her stuff, but
I wanted to get my PhD in poetics from NYU just to work with her. Honestly,
yeah, no, she's.
Then I decided that being a PhD in poetry and poetics was worse than useless. But when I had the moment to go that way, I almost did. She was the person I wanted to work with. I actually liked some of the poetry she wrote in the aughts when she was very, very young.
I actually don't know that poetry. I didn't know that Winter the Wolf came.
Yeah, that's not later. That's still what like that's like 12 years ago now. But The Connection of Everyone with Lungs, which came out in 2005, which I used to have a copy of. I don't know if I still do. That's the first book that I discovered her in, and I think I read it in grad school, so that would have been 2006. I fucking love that book, and I also like When the Wolves Came, which I think is great. Actually, an example of successful political poetry that doesn't annoy me.
Yes, yeah, that's very much a model for my stuff. But I think better, significantly better, like really good.
She's still at NYU?
I have no idea. I thought she was at Berkeley. Wasn't she with all the communizer people, or am I?
Yeah, maybe she was. I mean, I know that, like, when I was looking to work with her, she was in NYU's poetics program. SUNY Buffalo's poetic programs, not NYU's. But I think she probably moved to Berkeley. I mean, who knows though? That's a very the Northern California New York pipeline is long established and very
right. Yeah, it is. It's not always the greatest nexus either. But in terms of presses, I do want to throw out Archipelago Books. Has some really lovely translations. They translate novels more than they do poetry, but they have a lot of books that I really like and respect recently. Like especially if you've read Incest by Christine Angot, like that's a really good, I mean, intense but good and also funny, weirdly, memoir of an incestuous
What it
relationship.
says it is.
It's yeah. So the publisher's called Archipelago Books, and then the one that I was thinking of is Incest by Christine Angot, Angot. But then the in terms of poets, and Asymptote Press,
Asymptote is great.
Magazine.
Yeah,
Asymptote Magazine is great translations. They're really lovely. In terms of poets, the whole discussion of Nicole Seeley made me remember, and I rant about this all the time. If you like Claudia Rankine's Citizen, I actually like there's so many better poets who responded to Ferguson in this like really intense and deep way that I really like, that are not super well known, that I always like, I'm harping on this point. Like people really need to read Rowan Ricardo Phillips, who I think has from the sounds of the description, I haven't read Seeley, but from your description of Seeley, it seems like they're kind of similar actually, because Rowan Ricardo Phillips is very much doing like a high modernist thing, very much like Wallace Stevens type style that usually like, you know, you unfairly too, because there are great black modernists like Jean Toomer, but like, you know, like there's associated with, you know, like with white poets, and very like you know, just like really good avant-garde poetry. And then the other one, which I actually rank her even higher than Rowan, even though I really like Rowan Ricardo Phillips' poetry, is the Voyage of the Sable Venus.
Oh, that book's fucking good. That
book is so good, and nobody knows about it. It pisses me the fuck off because it's like one of the best poetry books of the last 10 years. It's by Robin Costa Lewis, Coste, and then Lewis. So Robin Costa Lewis. She's a conceptual poet, a black woman conceptual poet who, unlike all the other conceptual poets, because let's be real, like Kenneth Goldsmith sucks. Like all these like Dadaist ripoffs, they suck. I hate them. I mean, I at least do. Like I feel like they it's like warmed over Hugo Ball without the understanding of like the pranksterism that has to be involved, and like the politics. It's like and it's also like the afterbirth of like 70s conceptualism and visual arts. It's like this weird like delay effect where the poets started like knocking off the 70s knockoffs of Dadaism, and it just pisses me off. But Robin Costa Lewis does something legitimately excellent as conceptual poetry, which is that she takes all the labels, like the museum labels of like objects, right? Like historical or anthropological objects that are in museums pertaining to like the black diaspora in Latin America, in the Americas, and in like the classical, like the slave trade in West Africa, etc. And then she like takes all of them and like mixes and matches the labels in such a way as to basically create this essentially like a long poem that's like a little mini epic of the transatlantic slave trade in like mythological form. It's an abstract poem, but it's almost about the kind of journey of this archetypal or mythopoeic kind of Black Virgin Mary type figure across the Americas, which is really the story of the Black diaspora from a woman's perspective. You know, but God, I'm making it sound so sanctimonious and political, but it's not. It's actually like this very beautiful, incantatory poetry that feels like almost like a very old school, like almost like a Homeric epic kind of situation. And she does it entirely using like the museum labels, which is incredible. It's like a really technical achievement, and it's also just like it slaps. Like, so The Voyage of the Sable Venus, I highly recommend. It's one of the best poetry books of the last couple years, I think.
I love the book, actually. I'm glad you brought it up. I mean, even what's interesting about that book is it won a National Book Award, so it's critically acclaimed, and yet I also think I don't hear people talking about it nearly as much as you would think for a book that's like that prestigious, came out at the right time. Yeah. I love a book which is actually, I think, maybe pre-Ferguson, but about it's a book about Black trauma. It won the Cave Canem Poetry Prize in 2014. I think it's run like a bunch of other prizes. I know that the author of Ricky Laurentis has won the Whiting Writers Prize as well. But Boy with Thorn, Pitt Poetry Series came out in 2015, and it's also, I mean, it's a brutal book. It's about myth. It's about lynchings. It's about Hurricane Katrina. It's about a lot, but it's about sexual violence of gay black men. But it's Boy with Thorn by Ricky Laurentis. I would also suggest people read Larry Levis. So people just don't think we're just. I read. One of the things about me is I read incredibly widely. If you probably can't see, back there is the 3-volume biography of Ezra Pound. So people who think that I'm just woke on my poetry readings, I actually just think you should read incredibly widely. I've coming from the South, like. Black poetry is part of the poetry tradition there, and then you also have the weird ass agrarian poets like Alan Tate and like like who are
God, and who was that new critic guy? The critic from the 50s who was in the agrarian tradition. God, what's his name? He had really bad politics. Decent literature.
Yeah, all the agrarian people have bad politics. I mean, if you read the Southern Manifesto, it's something else. It's John Crow Ransom. Is that who you're thinking about?
No, it wasn't Ransom, although I do know him. It was he's from the 50s. I can't even remember.
Robert Penn Warren's actually got decent politics, and
Robert Penn Warren's like a lib, right? Like a left lib kind
He was a left lib. He was populist sympathetic.
That's what it was.
Osley or Donald Davidson or
I'm literally on the Wikipedia so that I can run into this name and feel
maybe it's the fugitives that you're thinking about, because that's no, those are Vanderbilt people.
He's like he's like the guy who's like half one of the agrarians and half a new critic, but I can't remember his name.
Well, Ransom is the guy who wrote The New Criticism, and he wrote that book. But let's see.
Now it's driving me nuts because it's like I'm gonna remember like years later.
Woodward?
No, not Woodward. Clanth Brooks.
Clanth Brooks, yeah. Gosh, yeah.
Brooks. Now that is a man with terrible politics.
Yeah.
That's the decent literary critic. Not my favorite new critic, but decent literary critic. But
it's interesting. I always felt new criticism. You have like Edmund Wilson kind of on one side as part of that, even though he's not really a new critic, but he's associated with it because he's a modernist critic. And then you have Cliff Brooks and Donald Davidson on the other, which are
literally it's like the
borderline neo-Confederates.
Actually it's like fascist and Marxist. It's like weird. And I.A. Richards was like super left-wing as well. And then the other guy, Empson was like really left-wing, like to the point where, and you know what really pisses me off about the new criticism is that like now it's taught as like, oh well, they were super apolitical, and like the later people critique them for being super apolitical, and it's like because they were all about like formalistic analysis. And look, I don't actually like the new critics like that much as an aggregate, because I think that like some of the techniques that they developed are like ahistorical to an extent that I think is like ridiculous.
Right. I think the ahistoricism new criticism is a problem, but I think deconstructive criticism is actually worse in that regard.
That's the problem. Is like if you have to pick between like freaking Mike Gold or I.A. Richards, it's I.A. Richards every time.
Or who else? I would anybody like that. I actually wrote a paper in grad school. Which is going to amuse you, where I talked about Paul de Man being who's a deconstructive critic, who's also a fascist.
Yeah,
But what my whole argument was like that actually deconstruction was just new criticism on steroids, because it
that's a good argument.
It even decontextualizes the language.
Right.
Like,
yeah. No. That's. I mean, how much more? How much more? Yeah, ahistorical can you get until you're basically just dealing with like with wordplay? But here's the thing, though. I always have this. I have a secret sweet spot for Derrida, which is interesting because it was earned. I was initially very hostile to Derrida, like very hostile, not for like good reason.
What's your sweet spot?
So my sweet spot, in a nutshell, it's a little difficult to do in detail because we're running out of time on the show, but the very small version is that the deep motives of Derrida's deconstructionism, I actually think, is political, and not just political, but specifically post-colonial and at least nominally feminist, although I think that the post-colonial part is actually more important.
Yeah, and because he's an Algerian Jew who's like taking it France, and he's aiming to use Heidegger against Heidegger's project. Like, that's what he's doing.
Yes, and also to kind of like, I mean, I hate, it sounds like so woke, but it actually is just what he's doing to decolonize Levi-Strauss a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, that's like part of what his entire project is. I actually did if you'll bear with me as I find it, I actually did a Facebook comment just the other day, so it should be at the top of my activity log. That is going to be is a much more succinct and eloquent version of the thing that I'm trying to mumble core through right now.
Well, I can definitely see where you're coming from. Although I have to say, reading the essay on Levi-Strauss that Derrida wrote, I am initially actually made me more sympathetic to Levi-Strauss than I was before I read it.
Oh yeah. No, it's no, like, and that's actually how I got into Levi-Strauss, was first through Derrida. But nevertheless, okay, here we go. I have my Facebook comment, and it's like,
all right. We're
Derrida,
minding our own Facebooks for takes. Go ahead.
Derrida, this is the hot take. Derrida is the best of all the post-structuralists, in my view. I think you first have to have read Hegel, Levi-Strauss, and Levinas to really get what he's doing. Supposedly there's some Heidegger in there too, but
there's a ton of Heidegger in there.
I think it's optional. That's my hot take. And what I found is that his work has a deep ethical core, even, I dare say, a personal ethics, which is committed and engaged to a vision of decency that is alien to the smug, cold, dismissive parlor game tone of most other post-structuralist theory. It's an ethics of principled relativism and a commitment to understanding and fulfilling one's obligations to the other, capital O. He adopts a very peculiar and playful language by which to explore it, because he feels you can only really get to it through a praxis which the language we inherit makes very difficult due to its near structural insistence on a single, unified, eternal, absolute truth, ordered by male reason in correct discourse, what he famously calls phallogocentrism. All of which to him makes necessary an ongoing practice of demonstrating how such pretensions continually undermine themselves due to the actual nature of language as primarily an unstable self-referential system, its différence, rather than a consistent representation of external reality. By showing up the metaphysical absolutists and making fun of their failures at arriving at absolute truth, even in their very language, Derrida hoped to teach us how to think outside the structures of absolute truth and open ourselves up to the possibility that profoundly different languages and values and truths from our own may be possible. But I think that part of the dreadful confusion about Derrida is that the American literary theory enacted in his name in the 80s and 90s put an excessive and frankly obscene overemphasis on shoving Derrida's formal epistemic framework down undergraduates' throats, highlighting the most dry and technical of his texts, like Of Grammatology, while refusing to teach the better ones, like the speech about Levi-Strauss, White Mythologies, his essays in Writing and Difference, and especially the Phaedrus one and the Animals book. Or indeed, without teaching any of the intellectual history out of which he developed, or the deep ethical motivation underlying his work. Honestly, the key to Derrida's whole project is the influence from Levinas, and the serious commitment to transcending Western and male chauvinism so as to understand the other, who had previously been systematized in Logos as the inferior element, directly engaging with people across lines of difference and decentering the absolutist truth of traditional philosophy's pretensions as the somewhat provincial sets of discourses developed in one peninsula by arrogant men and then imposed imposed upon the rest of the world, and indeed all of existence is eternal law. And he wants to teach you how to read, and in reading how to live without this arrogance. So that's the hot take.
That's very sweet of you to read Derrida that way.
I mean,
no, I actually think it's legitimately there, but I also think there is a Heidegger. What Derrida's trying to do, the Heidegger is important, because I actually will say that of grammatology is basically a very elaborate enacting of like one minor point of Heidegger. It's kind of, I'm like, this whole thing is like a 300-page footnote to a Heidegger point. But and I say this because like I know I'm a bad leftist because I started out my journey in philosophy with Heidegger and Hegel and Nietzsche. Marx came later, and I know people don't believe that because of how I don't talk about them anymore. Although I have sort of been turned off by this recent trend of people reading Lacerda and whatnot to like pretend, and I gotta admit, I'm gonna throw some shade right now, and someone's coming on the show, that somehow Nietzsche is the reason why 68 failed or something, because of the reactionary impulses, and like it has nothing to do with it. That the strategy was stupid. That's what it had to do with it. It doesn't have to do with the fact that
they were reading the wrong things.
They were reading the wrong things, because you don't get contaminated that way. And frankly, Lacerda's scholarship on Nietzsche is liked by 3 people who have a very particular take on the debate, and a bunch of Marxists who want to like a Stalinist but don't want to like his work about Stalin, because that's when his flaws really show up.
I mean, he's Grover for intellectuals. I tweeted this in reply to you, and I stand by it. If you want a more respectable version of Grover Fur, you read Lacerda on liberalism. That's my.
Or Lacerda on Stalin, which no one will translate because the book is like actually written with errors. But what it is Lacerda is a Stalinist hyper-Hegelian statist. Now, a lot of people who like will pick up Lacerda's argument on Nietzsche are ignoring the fact that Nietzsche and Kojève are all over the Lacan they love so damn much.
Right.
And Kojève is also sort of a liberal Stalinist, literally a liberal Stalinist. I mean, like, and his misreadings of Hegel are weird. Like the weird eschatology and all that. That's not even in Hegel at all.
I only know him as like the backward linkage from Fukuyama. Like I know who he is because I was like trying to make sense of Fukuyama. It's the only way I know about Kojève. And then I learned that all the existentialists went to his Hegel seminar, and which sounds like bad news from his book, which I skimmed. It's like, oh,
and actually, like his weird debate with Leo Strauss. I actually think Leo Strauss had a better argument on.
I haven't read that one.
There's a debate on authority between Kojève and Leo Strauss that people should go look up, but unfortunately read by political philosophers. And for people who don't know, political philosophers code for conservative intellectual, because otherwise you call yourself political science, which is code for bullshitter. But
or political theorist, which is code for, I don't know, actually, what is
bitter literary critic?
That's it. Yeah, there you go. That's the one. A thwarted literary critic.
Like,
a sloppy historian.
I love that our art, now that we've like decided we're just gonna like free jazz for the last 15 minutes, our audience is low, and this is when we say the most incendiary shit.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the secret. This is the secret podcast. Is after the poetry, there's war. But look, I mean, you could be someone. This is to your point about political philosophers, right? You could be someone who reads Rawls versus Nozick and thinks that matters. You could do that,
right?
It's like I could like devote my life to like doing rosaries. Like I could do that. I could.
The bigger debate in political
join a nunnery
is Carl Schmitt versus Leo Strauss, which is two different kinds of conservative: a liberal conservative and an anti-liberal,
and a fascist. Yeah,
yeah. Yeah, and I'm not fascist, really. What bugs me about the left is the left's attempt to incorporate Smithian thought without thinking it will have repercussions.
Yeah, that's the Straussian shit is bad news. I mean,
But
it's
the
like,
Smithian shit is worse.
it's like sorry, no, sorry. I meant Schmidt, not Strauss. I
Right.
mean, the Strauss stuff is kind of bad news, but it's not the worst. It's like whatever. It's like conservatives massive destroy all individual creativity or whatever, and so the individual genius has to be secretive and hermetic or whatever.
Right.
Sure, whatever.
But their individual genius is actually for social liberalism, which is the weird thing about it. About like Strauss is like the secret of Straussianism is like, oh, the conservatives are secretly liberals, like the Paleocon said the whole time.
Right. But Schmidt is bad fucking news. Schmidt is like fucking weaponized in-group, out-group dynamics. He is just the rationalization par excellence of people who are not in my circle of fictive kinship have no rights and deserve none. Like, right. And I have no obligations.
And we have the right to like total war against them, and we don't have to try to deal with them at all. Which a lot of leftists, because they're alienated losers, like as a revenge fantasy. Right? Let's be honest. And it's also very convenient for states to trot out too, for obvious reasons. But what they miss, because someone's like, well, the state of exceptions about this, and the sovereigns about the survival of the state as a whole. I'm like, yeah, but you know what Smith thought with the threat to the state was that Germany wasn't Catholic enough, and that there were Jews in existence, period.
Yeah. And it's just like fucking the Schmittians are like literally, I mean, you reap what you sow. Oh, okay. Let's say that, anybody who is not my friend is my enemy, and my enemy is the fundamental, defeating them is like the goal par excellence of all politics. Any methods to do this are necessary, because any constitutional order is really just a kind of like superficial fiction over the need to defeat the enemy. And like, whoever.
Well, actually, it's a superficial fiction over the need to maintain the sovereignty through the existence of an enemy.
That's right. Yeah.
Sorry, it's not even needed. Like the existence of the enemy is more important than defeating the enemy.
Yes, right. And it's like it's literally the shit that Orwell's on about in 1984, right? I mean, like, this is baby politics stuff. By the age of 14, you should have read that book and know that when somebody's telling you that all your problems are because of this scapegoat who are Untermenschen who deserve no rights, that's because they're trying to get one over on you to get you to do whatever their bidding is, and get you to love Big Brother. That should be like basic bitch fucking 20th century history here. Like, this is not rocket science. And yet you have these fucking leftists going around talking about Schmidt and how important it is to to fucking adopt
get into the friend enemy distinction as part. I'm like,
and then they'll point to the CCP and be like, see, there's Schmittians in the upper echelons of the Politburo under Xi.
There's also Straussians in the upper echelons of the Politburo under Xi too, by the way, which is fucking wild.
Well, I know more about the Schmittians than the Straussians. I would want to hear about the Straussians, but just
the Straussians aren't going to fucking talk to you about it, because that's part of their mission.
That's true. But just to clarify who the Schmittians are, the Schmittians in the upper end of the CCP are these right-wing ethno-nationalists, like Han ethno-nationalists. Now would have shot these people because they're fucking right deviationists in the worst possible way, because it's not even on economics. It's like we should ethnically cleanse the country. Like, we
should abandon even the KMT's notion of the 5 Chinese peoples and Chinese nationalism as a civic nationalism.
Absolutely.
Or Han ethno-nationalism explicitly, which by the way, until the warlord period, even the KMT rejected. So
I mean, it's wild. It's honestly, it is like literally, I could critique it in Maoist terms. I'm not a Maoist, but if that's how you're going to do your politics, which I think is a bad idea, if you're going to do this Leninist party state stuff, you can do an internal critique. That's like, yeah, these people are right wing. Like these people are like worse than capitalist roaders. They're like fascist collaborationists who are like, replacing dialectical materialism and Mao Zedong thought.
They're the people that Nick Land likes in China, which people don't understand that that's a thing.
And then the people on fucking left-wing Twitter will sit there and stand these fucking assholes like, you know, in the name of supposedly like Lenin and Mao had the answers that we need. It's like, you don't even understand your own stupid fucking politics. You don't even understand Leninism, which is depressing. It's like,
I mean, like, you don't understand, like, high Stalinism. I mean, like,
high Stalinism. Stalin at his best would have shot these people, which is saying something.
I mean, like, I was actually talking about this the other day with this whole multipolarity thing, and I was like, I can't think of anything that would have turned Stalin in particular's head into a perpetually spinning machine than like pan-Slavic Eurasianism being foisted as a left-wing ideology. Like,
maybe the exception is if he could have taken advantage of it somehow. But even then, it would have been a tough pill to swallow.
Stalin was a national liberationist. That's one of the few things he actually believed.
That is true. It's like his earliest important text is the book on the
his response to Otto Bahr. Like,
yeah. No, you're right. No, I think you're right. You're right. My initial glib joke is actually like misleading, which is saying something. Two cheers for Stalin. I say.
It's funny because
it at least he'll shoot the Schmittian Nazis. I mean, like that's the maybe a half cheer, a little golf clap, you know.
So yeah, someone's like, go off on progressive MMTers for being class collaborationist.
We never had that conversation, Varn. That was supposed to be like
we are going to have it. I think that's going to be something that comes up because we need to talk about the history of MMT. And I also think we need to talk about how many moderate and now when I say moderate and right MMTers, I am actually still saying by the normal spectrum, they're all on the left, except for somebody like that guy who works with Bill Mitchell, whose name slips my mind.
Afazi.
Afazi. But generally, like Michelle Kelton going to Japanese nationalist, or
Stephanie, but yes,
Stephanie Kelton going to
like
Japanese
literally advising the people who are like, the rape of Nanjing never happened, and if it did, they deserved it. Like those people,
right? And some of the myths that like Warren Moser style people will talk about, like the state's purchasing power over consumer goods without any evidence whatsoever. They're not just naive class collaborationists. I mean, I think they're Shactists. I don't think this is about MMT in general. And unfortunately, some people I used to respect on the MMT side have let slip that they're really hyper Bonapartist. Sorry, I now can't read Michael Hudson without reading everything he said as a defense of basically what he would see as progressive Bonapartism.
I still don't get MMT. Like my brain can't conceptualize it. Same as NFTs and cryptos. Born Sinner Cold World, you are not alone. It is very difficult to make heads or tails of. If I may do a bit of self-promotion, the second at in my name, Strange Matters, is a magazine that I started with some friends. And one of those friends, Steve Mann, who's also been a guest on this show.
Mostly talking about inflation. We didn't talk shit about our Forex, and we're not been talking shit about MMT directly.
Yeah, so he and I co-wrote actually a whole book that's in manuscript form, but we're slicing out essays from it. And two of those essays are on the history of chartalism, which is the real kind of term for MMT. MMT is kind of a brand advertising this economic theory called chartalism, and which is much older than it. It's like it goes back to, well, either to time immemorial or to the 19th century, depending on how you count it. I'm very proud of the research in the two-part essay that we wrote on the Strange Matters website. The first part is called "What Should Money Be Made Out of?" and the second part is actually, what is it called? Fiat. I forget what headline we gave it. It's like Fiat Money Billionaire. What the hell was it? Anyway, it's the history of chartalism, parts 1 and 2, and you can find it at strangematters.coop. It may not answer all your questions, but we worked very, very hard to make it so that somebody who is like an intelligent lay reader who doesn't know anything about economics, but has kind of like heard this MMT stuff can understand it.
Yeah. So one thing I would say, I also found interesting as far as this Colin Drum on his public Substack, so it's free, wrote an interesting breakdown of the division between the the state-centric chartalist, which are the people who pull from Knapp, and I think that's kind of like Mosler, even though all of them pull from Alfred Michel Innes, but Innes is the law-centric neo-chartalist, which is interesting, right? Why it's important is Innes. The reason why everybody kind of accepts Innes is Innes gets you out of the whole barter problem, because Knapp also assumes the barter theory, even though they like to make that big point against Marx and all the classical economists, like early chartalism also believed in the barter story of the origins of money. But Innes gets you out of that. Drum talked about the tensions actually between those two theories, because one has a theory of law in which international order are like our treaty obligations could be the source of money. So like things like these unions of states having a united currency, and the other is a state-centric view of and while most neo-chartalist MMTers wouldn't actually in public admit that that's actually a distinction, it shows up in like the tensions actually, and unfortunately I've gone over this before, the MMT Marxist hybrids tend to be hyper-statist. What they like about Marxism is Marxist-Leninist statist policy.
Yeah, the easiest. I mean, it's tough because you have these groups of MMTers. So like Tankus for a while identified as a Bookchinite anarchist. I don't know what he is now because he kind of has his
Sam Kangaroo, who's a Warren Moser head, identified as an anarchist
and
too.
like Will Beeman, who's on the Superstructure team, self-identifies as some kind of libertarian socialist. At least as of a few years ago, I don't know.
I don't know if they do anymore.
Oh, okay. I honestly. Like I only know kind of like what they tweet, and
I know that Andres Bernal has been also questioning whether or not he still considers himself a socialist.
Yeah, well, right. I did see that one. So, but the point is that there were at least some people with anarchist sympathies, and you kind of went two ways after Kelton Gate. When Kelton went to Japan, you either kind of were like, this shows that there might be stuff about the theory that's flaws that we didn't realize, and like deeper theoretical flaws kind of underlying this deep political error, or political errors that might have led to theoretical flaws, depending on how you want to frame it. And then there was another group that like doubled down, like Kelton did nothing wrong, and also like this MMT is the way. So if it's incompatible with like what I thought my politics was, like libertarian socialist or whatever, then like so much the worse for that politics. I'll be whatever lets me be an MMTer. I mean, that's a very ungenerous way of kind of talking about that. I don't know. The split is too.
I don't know. I to me, like these splits are interesting only in so much that a lot of MMTers public-facingly deny that they exist.
Right. I think it wasn't like an organization or anything, so it's like difficult to even describe it. I mean, like what I described, I'm sure a bunch of people from a bunch of different perspectives would poke a million holes into it. But my point is just that, like, these were tensions that existed and that people had to respond to in different ways. And one of the problems with, if you want to be a more like direct democracy socialist type like me, the issue that you have with MMT is that MMT is written basically from a state's eye view. It's a theory that looks at money and the monetary system from the point of view basically of whoever runs the central bank. That's a reductive way of thinking about it, but it's helpful because if you think of all theories, if you take like the feminist standpoint epistemology perspective, that all theories are kind of coming at things from a standpoint of life experience, whether they want to or not. And there's problems with that view, but on the whole, I think that it's like, it's true. I mean, like Marxism also asserts something like this. I think that
Marxism does not assert that truth is actually deduced by your class position or your standpoint.
Well, that's true too, but I don't think Nancy Harstock does either. Exactly.
No. Actually, I wrote a defense of Harstock. I
think that she's actually quite based. And it's the like deranged kind of like vulgarizations of her theory that are the issue.
Stuff in the 80s that takes the most extreme position, and then it's filtering to this is a whole nother debate, but then it's filtering through the internet that turns standpoint epistemology into hyper epistemic ontological relativism based
Absolutely.
off of position. Whereas originally its initial claim is, well, you're limited by your standpoint. Well, duh. It's actually not a
Like,
strong
obviously.
claim. Like,
Yeah.
I think the 70s work on that is interesting. I think some of the early Donna Haraway work on it's actually interesting too.
Yeah. And it's all philosophy of science. People don't remember that this stuff was all within the rubric of a feminist philosophy of science that was
it came out of it came explicitly out of Marxism too, actually. Like they were trying to use Lukács to like figure out a way to deal with epistemology of science. But
anywho, my reason for bringing it up is that all theories are kind of like, to a certain extent grounded in a certain point of view that motivates them to a certain extent. Like, you have certain life experiences because you're exposed to certain things, because you're in a particular position, whether class or sociological or identitarian or whatever. And then you kind of like, because you see those things, you start making theories about those things. And part of the issue with that is that if you don't start talking to people across lines of difference, you get stuck in that. You get stuck in that point of view. So the MMTers have been reading a lot of things that are theoretically or practically from the experience of the people who plan the economy from the top. And the issue with that is that you then miss the things that those people can't see from their vantage point. And you need to be able to look at things from the perspective of, for example, a firm within the capitalist economy, not the central bank, or to look at things, for example, from the point of view of people who do operations across borders between different currencies, or from the point of view of, dare I say, labor unions and workers, in order to be able to get a complete picture. So it's not that MMT is wrong. MMT is a valid point of view from its point of view. The issue is that when you treat it as like this absolute final truth of like, the most important element of how
the way it's described as an objective description of the way money works in all circumstances, and frankly, and one that doesn't have normative values laden into it, and that's bullshit.
Right.
Right now, it's bullshit. It has normative values laden into it, and the normative values are a problem. I mean, and that's why they can't answer stuff like, how does a small Caribbean nation do MMT in a way that it would not be totally crushed and forced to peg its currency to a major power? And stuff like Forex gets to that point. Like MMT is like, people will ask me, like, do you consider MMTers enemies? No, I don't. I consider certain MMTers enemies. Actually, yes, explicitly, I do. Do I consider Stephanie Kelton an enemy? No. Do I consider Scott Ferguson an enemy? Definitely not. I don't always understand what he's on about. I'm actually going to interview him and try to figure that out.
Good luck.
But not an enemy. Yeah, but not an enemy. Not an enemy whatsoever. Whereas someone like Bill Mitchell, who calls himself a Marxist, so you'd think like me, who's interested in monetary theory, and me, who's a Marxist, would love him. I do think he's an enemy, actually. Like, I think his book on nationalism should scare the crap out of people.
Yeah, it's a very ugly book, and I was really looking forward to it because, like, it was like one of the first like political operationalizations of MMT back when I was an MMTer, and it creeped me out when I read it. I was like, man, this is like worse than Stupid Poll. This is like bordering on like, like actual like proposals to like throw immigrants under the bus, and like, feed them to the wolves, basically. It was like really nasty. It doesn't even make sense because MMT gives you the framework by which to refute, or not the framework, but a very useful framework.
There's a couple of frameworks, right?
Immigration skepticism.
What I would say is I think Drum, and we're not going to get into Drum's politics, but Drum's article on the differences between INA's legal-focused MMT and NAP state-focused MMT, and this is one of emphasis, not of absolute difference, actually is important. Like, the one thing one of the things I like about the superstructure folks, for all the disagreements that we have, is they do realize the problem of focusing on sovereignty and the problem of focusing on nations is a problem.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
They do admit that. Do they have answers for it yet? No, but no one does yet, because I mean, I don't think there is any. But
at the very least, it would require more imagination than the left has had up to now on the question.
Yeah, I mean, my problem with left MMT policies is they assume a group of apolitical monetary policymakers have almost total control.
Yes, and that if you let people plan the economy by turning the dials about who gets money when, and that's it, that'll basically, I mean, again, slightly reductive. They would say, well, no, we acknowledge that biophysical limits exist and that they're the only real limits on economic growth. But then it's like, how do you build a new industry? And then they basically have a theory of like, okay, we can afford to pay for development. Okay, but what do you choose to invest in? How do you actually do the thing if you don't have the resources that you need? How do you make a plan to acquire those resources? And they don't really have a story of how to do that because, to be honest, the attitude tends to be, oh, we'll let the help figure that out. That's some engineer's job, or that's some I don't even know whose job.
This is why I often say MMT is right enough, but like if you look at the larger part of the economy, they bracket most of the actual physical economy out, and that's what they argue with me on. They're always like, when I talk about like declining profit rates of real commodities, and I know you and I don't agree on this, but I will say that like their arguments to me when I'm pointing out statistics are usually, you have an inherited bad model of physics from the 19th century. That's not an answer to what I'm saying.
Right.
Like,
exactly.
Like you might say that where they have a point is when I say like real profits versus fictitious capital. Okay, fine. I'll drop that. Right. I'll say productive profits and non-productive profits. In the sense,
then you run into the volume 2 problem of like, how do you define productive versus non-productive?
Does it actually encourage the building of new economic materials that outlast the initial economic exchange? That's productive.
Yeah, but actually is doing a lot of work there. So is encourage. And
I love how you guys become literary critics when we're dealing with physics.
No. I mean, let's be practical, right?
You're all fucking like humanities majors anyway.
No, look. Okay, you want to talk about statistics? If there's a long-term tendency for the rate of profit to decline, and if you limit it, like Bananev does to like manufacturing, one question that I have is, why is it that consistently, and as far as I can tell, basically for eternity, because I've been looking at things from a Forex perspective, right? So I've been doing a lot of Googling of like, what are the country's top
war?
Well,
war is the fucking answer.
Well, hold on. Let me finish the question, because I don't. That's not quite
okay. I'm gonna go ahead and answer it. War.
Okay. Well, so if you look at the biggest export industries of all the richest countries, including ones that industrialized relatively late, like including the United States today, I went into a lot of that research looking for like, okay, you don't have to build up heavy industry, because if you build up heavy industry, and you have this like, obsessive mentality that's what's going to get you your Forex, you're missing the opportunity to, for example, develop an entertainment industry and Hollywood, and then you're blah, 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 blah. But the thing is, if you look at like Hollywood and you look at like anime as a percentage of like your Forex profit, it's teeny. And all the biggest is like fucking like computing components, fucking like, plastics, fucking this, that, the chemicals, whatever.
Why is the rate of investment return on all those areas, despite the fact they're the whole thing that brackets the economy up, really low? Because they are.
Wait. Sorry, can you repeat that?
Why is the rate of return on investment, despite the fact that the way you get foreign currency and the way you actually build an economy, it's all those physical component parts, why is the rate of return on the collateralization of that so low? Because the profits per unit are low.
But the thing is that I find it so difficult to reconcile that with the brute fact that, like, if you don't have those industries, you're not getting Forex. And like the teleology that I feel is like implicit in both like neoliberal ideology of deindustrialization and tendency of the rate of profit to decline stuff is that like inevitably those wither and atrophy away and get replaced by the service sector. I know that's not what the TPRF theory is like supposed to be, but like often that's kind of how it's deployed a little bit, is to explain deindustrialization. And I just struggle because when you actually look at what's going on, that's not really, I mean, like Japan has kept those and they're still bringing in all the Forex and it's not going anywhere. Like it's not like, or like what I mean is that the revenues aren't going anywhere. It's keeping the thing afloat. I'm not even sure that you can.
But the Japanese profit rate has been at like nil for like 2 decades. Like that's also not debatable. Like that's a fact. That's why they've talked about like the whole lost generation and no growth this and massive that is because like investment returns in Japan have been shit for a long time. Like,
But
so
it wasn't the lost generation due to a balance of payments crisis that happened due to a financial crash in the 90s? I mean, I forget the details of that, but like wasn't it something like that? Like,
what drives financial crisis?
Well, I think that the Minsky stuff does, because you can point to it. Like,
this is because you think about economies on their back end on a fucking accounting ledger. And this is something that MMT trains you to do.
I guess, but I mean, biophysically, I don't see how it is either. I mean, biophysically, it's a series of production processes in a supply chain, right? So I mean, like in the market,
do you not think market competition exists?
I do, but I also don't think that market competition is exclusively price competition. That's another issue.
I don't think it is either. But actually, you don't understand the theory as developed by Marxists after Marx if you think that's what they limit it to. Have you read Heinrich Grossman? You read Heinrich Grossman?
No, I haven't finished the book. I read the start of it and I never went back to it.
The other thing is that book actually explains that the tendency of the rate of profit to fall cannot be said to be, and this is like a legitimate criticism of the way Marx set it up. It's not a hard rule. It really is a tendency.
Well, that I do know, because in volume 3 he has like the counter tendencies.
Right. And like what Grossman goes out of mathematically works out the counter tendencies even more to say there's all kinds of counter tendencies that get rid of overproduction, that can adjust nominal prices. You can have the expansion of markets. What I fundamentally don't believe, if you don't deal with profitability crises, and I'm going to talk about like why I limit it, because I think Marxists have expanded this to all this nominal cash flow stuff that it doesn't apply to.
Okay.
All right. Like I'm not going to convince you of this tonight. But the one thing I will say is real commodities, real commodities where there's no IP and no branding at all, no one questions that their profit rates have been low for like a century. Like, there is no questioning of this. Look at like why it's hard to get people to invest in food. All right, because the margin of return on food futures has never been great. It barely outpaces inflation.
So what do you, I mean, like, so in Capital, the story is that has to do with the shrinking proportion of human labor in the labor process.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's why it happens. Like,
okay, because that's the first thing I was going to ask you. What is the process? What's like the causal chain linking mechanization to the declining profit rates? Because like that's, I don't really see that. And that's part of my issue with the theory, is that because I don't see that, I don't really see the other stuff like that follows from it.
What I actually do think is like what it is variable. Like there is a slight truth that variable capital is usually captured in labor, because you can actually oscillate relative exploitation, and you see this in the change of productivity rates. But what I would say is that's not the only reason. I actually think I think that the Smithian answer, not the Marxian answer, is actually a big more explanatory, which is market competition in a closed system will drive the price down. The reason why there are countervailing tendencies is no economy is a totally closed system, which is why I actually get kind of terrified of like nationalist MMTers, because I'm like, if they did what they said they were going to do, it would actually collapse an economy.
Okay.
Like
trying to be totally autarkic, you mean?
Yeah, like it would collapse the economy entirely. Like,
yeah, okay. I mean, I just don't even think it's not even a coherent goal. I mean, like,
no, I don't think, to be fair to most, I think 80%, I think most MMTers would think that's absurd. But when I read Mitchell's nationalist book, I'm like, oh, but somebody thinks it's possible.
Somebody thinks it. Well, I mean, he has a doctrine. He has a doctrine that says that, I mean, from a Forex point of view, this is utterly insane. And you hear people parrot it. I think he's the one who made it up, and then other MMTers parrot it in their theories. Exports are a net cost to the nation. That's always how he talks. The nation
That's
is
a,
the
yeah, that's a
protagonist.
weird physiocrat point too.
Exports are a net cost because you see, imports are good because you're taking resources from other people and bringing them to you. Exports are a net cost because you're shipping things that your people could consume. And you'd think that somebody who thinks in terms of money would realize that it's really exports are extremely important because they're getting you the currency that you can use to buy stuff abroad that you can't buy with your own currency. And he admits it in the textbook, the latest textbook that he co-wrote with Ray and the other guy. Like, he admits that in an aside in a paragraph. Sometimes they can be important so that you can get other currencies, but really, exports are a net cost, and that doctrine is not only false; it's literally the opposite of what you need in order to be successful. Even as a nationalist, you can't do without if you can't make it yourself for whatever reason, even just like.
Which nobody can make everything themselves anymore.
Exactly. Or ever. I don't think anybody could ever make. I mean, they're learning that hunter-gatherers were like not just like bands, but had giant social groups that extended.
Yeah. And they had complex trade networks that involved social exchanges and some
there's
like
never
abstract form of barter and debt.
There's never not been an outside. It's just not the case. And so like it's just complete fiction. Exports are your way of getting things that you don't have and can't have in principle, at least at the current and in your current like productive matrix, to use a Hadron Chang word. And it's just frustrating. So I agree with you on that critique. My issue is like if we're talking about the inherent trends of, let's call it the manufacturing sector of the economy, even though that's not exactly perfect, but nothing is going to be perfect.
It's closer to perfect than not.
Right. So if we're talking about like the inherent trends of the manufacturing economy, I can even get on board notions that there are biophysical limits having to do with the actual productive activities, right? Like some element of what the physical transformation and operation of that industry is, which limit profit rates and limit other things too. I could totally believe that in principle. My issue with the kind of teleology of like they have an inevitable tendency to decline, ceteris paribus, and there's counter tendencies, but that tendency to decline is what ultimately drives all capitalist crises. My issue.
I actually also don't think it's the only thing that drives capitalist crises. To be honest,
I know you're a very heterodox. You're a very heterodox Orthodox Marxist, but which is part of the reason why I'm like I'm kind of hunting other fish here because I actually really like your perspective in a lot of ways. But my issue with even your perspective is that, like, I feel like it still hasn't quite escaped from the tradition quite enough. Because, so for example, you brought up war before. I think that if I understood your allusion there correctly, that's kind of like the Marxist riposte to an overproductionist story of crisis, like where like it's like, oh well, isn't crisis inevitable because you'll produce too much, and you're suppressing wages, so people can't buy back from their wages. And the answer is, well, no, you can do war, which is like the kind of classical early 20th century imperialism,
which I don't think. When I say that, what I don't mean actually is like the capitalists have thought this out. What I think actually is imperialism itself, in earlier phases of human history, before we developed weapons that could kill us all, very quickly. When profit rates tend to be low, and this is something that Ibn Khaldun fucking observes. Like this is not unique to Marx. When profit rates get low, people get expansionists to get more resources and to expand the system. It's literally like an entropy law. Like you have to bring new stuff in and you can't let the system get too closed or it'll decay. But that in and of itself, that expansionist impulse, if it can't go on in trade, it's going to go on in war. And that will get rid of oversupply, yes. But that only applies to capitalism. So like some of the rules I'm thinking about in physical commodities are not rules only observed in modern capitalism. They're observed in mercantile economies in general.
Nor do they have to do with profits per se, because it seems to me that a lot of the profit that you're talking about is actually biophysical resource flows, rather than it's raw materials and population, like literally demographics, right? And like, other kinds of things that are like the resources that you have too much of or too little of, and that's causing these dynamics and so on, which is again kind of like where I'm thinking like, okay, so like a profits story, right? Here's another issue that I have with it. We've been talking a lot about the end of or unraveling of capitalism, but what about the beginnings of it? Because theoretically, at least I'm not perfect. I haven't read every post kind of, Marxist take on this. I know that some are very sophisticated, but like if you look at the beginnings of capitalism, and here I'm going to go into some of the Gyrus Banaji stuff, but it's not just Banaji. There's other stuff about this too that bothers me that nobody's written about in a coherent way. Like you look at the beginnings of what industrial manufacturing under the wages system, broadly speaking, and like private absentee ownership, how that got started. And one of the things that really bothers me is that you look at how industry started, and it was almost never lone entrepreneurs who had a little MCM prime cycle going, and then
it's never that.
It always began in the state. It began as like basically like the state needs artillery.
Yeah, this is a weird incoherence in Marxism, actually, because like Marx is one of the people who noticed that like the enclosure of the commons was a state project that had to happen.
Yes,
for like agrarian labor to happen, but then doesn't really apply that to the rest of his theory because it's not an Adam Smith.
Right.
And it
becomes even worse when you look at like manufacturing specifically, like because it's like how did we get replaceable parts? Like the
almost all innovation outside of agrarian labor. Actually, this is interesting because this is actually part of my Brennerite, and I have problems with Brenner, but one of the things I accept when Brenner says the first full capitalist nation is England, I actually think he's right. Because
I would say that that's probably right. Yeah.
I do think you have the beginnings of I think you have the beginnings of capitalism, like weird monasteries that are stuck in strange things where they can't get enough peasant labor,
and
or
Bohemia as well, like certain sectors of the Roman
parts
economy,
of the Italian state. And yes, and I also think you saw the beginnings of this actually in the 3rd and 4th century in Rome, which is a Banerjee point. Unlike Banerjee, I think it collapses into like the weird but oddly stable. I say it's weird because feudalism is not one thing and it's not coherent, but it is stable, which is weird.
I'm still making sense of this, so this is all like unformed thoughts.
Well, yeah. So these are things
what to call things about. What to call things and what to label things. But the reason why my manufacturing point is like disturbing to me, as far as like because I try to sometimes to exercise like could some version of the TPRF be true? Because I really respect you, and like this disagreement is not because I think I'm smarter than you. It's just like I've been trying to kind of think myself like how could it be true? Like, or what mechanisms would make it true? Even if it's like you observe something, right? Like in certain statistics, like, hey, why is that happening? And then one of the issues that I have with it, with the TPRF is if supposedly capitalism is like this engine, but then as manufacturing becomes more automated or some other thing happens over time, it loses the kind of like profit rates that were initially happening, and like there's a secular decline of them, at least in those sectors. So not secular, but like in those places. But then the issue is like supposedly this began from the MCM prime cycle in the first place, and I'm not really sure because you look at like all the major industries like Krupp in Germany. And yes, they were private entrepreneurs, but they were private entrepreneurs with one customer, which was the state, like, the producing in order for to have the military. And then that's kind of like, what basically created these like
multi-generational. That's also true for like the various Indian companies in early imperialism, these are private corporations that have one market, which is sanctioned by the state and through the state. And I mean, I think that's important. And I also don't think that I'm not sure that I would say one, the theory of the rate of profits fall is not properly delimited, meaning that it doesn't, people who talk about it do not separate out rents and IP and other social injections very much. I also think the other problem with it is it's not a linear tendency. So calling it a law is weird. And I also don't think it's single causal. I haven't found a good singular cause for it. But what I can say is it pretty consistently, if you look at investment rates of returns on real commodities, they drop
Right.
And I actually haven't seen a good explanation to why. Sometimes I think maybe it's all this productive capacity going into calling it unproductive labor is not correct, but things that have a one transaction limit, like a lot of rents or a lot of IP. Basically, it's either you're paying for something or it's generating the economic value once, but because it's not owned and can't be recapitulated and passed down, it doesn't generate it again. Now I know that actually cuts against the Marxist theory, because that would be bad for the Marxist theory of dead labor and under consumption, that you have all this extra material lying around. I think the problem that we've had in economics from the Marxist perspective is a tendency to try to find a unicausal explanation for complex phenomena.
Right.
And I also think you can talk like, yeah, you're right to push me on productivity stuff, except that I do want to say finance capital is not that productive.
No, I mean, like, yes, I agree with that. I'm not trying to like say that there aren't sectors of the economy that we should completely do away with. It's just that to a certain extent, that's not really an argument about their inherent nature exactly, or at least it's only that by proxy. I feel like what's really at issue is what are the kinds of things that we would like to have people doing in society versus what are the kinds of things that we would not like to have them doing. I think this is part of like where some of the structuralism in Marx is kind of a deception for what is really an ethical argument. Like it's not like, you know, and I know that that's like a take that people really don't like, and like, you know, there are people who I don't like who have made the argument, but like I find this frustrating constant thing, and I read a lot of Marx that is just kind of like there's a structural argument that's supposedly about the essence of actual structural processes and forces that shape things, but you can very easily read it as like these structures are bad, and I would prefer that the structures were different. And I know what the story's supposed to be, right? Like I understand, like, you know, the basic idea.
Well, yeah,
of,
I
like,
mean, the other problem that you have with the tendency of rated profits to fall is it is a more elaborate version of the immiseration thesis, which has been empirically disproven historically.
Right. Yeah, that's
like,
the thing.
Like, I actually don't think any of this predicts anything for like whether or not we'll have communism. Like,
or whether or not we'll have the 2008 crash, to be honest. Because here's like another thing that really bothers me.
No, the 2008 crash can't be explained by profit. Well, it kind of can, but only. But what's interesting about it, and this is where I'm sympathetic to you, is like there's nothing about the low profitability rate leading to weird leverage bonds actually directing strange building patterns and weird exurbs of the United States where you're bidding mega mansions where there's no one to buy them, which is what happened. Yes, having low manufacturing investment rates explains that, just like it explains Bitcoin. But no, it doesn't explain the specific way in which it's set up. There's nothing inherent or inevitable about that choice, and it was a choice. And so, like, this is one of the things I've been mad at Marxists about, and this is where I flipped back to being on your side, is all these people who talk about inevitability because of profitability rates are the squeezing of the worker. You motherfuckers should have learned in the 30s that wasn't true.
Right. And I have another thought that I had that actually was inspired by what you were saying about IPs and rents as a kind of dead end because they're a single transaction. What if it's actually the other way around? What if, and this is Marxish, but in a way that cuts against Marxism, what if it's actually manufacturing that not it is a dead end, but not in like a one-shot way, but in a more kind of like 50-year timescale way? Any new manufacturing industry is ultimately a dead end because there's only so much that you can milk it. You create a new technology, products come out of that technology. Like they and you know, in supply chains for individual product lines, they have this thing called the product life cycle, which is like the moment from which the product is developed all the way through like manufacturing and distribution and blah, 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 until the product is retired. So the moment the iPhone was designed to the moment when the iPhone model, whatever, is out of commission and a new iPhone's introduced. Why do they do that? Why don't we fix iPhones? The answer is because if everyone gets an iPhone and that iPhone can last indefinitely, there's no more iPhone industry. So they have to introduce this kind of artificial. So this is an argument the Marxists like to make. They have to introduce these kind of self-sabotaging things in order to keep making products that they can sell. But here's my question. What if the tendency of the rate of profit to decline is just like only and exclusively, and I know this is monocausal, so this is probably oversimplifying, but for the purposes of argument, what if it's just that what it is to manufacture something is to kind of build product lines out of new technologies, and after a certain point, when enough of the derivative products reach the end of their life cycle, there's nothing that you can really do to, like, within the bounds of that technological framework to make more profit than a very small one, because it's already saturated the market. Like, everybody already has this version of this thing.
Or it's saturated to the point that, like, the buying rates are consistent, like with food. Like, there's only so much food consumption that we can really do.
Exactly. So that has nothing to do with any of the arguments that are in capital, but I could see that as a biophysical limit on the ability of manufacturing to be, to be profitable in the long run. However, there's an interesting asterisk here, because it doesn't quite get you to where the theory in capital wants you to go. Because if such a thing were true, first of all, it would be true on an industry by industry basis. You could say eventually it hits all the industries that involve manufacturing. But here's the issue. The things that are being manufactured are not like eternal, stable, platonic forms. You can occasionally, it doesn't happen often, but you can occasionally create totally new technologies, totally new industries that begin the process all over again. And the reason I'm thinking about this is because, there's these things that nobody can explain, the Kuranditiev waves that Soviet economist Kuranditiev observed, where there's like this crazy thing where for some reason there's these giant waves that you can see in the statistics.
Right.
Economies will go up and go down over like these 50-year periods, and they don't correspond to the business cycle. They're bigger than the business cycle.
They're long waves, long K waves. Yeah. And there's debatable even in Marxism, because they even like one of the things that my friend Amir points out to me many years ago is, like, they're not that different from statistical noise waves, even though they're big and predictable. But we see those kinds of waves over long periods of times in a lot of physical systems without causality. The other thing that I think that I don't actually totally buy that. I actually do believe in K waves, but I don't know why.
No, they're a mystery. And my point is, the only convincing theory, and it is still a hypothesis, but the only interesting hypothesis that looks anyway halfway plausible that I've heard for the K waves, which I actually have a PDF of it, and it's a Latina woman actually who's the main economist on it, who wrote the essay. And I unfortunately can't remember her name. I'll find it while Varn's talking next time. But the gist of it is that, like, the technological theories, a theory of a large scale, like 50-year technological life cycle for the basic technologies that make up industries, is the only explanation that I've seen that makes any kind of sense of the K waves, where it's like, you invent a fundamentally new technological paradigm, a bunch of product lines come out of it, but eventually they all go through their life cycle. So there's only so much that you can kind of do. And then there's like a decline in profits, economic activity, effective demand, all the indicators. And then it goes down until a new technological breakthrough happens, which basically just like supercharges the economy again for another like 50-year cycle or whatever it is. And it has to do with the pace of technological innovation. I don't know if that's true at all. It's a theory, a hypothesis for this unexplained wave that people see. But if that were the theory, let's just say it's true for a second, perhaps there's your tendency of the rate of profit to decline. The thing that's supposed to be an immortal trend is actually just the downside of a larger, like, fluctuating cycle that has no end, because it's just the cycles of, let's say, the macroeconomy breathing. It breathes out and it breathes in as we develop fundamental.
Don't say metabolism, because then people are going to get mad at you.
Right. I mean, is any of that true? I don't know. But if I were to think of like an attempt to explain the statistics that Benaniev talks about, that looks much more plausible to me than an attempt to use the Das Kapital story as the explanation for it, because I don't see a connection between automation and
I think the Das Kapital story is a post hoc ego procto hoc attempt at an explanation that Marx didn't even feel comfortable enough to publish.
Exactly. And he had other crisis theories. That's the other thing. He had other crisis theories that he was juggling or that he had moved out of, and all this other kind of stuff.
Right. No, I mean, like, the myth of the unitary the unitary coherent Marxists, that can be left to the Andrew Klymans of the world. But and I don't say that just to belittle Andrew Klyman.
True reading of Marx tells you that dialectical materialism has proven you must vote for Hillary Clinton in 2016.
Right.
You must. It is a law, an ironclad law of history that it is her turn.
But what I would tell you about the Kondratiev waves and profitability and fragility is, unfortunately, JMC, less comforting and not Marxist. I believe in complexity theory, and I believe in it more than I would even say I believe in Marxism as a predictable factor. Mm-hmm. And so you have real technological innovation limits. You have the tendency of people, because of natural seeking in an overcomplex system, to both specialize and also to shortcut, leading to kluging. And I think that is another explanatory layer that Marx did not have access to.
Yeah.
And I mean, ironically, Marxism and ecological theory come together. It's actually kind of where this comes from. But what I will tell you about that is that that's an even bleaker picture of what's going on. And the reason why Marxists have historically rejected it and gone for something like either Marxism, with some new monetary theory that somehow makes it, I don't know, the Heinrichians trying to make Marx copacetic with stuff that doesn't seem like it's Marx.
Heinrich himself is not a Heinrichian, it seems to me. No. Heinrich himself is kind of like pioneered the deconstruction of Marx into a series of notebooks that don't fit together into a single theory. Like, I don't understand.
But he is positing stuff like the monetary theory of Marx, where people like Fred Mosley are like, what? But
yeah, it's plausible-ish to me. But I also, to be honest, I like that starts getting into stuff where it's like I kind of don't care.
It's Marxiological weird bullshit, right?
Right.
My point with Heinrich, because I actually use Heinrich research to indicate to me when I actually started digging into the MAGA2 stuff, that the issue with Althusser's reading of Marx was not even that, not that Althusser was wrong, there were breaks in Marx, is that Althusser thought it was a set of discrete and singular breaks, which is just not true. Marx was trying to work things out on the fly, and there's stuff he didn't factor in. And I even think non-worldview Marxists try to get around this. And this is why also Marxists tend not to cite Marx for their political theory, because it isn't there.
Right. I mean,
like,
there's political theory in some texts, but then it's incoherent because in the Paris Commune book, you could read him as an anarchist. In the Communist Manifesto, he is like for basically like a kind of coalition with Communist Manifesto era texts, I should say, because some of this is like the speeches that he gave to the League or whatever. But like like the League with the objectively progressive liberals against the ancien regime, only to
he's like a pop frontist before there are united frontists before there is a united front,
right? And then like later, it's like in the First International period, he's basically a kind of like social democrat. I hate to say it, but
he is. No, you're absolutely right. Like he sides with the social democratic faction over and over and over again.
Right. Well, not only sides, leads it, and in my opinion, blows up the First International by trying to ban anybody who's not doing that program.
I will say this: the problem with the First International is both Bukharin and Marx were not particularly good faith actors.
Yes,
and the other,
they were both schemers, for sure.
And the other factions were kind of insane. So the Blanquist and the Prodonist and whatever else could get real fucking weird.
Yeah, he's pretty wacky, but at the same time, it's like I don't know. Some of that blow up was like I don't think that if you read the the Sonvilliers circular of the Federalist faction. Like
No,
I
they're not.
don't think that that's like crazy. I think that that made a lot of sense, and that it was just
Well,
you know.
yeah, I mean, from a systems theory perspective, one issue I've had with Marxists is they have a fetish for centralization because they have a very simple notion of what efficiency is, a very frankly pre-20th century notion of what efficiency is, which is always
Very Prussian one.
yeah, always the centralization is the most efficient means, which is why they use the Prussian military as their guide for everything.
Right.
Which is hilarious because I pointed out to people that the U.S. military doesn't actually function on the central command Prussian military model, and it's more efficient.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, like one thing I will say again, again reading complexity theory is actually the Marxist tendency to want to monopolize everything into more and more massive systems for gains in energy transfer actually leads to hyper brittleness, which would explode in our face and kill most of us.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that's the thing that worries me about. I mean, as you know, because me and the Strange Matters group wrote about it in the Libertarian Socialism with an Anarchist Squint essay. Like, that's the major question that we face is the question of planning, and the problem.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dictatorship is not an aid to planning. Dictatorship is the enemy of sound planning. Like even on like a purely materialistic, Machiavellian, you want to be successful, like centralization is not the thing that gets you that desired outcome. At least not hyper-centralization. I mean, like, yes, you need like a coordinating center. I don't disagree with that.
No, but this is why the reason why I sided with the council communists, people always think it's moral, but it's not moral at all.
Right. That's the thing, that people don't get that. Like, people don't get that it's not like about like hippy dippy, like, no, we need like the small scale, whatever. No, it's just that like this is actually a better way. If you want to do democracy, having the people who are making who are affected by the decisions be the ones who make the decisions to the greatest extent possible actually helps you do the thing.
And you know what? I don't even care about democracy for democracy's sake. I mean, I am a power egalitarian, but that's not why I care about democracy. The reason why I care about democracy is that, let's say we had an authoritarian socialist regime, and let's say that it's even ran by an enlightened despot. This is actually a kind of Enlightenment argument, because Enlightenment thinkers argued the same thing.
Yes.
What happens the moment you have a fragile node point and you get a shitty despot? Well, the whole system collapses. Right? Like, and I think arguably you could even if you want to defend, Kautsky and Leninism or Trotsky's Leninism or whatever, you have to deal with the central node problem of the USSR. Now, I actually think one of the weird things where I actually will side with Jordan Peterson, which is wild. Oh, God. Is that the material inputs of the Russian Empire would actually statistically in the area of hyperentropy that it was in would actually statistically favor people with the personality of Stalin and people who maybe are not even that power hungry acting that way because of the specific inputs of a highly centralized authoritarian state with a strong secret police over a multi-ethnic empire that was collapsing and using informants everywhere at all times, and all your political activity was illegal anyway. Like,
it's difficult to see.
There's not a whole lot of positive
how you could have gotten, but at the same time,
not with a centralized leadership, you couldn't. If you'd have diffused,
like there was real potential in the Soviets. The problem is that there was no tradition backing it, so people were trying to do stuff at the same time that they were trying to build the institutions through which you do the stuff, and it was like improvised, and there wasn't a practice of it. I mean, it's just really sad because, like, if something like the Soviets had existed for 40 years before 1917, I mean, it was impossible under the Tsar, so this is a fantasy, but if it had, people would have known how to do stuff Soviet style. And someone like Lenin would have been severely constrained in their agency by the ability of other people to outmaneuver them just through the fact that people knew how to run stuff without, like, the relying on the central authority, which would have made anyone trying to game central authority, it would have made their lives a lot more difficult, and they would have had to work through those institutions. But because those institutions were fragile and the practices backing them had no real, like,
I mean, you had the abolition of serfdom was only like what, half a decade old? I mean,
exactly.
Well, no, it was longer than that, but it wasn't long. And the capitalist development in Russia was pretty much limited to Moscow and then St. Petersburg.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole thing was, and what you saw them do was implement teleologically oriented centralized
Yes.
manufacturing on a capitalist line. I actually don't think it's state capitalism because I don't think it made that much sense. Like state capitalism would actually probably have survived better. That's China after 1980.
Yes, and I think it's social democracy in the West. I think you can pretty well describe like dirigism in France, the New Deal regime in the U.S.,
and maybe Fordism in the U.S., even though it was semi-privatized social democracy.
Yeah, I would say it's state capitalism. I think that's if the word means anything, it's that. And then what you had in the USSR was, I don't think it's worthy of the name socialism because there isn't enough worker control. And for me, that's the main thing that socialism is. The other things like decommodification, that's like things that for me follow from worker control because it's what workers would, choose to do in their best interests if they had control. But for me, the first thing and the main thing is worker control, which requires the abolition of the wages system. But So from that,
you're a worker controlist and a worker autonomist, and I'm not a workerist. Like, even though it's interesting.
Oh, okay, sure. I'm not even a workerist really because, that's for me. That's the rule within the workplace, and then within the city, it would be like the control of the people who live in the city by the control of the city by the people who live in the city, and it's the and so autonomous libertarian.
I get all like, this is where my cancelist part gets all eye rolly. I'm like, you can't really separate social production from manufacturing worksite from firms.
Well, you can't get me, dude. You can't have it. Your cake and eat it. Are you going to critique me from the point of view of I'm a workerist, or are you going to critique me from the point of view of like labor and the rest of it is inseparable? You can't do both.
I am doing both. It's exactly what I'm doing.
Those are opposite. So what's the correct position, Varn?
The correct position is class abolitionism and decommodification with all agents involved having a say. And I would even say all agents, not just all workers. All right. And here's why.
Agent control.
Right.
All right.
And here's why. If you have a total workerist economy, we are sentencing people who would normally be lumpenized, the elderly, the disabled, child rearers. They're not lumpenized, but you get my point. You're sentencing them to death. You are.
Yeah, absolutely. And there should be things. I mean, communism.
Which is a point that actually Marx makes against Ferdinand Lassalle.
But you don't hear it in the 18th Brumaire where he's all like lumpens, fuck them. He's
but I mean, like the problem with Marx and lumpenization, and the problem with the moralization of the response to this, because one thing I get kind of annoyed with anarchists is like, y'all motherfuckers tend to be upper middle class and don't really know what lumpenization really looks like, and
for sure,
and it's absolutely awful. But
I mean, look, I always declare
you're honest about it.
My upper middle class PMC upbringing, like that's absolutely like, and I get pissed off when people try to hide the what their actual
all
class.
The people who are like my grandfather was a laborer, therefore I'm from the working. Yeah, whatever. But
sorry, I'm apparently super loud all of a sudden.
So you used a different mic tonight.
Yes, I did. Sorry, might be.
And I will fix actually I probably won't because this is too long to go out on the podcast. But
what is even happening to this segment? Are this
is going to be given to everybody and it'll go to my Patreons in audio form, but like I'm gonna go rewrite the work description and be like poetry for 3.5 hours. Whatever the hell we wanted to talk about for another hour and a half.
So everyone's getting the full treatment. That's wonderful. Okay.
But this is like our phone conversations.
This is exactly like our phone conversations.
JMC and I had a conversation. We were going to plan this show, and we talked 7 hours about like ancient history.
Yeah, we were on like some Zoroastrian shit. It was fucking dope.
It's wild. I like looked up and it was fucking dawn, and then I realized that I'm in the mountain zone. So for JMC, it was like well into the morning.
Yes, I did. Yeah, it was a weekend, so it wasn't that bad. It was not my best decision, except it was a great decision because I love coming on the show. It's great, and I am gonna definitely. I mean, we have to actually like be more disciplined about this because we've been too wrapped up with fulfilling stuff for the fundraiser. But the magazine team is we're going to make a concerted effort to like nudge our writers and stuff to show up on the show because it's a really great opportunity. Like it's like there are very few places where you can actually go into like very in-depth conversations about stuff that's as that's as like deep as this. Not saying that like what I'm saying is deep. I mean like deep into a topic like the tendency of the rate of profits to decline and the controversies over it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like,
which by the way, you are right to point out, JMC, that I don't actually hold. But people think it's weird that people think I'm an orthodox Marxist. I think it's finally good that they realize that I'm not. Because it's
cried it out of you.
Well, the thing is, I tried to be for a long time. Actually, that's how I became a heterodox Marxist. Is I tried to not to be like some sex version of it. I tried to read all the shit, come up with a coherent theory. And you were like one of the people who would point out to me, like, Varn, you're actually reading this in a way where you're reconciling different text to each other by overlapping framework from one text into another without justification, like the way Catholics do with the Gospels, right? Like they like reread the Gospels in the way that like make them all coherent. And I was doing that, like my whole like productive, non-productive, socially necessary, not socially necessary, which I think is implicit in Marx's works. I do, but he doesn't ever work it out as a fourfold thing. He talks about them willy-nilly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Clyde Burrows' work on the lumpen indicated to me that like Engels towards the end of his life started realizing that, and he makes a lot of talk about Marx's allegories there, that Marx doesn't see the lumpen as a class but a social category, and then points out that like Marx does weird shit like talk about the lumpen and then the lumpen properly speaking as if they're the separate, if they're not the same thing.
But he's right though. Like lumpen is not a scientific category. It shows up in the journalism. It does not show up in the more social scientific texts. It's a moralizing category. I dare say it's working class respectability politics. It's like uppity, like working class people who are unionized and have respectable jobs, looking down on the parts of the working class that are less. Well,
the thing is that some of the things that define it though aren't working class, and this is where I get kind of pissed off at like these characterizations by endnoters and people like you, where I'm like, but the people he lists isn't even all working class. Former soldiers, dirge aristocrats, whatever. Those are not working class people.
That is very fair. At least by his.
What I think is the damning thing that you point out is how the fuck do you separate the reserve army of labor from the lumpen? You actually can't.
Like what is the reserve army if not that? And it's notably reserve army shows up in capital, lumpen does not. So it's like. It's tough when you're doing like this kind of like interdisciplinary work. I sympathize with Marx now that I've dipped my toes into a bunch of different like things in my essays. It's like, you kind of put on one hat when you're doing one thing and another hat when you're doing another thing. And sometimes you realize that you've contradicted yourself and it's like, oh shit, how do I fix this? And then you don't. So I get it. Like,
to take the entire life corpus of everything Varn has ever said and put it somewhere, which no one will be able to do, by the way.
You'll burn it all before.
Like, good goddamn luck. There's whole archives of shit that I recorded not even that long ago that's lost.
Oh no!
Like most
Varn,
of anything recorded, that's not my fault. Most of anything recorded
on
Diet Soap is and Diet Soap in the transition to and early Zero books stuff is gone. It's just gone. It doesn't exist anymore.
Really? The Diet Soap podcast had all these great interviews. Oh, that's terrible.
So it's because Doug had one feed, and that feed got corrupted and hacked, and it's gone. And then there's all kinds of stuff I've published over the years because I was more active in publishing in the aughts than the last decade and a half. That's completely gone. I've went back and looked for it. Some of it I'm glad it's gone because you would know how scary my politics were in the aughts. But
you were a paleocon, which at the time was maybe defensible, like as in terms of like, well, they weren't all like fascists, just a couple of them, but like, and you weren't, I don't think. Like
I have said I was dangerously close to being a fascist, but I wasn't.
you were in the sociological milieu for sure. But now all those people are fucking like American Affairs pieces of shit. The National Conservative, fucking post-liberal, all those people, Palladium, fuck them. And I've said it before on the show, and I know that there's some people who write for them in the lefty milieu who get touchy when I say it, but I'll say it over and over again. Fuck these fucking Peter Thiel political machine, useful idiot apparatchiks. They are fucking like useful idiots for the people who want to shoot us against a fucking wall and institute a fucking like dictatorship with the fucking tech billionaires. And if you're fucking like, you know, trying to like,
I wouldn't be mad at Palladium. I'd be mad at Compact Magazine for that, really, in American Affairs. But still, yes.
I mean, the Palladium has done a little bit of it, but Palladium's more open. To their infinite credit, they basically say the program explicitly in a recent manifesto. So
yeah.
But I have a thought for folks who it seems like a lot of people were really interested in the technology argument of the K waves. So for folks keeping track at home, the K waves are like the long-term waves. And in the debate about whether Marx is right or not that Varn were having, I was saying maybe the long waves are actually a hint at what a better explanation would be for the observed decline of profitability of at least some manufacturing industries. And my
like Michael Roberts actually reverses that. It says the K waves are proof of declining rate of profits and fall.
I mean, like, you know, nobody knows what causes the K waves, so they're open season. You can turn them into anything because nobody knows what the fuck they are. However, like I said, the most compelling theory of the K waves is these like long-term cycles of technological development. And one of the coolest theorists I've read recently, and I actually have to read more of her work because I only read the beginnings of it and then I have to get back to it. It's just too much reading to do. Is this woman Carlotta, I'm going to say it in gringo so that y'all can, she's Venezuelan, Carlotta Elena Perez, or Carlotta Perez for short. So
now
Carlota,
say it in Spanish, Carlota.
Yeah, Carlota Perez. Yeah. Oh,
right.
Carlota Elena Perez.
Thank you.
So she's an economist, and she's a left-wing heterodox economist, actually. She's part of this kind of like developmentalist group around people like Ha-Joon Chang and Marina Mazzucato and Eric Reinert. So people who believe basically in like industrial policy as the way that you like build up infrastructure of countries and stuff, which is really good stuff, that literature. She basically has a theory of the long waves that they're these long-term cycles of technological development. And she actually gets that from Schumpeter. She's not an Austrian in other respects, but she's an Austrian in the Schumpeter creative destruction theory, because it's basically the application of that theory to these long waves. And honestly, it's a very compelling theory, I gotta say. It's called Technological Revolutions and Financial Capital. If you want to read her book, that's about this. There's a paragraph here on Wiki that is a nice summary. The early decades is a quote from her. The early decades of this cycle are a time of innovation for productive capital. The new paradigm opens vast opportunities for new products, processes, and services, as well as for rejuvenating the old. It is also, and especially, the time of fast development of the infrastructure of the new paradigm, which facilitates a host of other related innovations. So during this period, financial capital generates a powerful magnet to attract investment into the new areas, hence accelerating the hold of the paradigm on what becomes, for that era, the new economy. Financial capital then acts as the agent of massive creative destruction. In a world of capital gains, real estate bubbles, and foreign adventures with money, all notions of the real value of anything is lost. Uncontrollable asset inflation sets in, while debts mount at a reckless rhythm. So this has some rhymes with the TPRF story. After the bubbles collapse and recession set in, government steps in to regulate and foster the recoupling of financial and productive capital. And when this is effectively achieved, innovation and growth can take place across the whole productive spectrum, and financial wealth may take its share of the profits in what is clearly a positive sum game. Less harmonious frameworks, rather than a golden age, a gilded age, still under the aegis of financial capital, can occur, maintaining some of the previous tensions. So I don't fully get her story yet because I've only read like the intro, but that gives you a sense of like the cyclical nature of it, and also the idea that there's contingency in exactly how this cycle can play out. Like, it depends on the balance of forces, basically, like whether you're going to get a golden age or whether you can actually have a golden age where some of the gains are more redistributed on the upswing of this cycle. And also how bad the downswing is. All of that is contingent for her. And also the cycle never ends. It's not this like long thing like this where the line goes down. It's a wave whose crests have to do with the
only thing I would say about her narrative from the way you read it, and I'd have to read your book to say if this actually applies, is that sounds like it denies entropy, because I do think like there's diminishing returns on the ability to like reinvest into technology, and I think we see that. And like I'm actually a believer in secular stagnation, so like
I mean, I think this is a very deep question too, because like I don't know about like exactly what you just said, because I don't know. It's tough to prove that. But an entropic limit that is not that hard to prove is like, the from an ecological point of view, right? Like, we only have so many biophysical resources that we can exploit on the planet. And there's some wiggle room there too, because we can change to a certain extent what resources we need if we develop new methods that either take up less of the resources that we have or just make it so that the resources aren't resources anymore and other things are resources. And that might be enough to keep you going for hundreds of years. And, potentially you could move off planet eventually, maybe, question mark, like, although I don't know where you're going to go at this point.
I also think it's like if people could easily move off planets and you could get to anywhere very far away, they would have already gotten here. I mean, are we mean to like piss on people's Star Trek future, but it doesn't seem mathematically likely.
Yeah, I mean the Fermi stuff is like is really, honestly, the pessimistic explanations seem like they make a lot of sense. It's like, yeah, there's a cap on even if you develop industrial civilization on a planet, like there's a cap. It eats itself. That's a very elegant.
Or even if it doesn't eat itself, you can't get off the planet. Or like,
right,
you might
exactly. Where do you go?
You might get able to go to a planet over, but the conditions for life are so rare in the universe and so unevenly distributed throughout what we know as known space. Which, by the way, this is conversations Marxists never talked about, and they didn't have the knowledge of the cosmology to do this. And when Marxists do try to talk about this shit, they do shit like argue about how the Big Bang can't be possible because dialectics and Aristotle or something.
To be fair, there are legitimate scientific theories which are not totally not respected that do say that, like, perhaps the Big Bang story is like an oversimplification, and we're talking
about, but that's not what the Trotskyists who say that.
I know.
We're actually arguing for Aristotelian eternalism,
right?
So,
yeah, I mean, why is there something rather than nothing question is a real nasty one. That's maybe like the fundamental mystery of existence or something. It's like, I'm pretty sure that's going to take us a while to crack that one, if ever. But the thing that I think about all this Fermi paradox stuff is we don't know enough to know. We might be barking up the wrong tree. We're very low information right now about exactly how this stuff works. It could be we're looking for radio waves and they use something else. It could be that, we're in a zoo because, they know about us, but we don't want to whatever. Or it could be that, like, there's other long-term tendencies that are not the ones that we've been talking about that are like, I mean, like the Li Shixing book, famously has like the predatory theory, right? Where, it's like the dark jungle theory or whatever it's called, about and then like or maybe there's like everybody ends up going into virtual reality or whatever. I mean, all these theories also strike me as kind of dumb, to be honest. Like I read some of these, it's like, wow, this is really like Philistine and vulgar. Like surely there must be like if somebody with like hardcore, I don't know, like German idealist brain really put their minds to it and knew the science, maybe you could come up with something a little better. Although that's maybe putting a little too much confidence in German idealist brain, but sometimes there's something to it. Anyway, I'm rambling now, but the gist is that we don't know enough to know. So I think it's kind of it's a useful thing to kind of keep your options open and explore, but also we should probably do, I don't know, another wave of industrialization that transfers us to technologies that aren't going to drive us extinct within 100 years. That would be nice, right? Like, you know,
I mean, sure.
that would be nice. I mean, like maybe
this is where my my hanging out with Arnold Schroeder and Daniel Bitten come in, and I'm like, yeah, we're fucked. Like at this point, to not have compounding climate stuff, we don't just have to stop industrial development and rejigger it towards something completely different. We also have to pull carbon out of the atmosphere, which unfortunately the only people who push that tend to be people who are pushing the need not to stop kinds of industrial development we do now, which but at this point, like without decarbonization, we're screwed no matter what. And by the way, when I say screwed, I do not necessarily mean it's a human level. It's a human extinction. I bet
that's true too. I was being glib when I said that. It's really more of like a social complexity will radically decrease with genocidal results.
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, exactly. And that's bad. That's bad.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, maybe the worst thing that's ever happened to us. Like, you know, I mean, it would be. There was a population bottleneck once where it was
I mean, there's some ancient population bottlenecks that are probably pretty similar. I mean, we all do only have 6 mothers,
right? Exactly.
Mitochondrially, and that's from one of the real big population bottlenecks. So, I mean, we might go through something, and like we might be. I mean, maybe the pension. This is me being totally crank. Maybe everyone's love of Cthulhu is because we all know that squid are going to be and cockroaches are the only thing in our immediate future to survive other than us. So like,
you know, not enough people actually quote Pynchon because nobody's read him in these left-wing shows. I get so pissed because I'm a huge Pynchon nut, and it just makes me so sad that nobody's read like V or Gravity's Rainbow.
Oh God, are even
so wonderful.
The crying lot of
you know, and that one I'm not even that into. It's like it's fine. Like, but I love.
I wrote a whole poetry novella about a woman named Oedipa based off that. I've read Thomas Pynchon because I was a nerd. I was a different kind of nerd first. And by the way, and those of you who wanted to listen to stuff that isn't what we're talking about right now, go listen to us ramble about linguistics for 45 minutes in the beginning of the show, where the 2 hours we actually talk about poetry.
Yes. We gave it a good like 3 hours, and then we said, "Oh well, you know, it's actually it would take another 2 hours to do the other ones, so let's just wrap up."
And then we talk for an hour and a half on other random shit.
No, it's now 2 hours, dude. It was 3. It was 3 flat at the It was at the, and now it's
2 hours.
So actually, we could have finished the poems, but instead we did Crisis Theory, which sure.
We debated about that for 2 hours and probably confused everyone because people are like, "Wait, they both don't and do believe in crisis theory, but in different ways."
Yeah, sorry. It's I mean, like, on the bright side, it is. One of the things that Strange Matters does want to write about, and it would not just be me or just Steve. I mean, ideally, we want to actually have this be something that has a lot of different perspectives. I mean, this is like probably years down the line because we have other things to tackle first. But like, we do want to have like some kind of big publication that talks about it like at length from different points of view, and actually starts to reconstruct some of the history.
Ever write my Christopher Lash book and get it out with Shallon, the next thing I'm going to do is my 14 ways of looking at a working class autonomy crisis, which, despite being a play on Wallace Stevens, is my compiling all the theories of people have of why the 20th century working class didn't go the way people predicted, from communization to
that's really
natural,
nice.
like to all the 50s managerial theories to the labor aristocratic theories and all this, and then point out when they might be right and when they might be wrong.
Yeah.
But I was really going to write that as an essay for, it was the last essay I was going to write. Actually, I think it was originally proposed to Ritual magazine, which was a split off of North Star.
Right.
which was a left communist split off of North Star that launched 1,000 bad ships, including like the Atasha Collective, which is.
I was gonna say, wasn't that the people who were like the primi eco-fascist terrorist types?
The Atasha Collective, yeah. But Ritual Magazine also published like Kate Griffin and like they published a lot of people. Yeah,
they published Kate Griffin.
Yes,
she's not a primi. I thought
that wasn't. That Ritual Magazine was just all left comms, and the guy who ran it quit, gave it to somebody else. That's why there's Ritual 2.0.
Oh, I think I only
became like a weird. Natasha was split off. Anyway,
I think I only saw Ritual 2.0 because the only one that I saw was like super primi, and I was like, oh, this is like not great.
The original Ritual Magazine was all left communists, including people who were primitive, sympathetic, like Zerzan types, and then that went down a weird.
Why do people read Zerzan when you could read Perlman? You know,
what it was is people who read both. To be fair, but
okay, sure, but I don't know.
But yeah, like that's where it went, and it went into a scary place. But I was gonna write my 14 ways of looking at a working class crisis, going through DeVay, going through EndNotes, going through the various Maoist theories, including the original form of three worlds theory, which puts the USSR in the first world.
Yeah, that's
and Western Europe in the second world. Oh God. But anyway,
you know, when you told me about that, I didn't believe you, and then I was like, oh dear.
Did you look it up? Because I didn't make it up.
No, I did, and I was like, wow, that's
like everyone corrected the three worlds theory to be more like world systems theory, so that no one would go and look up what they were actually saying in the 60s.
That's so weird. I still can't get over that. It's like it was really like that's really down the memory hole. That one, like that one's like no one wants to remember. There's no interest group living.
Well, yeah, it's like reminding people that yes, the Soviets are why we won World War II, but also the Soviets are why the Nazis were able to take power in the first place, particularly because of Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, but also because of like the third. Even though I actually think, in some ways, in the United States, third period Marxist-Leninism is actually the best period of communist development. But in Europe it was an objective disaster.
Period, right? The third period, is that
that's like that's the TUL. That's
yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's before there was popular frontism. It's United Front from below, like you would.
That's when but come on, that's when they're calling SOCDEM social fascists, and they basically hand Germany over to the fucking Nazis.
Right. Well, calling SOCDEMs social fascists didn't have a lot of repercussions in the United States. Also, by that point, because a lot of
you're talking about the CPUSA.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm saying third periodism played out progressively in the CPUSA,
right? With civil rights,
played out terribly in Europe.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like in Europe, really? It's like, but no. You're talking about USA.
I'm talking about what are the weird contradictions, to use that in the way Marxists use it. The time period is like this third periodism is the best period of American communism, and it's the worst period of European communism. So it's like because if the Social Democrats had not been morons themselves also done the same thing, which they had done as well, the Austro-Marxists are right that they probably would have been able to keep the fascists from coming into power.
Yes,
they didn't do that.
And the Austro-Marxists, I mean, like, you know, they put up a very good fight, I would say. I think that they that they conducted themselves rather nobly, you know, in the resistance.
Yeah, they just got all killed.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, like that's the problem.
They conducted themselves rather nobly, and all sides shot them at once.
All sides shot them at once.
And the ones that didn't get shot became the Frankfurt School.
Yes, right. That's right.
I mean, pretty much. I mean, that's
It's
an
a real pity because
oversimplification.
Red Vienna had some really cool stuff going on.
Yeah, or they became the Vienna Circle, right? And then
right, yes, like Otto Neurath. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Otto Neurath already was in the Vienna Circle, but then he like really doubled down into it. Like people,
right, but he was still a communist, but it was his successors who gave up on that. Like,
yeah, you know that in the early stages of the socialist revival that we're currently living through, Otto Neurath's Wikipedia page primarily listed him as a graphic designer who invented the ideograms, like because he invented these pictographs of like the bathroom, male and female, and like all these like other pictographs. He invented that. It's actually like he was a brilliant data visualization guy. And he and this artist who was with the Bauhaus worked together to invent them. He did like the data crunching. And
I always wondered what would have happened if Austro-Marxism kept the Frankfurt School and the Vienna Circle together.
Well, it's arguable that there would be no analytic continental divide in philosophy because the analytic continental divide was forcibly imposed by the analytic mafia, and analytic philosophy is a Philistine misreading of Carnap. So, by illiterates like G.E. Moore. So, actually, there's good reason to believe that there would be no distinction between analytic and continental philosophy, and Brits would be allowed to read, I don't know, like Hegel. I don't know if Brits should read Hegel because that didn't go so great the first time.
I'm about to say, like they've read Hegel before and it didn't go well.
Yeah,
but, like Americans reading Hegel led to transcendentalism. I mean, like that, which I don't think is bad, but it wasn't.
And
good.
hey, and in fairness, pragmatism. I mean, I told you over the phone about my current take, but
because Peirce is a Hegelian, which people forget,
and Dewey too. Both of them were Hegelian.
Dewey's a traitor.
I know he is. Fuck him for what he did to Randolph Byrne. Fuck him.
Yeah, and absolutely. Fuck him for trading on the war, and fuck him for being a stupid popular frontist. There's 1,000 reasons why we should say fuck John Dewey. But yes,
decent epistemologist, it must be said. But
we're to get into where that become I think what's good in the pragmatist is person. That's it.
No, that's a lot though, isn't it? I mean,
it's incredibly important. Like, it's not possible without that. Like, right. And actually, weirdly, I mean, one of the weirdest things is like Deleuze, for example. People miss this, but like Deleuze was pulling from early pragmatists. Well, I think some of the worst parts of Deleuze come from early pragmatism. But
I honestly am baffled. So the way that I read the pragmatist is that they and Marxism are both basically cousins. Like they're basically bastard cousins because the what they do vis-a-vis Hegel, which is their common ancestor, is the same structurally. They basically apply a Hegelian type proto systems theory, process philosophy thing, that's idealistic, and they flip it on its head and try to make it materialistic, or flip it off its head onto its feet, whatever. Mm-hmm. And they do it in different ways, so they do diverge. I'm not saying that they're the same thing, but there's a deep isomorphism because they basically saw similar problems and tried to move in a similar direction. And it's very interesting because you see like a lot of the more kind of like the less methodologically individualist pragmatists all kind of lean Marxish, and the more kind of like open-minded, I would say, Marxists tend to adopt, like Bogdanov, something that looks a lot like a pragmatist epistemology. I mean, Bogdanov's doing it through Mach and through all these European discourses, but it's like very similar. So it's very interesting that there's this like convergence, and then I also think that there's like wings of each side that kind of tip towards each other. And I'm kind of in the fuzzy middle part because I'm a Peircean abductionist, Bogdanovist, like Marxist or whatever. Like, I'm kind of in that like middle fuzzy area a little bit. But I don't know. It's like, it's weird because I hope some of this makes sense to people. I feel like this is like getting
this is way beyond it, man.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, because you're using shorthand that's not commonly understood.
I know. It's like we're talking as if there was this whole cultural infrastructure that existed where people
both studied Bogdanov and also
Peirce,
Charles Peirce, and also William James, and also I. Rubens. That does not exist except in this chat room right now.
Well, if we had a real education system, it would. And the people who don't exist would be the people who read Nozick versus Rawls, you know, or like the fucking calculation debates, you know, like
God,
that's
Joe, we're going to end here because you mentioned the calculation debates, and I think everybody who's ever spoken on the calculation debates is fucking wrong.
It's a disaster. It's an ontological, epistemological, ethical disaster. Like, that entire conversation is so dipshit from beginning to end. Like, dipshittery actually begins with Marx, I would say, for even writing on a napkin about like, oh, well, maybe prices transform like this, and then like not finishing the equation. Like, no, just you don't even care about this. Like, what you care about is the crisis shit, and the price shit is just an ancillary to that. Like, just admit it.
Yeah, it's a very sad reflection of a bunch of things that we actually even care about this. The other dumb things is the transformation problem debates, because I'm like, there's multiple answers to that problem. Like,
yeah, it's true. I mean, like, you know, you could take in different directions. Before we cut, I do have to answer Eric. To defend Ruggles' honor. My last question, have you two read Gravity's Rainbow entirely? The book was pure incoherence. That is some impressive discipline. Here's what I would say. In my opinion, parts of the book...
Wake is pure incoherence, man. Like,
yeah, like, in my opinion, parts of the book get, like, slightly too on the wrong side of psychedelic. I actually don't think it's a perfect book. I prefer some of Pynchon's other books to it. However, Gravity's Rainbow also has some of the most profound passages about the deep structure of like trends in industrial society across different political economies in the 20th century ever written down. And part of that is because Pynchon was an engineer, well, a technical writer, but like, you know, he had like an engineer's mind and training to a certain extent, like, you know, within the military industrial complex of the United States, which gave him this like insight into some of the bowels of the monster that nobody else in American letters has. Like, you know, because you either have the politics or you have the technical expertise, but usually you don't have both. And Pynchon does. And I think that's like really important to what makes him a great writer and what makes Gravity's Rainbow a great book, despite its flaws. Because he was really depressed and really high on weed all throughout the 70s because the 60s failed to have a democratic revolution, basically. So I think that Gravity's Rainbow is worth it. If you're having trouble getting through it, I highly recommend reading it out loud. And if you're not good at reading it out loud, finding a good audiobook. Because I think that the incantatory nature of it kind of propels itself, such that even if you don't understand fully what it's saying, the rhythms will carry you along and you'll eventually kind of get his rhythms and get what he's up to. And I really strongly recommend that you read it. It is a really beautiful masterpiece of a book. Again, like I said, not my favorite Pynchon novel. That's either V or Mason and Dixon, I think. But like, you know, he's a really important writer for me, so I had to defend his honor, you know.
I love Mason Dixon. I love V. And I actually love Inherent Vice, and I wish people would quit attributing everything good about it to Paul Thomas Anderson. I love Paul Thomas Anderson, but that's not why. And I guess it's good to end on art, because that's what we started talking about, despite a 2-hour yeah, JM and I can't stay on topic to save our fucking lives.
It's the superpower hour.
Yeah, I actually have read Gravity's Rainbow in its entirety. I do not think it's incoherent. I do think it's depressing. I mean,
it's very depressing. It's a very sad book.
What I will say is my favorite book by an author is Finnegan's Wake, because it's basically 800 pages of prose poetry.
Don't tell me you're a Finnegan's Wake guy.
I'm a Finnegan's Wake guy, and one of the few people who actually read it too.
I've gotten through like skimming a couple chapters, but like,
but you're reading for coherence. Don't just.
I'm not. No, I'm. I was reading it for the sounds of the words. It's just that eventually it gets boring. Like for me, I was like, maybe I don't.
No, you don't read it in large chunks. That's absurd. It took me like 2 years to read that book.
Well, you see, that might have been my problem. I should have read it as like little chunks as bedtime stories for myself.
Yeah,
and then
just like read until you can't, until it starts getting boring. Stop and pick it up next day.
Oh, that's a good strategy. But if you want Joyce, Ulysses, the audiobook, I've been rereading Ulysses through the
audiobook is great, because you don't have to deal with the fact that the whole chapters of the book have no punctuation.
Yeah. and the Irish Public Radio broadcast of it is now a free podcast. So look up Irish Public Radio Ulysses, and It is amazing. It is like really, they did like a radio play in the 80s and they turned it into a podcast like for the 100th anniversary this year. It is like so good. I mean, I read the book and I loved it in like early college, but I'm rereading it now through the audiobook, and it is just like so wonderful to hear it in Irish voices. And I think it shows what a deeply democratic book it is, despite its kind of like aristocratic modernism.
And with that note, JMC's defended modernism and said it's totally not reactionary, despite what Derek thinks. Derek thinks that modernism is reactionary, but he doesn't care. And
some modernism
is good. Yeah, actually, I
my modernism is left.
what I've actually always been fascinated, and this is a real argument, something I can't really understand, is the novelists I like from the modernist period tend to be left wing. The poets I like tend to not be. And I don't know why that is.
I don't know why that is either. Yeah.
There's no real explanation for it. I mean, they either tend to be pure aesthetes from the modernist period if I like them, or they're slightly reactionary. And I think it's because, with the exception of women, and the women that are exceptional, Edna St. Vincent Millay,
Judah Barnes.
I would also argue the late high modernists, like what we call the confessional poets, I actually think they're more progressive than the Beats are, which is a weird opinion, but I think it's
true. That is a fascinating opinion.
Well, the Beats are mostly Italian dudes and white Italian dudes and white Jews who survived largely off the labor of women, only really empowered two women, Anne Wallman and Diana de Prima, and have while I think Lawrence Ferlinghetti and Gary Soto and certain of the minor Beats are actually pretty progressive. I think like people should really look at their politics more too, because outside of Ginsburg, they're not.
Yeah, Kerouac's a right winger.
Reactionary, and Burroughs is insane. He's not even reactionary. He's just insane.
He's off the spectrum. He's like psycho. Yeah.
And then he's left wing on some things. He's hyper reactionary on others. You have no idea. Like
Gary Snyder's leftish. I mean, he's like a nice little
leftist. Aaron Wallman's leftish. But almost all of the confessionals were leftist.
You're right.
More women. Represented.
Yeah.
There aren't a lot of people of color in either group.
Just
arguably, Amiri Baraka is the only one.
Yeah, Amiri Baraka. Yeah.
And he doesn't stay a beat for very long at all. So,
right. Yeah, no, that's true. Although I honestly, I love Amiri Baraka's political poetry, but I actually really like his beat poetry.
The Leroy Jones stuff is actually pretty good. But,
yeah, I like both. they're
I don't hate beat poets. I like to make the arguments that like Berryman and Plath and Ann Carlson and all those people are more.
That's a really hot take.
Are actually more diverse and more politically interesting than people give them credit for. And like Berryman calls Rauka a fascist in a poem. Like it's not like these were not. In some ways, they were more interesting politically, and I think that I would actually argue somewhat more interesting poetically than their early beats. I think second generation beats are actually more interesting, but they're not famous. So like Soto, Snyder, Ferlinghetti was around forever. Fucker just died. Right?
Yeah, he literally just died like last year.
Yeah, it was like over 100 or some shit.
You like the Prima?
Yeah, I do like De Prima.
I like her stuff a lot. Yeah,
I like De Prima. I like Waldman, although I think Raman overpublishes. I mean, like she seemed like she could scrawl something on the bathroom and like it would probably become a book. But I probably just say that because I'm jealous because I write like that, but I don't publish 50 books a year, so I'm a little bit pissed off that no one will just publish whatever I write. But although if you guys keep buying my book, people might be interested.
You're a bestseller. I'm gonna keep saying this. The best-selling poet, C. Derek Varn. I'm like not gonna shut up about this.
I'm a bestseller for micro presses.
Yes. Like literally the best-selling poet of the random micro press, which I still don't know the name.
Mysterioso.
And
unlike the books, I'm one of the bestsellers. I don't think I am the bestseller, but my publisher attributes it to the fact that I'm famous for other reasons of poetry, and when we say famous,
yeah. Poetry
being
famous.
yeah.
Although, really, is that even? I don't know.
No, I was supposed to say I'm actually internet micro niche celebrity famous.
Yeah.
But that makes me as famous as a poet who's not from an Ivy League school with 2 National Book Awards. So like,
Right. Oh, the poor poets. What are we gonna do for the poor poets?
I actually think, like, weirdly, I'm of two minds. This is the last thing I'm going to say since we're going to end on poetry. I don't know how to feel about the whole Instagram poetry revival, because most of the Instagram poetry published by people like Andrew McNeely Press is shit. It's objective.
Right, like groupie choirs, like
yeah, it's fucking awful. How there's also the borderline cases like button poetry, which is somewhere in between, but I actually think is good. Like, I will make a defense of button poetry stuff.
It depends. It depends on the artist.
Yeah, for real, for real. And I will defend certain slam poets, for example, but which is also on that spectrum.
Yes, but, absolutely.
Although I did write poems making fun of Taylor Miller and Saul Williams back in the day, just because that was a fun thing to do. But
Saul Williams is pretty good though.
No, actually, Taylor Molly's pretty good, but they're very easy to make fun of. They have a very
absolutely
style. But what was I even saying?
Sorry.
Yeah. About that though, but like Rupi Kaur has made it possible that maybe someday people will buy my book. So,
yeah, that's true.
You know, as much as I hate it, and I think it's better than the 90s tradition of like Jewel and Tupac are poetry. Now, I actually think Tupac is defensible as poetry, but
I was gonna say I said that earlier in this one, and you didn't cringe too badly.
No. I was about to say I think Tupac is defensible. I don't think that. I actually think some Jewel song lyrics were good for people who remember that particular early.
I don't.
Singer-songwriter. But her poetry is fucking awful.
Oof.
Go look it up. You can look up Night Without Armor.
Huh. Okay.
Sounds as bad as it is. Our Susan Summers poetry book from the 80s. There is one.
Wow, I don't.
I have this fascination with bad celebrity poetry books that got published for no apparent reason. The way other people have fascination with like Bruce Williams, like Bruce Willis's blues career, or Eddie Murphy's attempt at a rap career. Like that's
Michael Jordan's baseball career.
Yeah. And with that note, we're gonna actually play the slow intro, and this will probably not be released for the public podcast feed because it's too fucking long.
Sorry.
I might cut out. I might release the. I don't know. I might release the first 2 hours of poetry discussion, but we'll see.
There's a nice little part where we say we're going to wrap up right before the TPRF stuff, so that might be a good break-off point, and then the other stuff you do a bonus. Not backseat editor here, sorry, but like I was.
Yeah,
just...
we'll see what I have the time to edit, but for Patreons, you will get this raw and complete on with just audio level adjustments on the Patreon feed.
I'm so sorry.
And if you want, they love. I have been surprised. As the last thing I'm going to say, my patrons love it when I do weird ass digressive 5-hour episodes with random fuckers. I don't understand. Like
the business model.
it's almost like a bit. Like
which one's gonna have the most views and engagement?
Yeah, but like whenever the Nightmare Masterclass guy Dave comes on, we also just talk about random shit for 5 hours, and those are always super popular episodes on the YouTube. They're not popular on the podcast stream, but they're super popular on the YouTube, and they're fairly popular amongst the Patreons. So it's like, y'all are weird. You just like listening to people bullshit for 5 hours. Make friends or something. Anyway, this is 5 hours and 50 minutes, which is almost a record for us. 5 hours and 20 minutes, almost a record for us. I think our second one on media was actually technically longer.
It was longer, but we split into a two-parter. last thought from me is thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure. And if you liked any of the nonsense that I had to say, please make sure to follow me on Twitter at Red Dilettante and to check out my magazine, Strange Matters, also on Twitter at Strange_Matters. We publish a lot of radical, interdisciplinary, left-wing things from a libertarian socialist perspective, as well as like avant-garde takes on culture, philosophy, journalism, the whole gamut. So check it out.
Check it out. JMC stayed up to 2 a.m. for you on East Coast time. You should go read his work. All right, and with that, we're gonna go out with the chill close.